Driving me crazy just looking at it. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. Without you, driving me crazy just looking at it. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. Give it to me like world without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live without you.
You all right, people? How we doing? Good evening. Hope everyone's good. Nearly 10 o'clock. The wife decided to go out with her mother, my mother-in-law, and I got left stranded indoors. So I thought, you know what? I was just having a subtle drink after being out for most of the day. Didn't really have a lot else to do. So I thought, you know what? Bollocks, might as well just do a show. You know, random as ever. And big up to Tommy, fellow who used to run the show on here. Went down to see him today. Went to see his lovely new little boy, doing really well for himself. He asked me to say hello to everyone who used to watch him and everyone else on YouTube who does their channels who he used to do it with. So he asked me to say hello to everyone. So hello to everyone from Tom. Just been watching a lot of shows over the past few weeks or whatever. I think a lot of us have. I think what a lot of it comes down to is I think a few of us are stranded at the minute. There's not really that much to talk about with Spurs at the minute. Except the same Spurs, different day value. Same Spurs, different season value. Just same Spurs, different day. Seems to be the same old problems over and over again. This is what a lot of people keep saying. It's very true. It is very true. I mean, you can't really argue that one. Because it is true. I mean, Divided and Conquered. This will be the third time now that I've done a show called Divided and Conquered. But this one's again. How do we keep getting divided and conquered so easily? I suppose there's several different ways you can look at this one. From a devil's advocate point of view, or from a logical point of view, or from your own point of view, or maybe try and see it from someone else's point of view. But this one for me is a little bit different. But again, it's a personal opinion. A little bit different, this one. I mean, we all know who the master the absolute master of it is. And again, it goes back to the point, we all know who the problem is. The story goes on and on and on. We all know it. It's Levy. We know what the problem is. So everyone who keeps telling me Daniel Levy is a problem at this club, no shit, Sherlock. I can work that one out for myself. But then there's obviously a lot of people out there who can't. So again, my question more on this one is it actually Daniel Levy that is the main problem of the divide and conquer on this one? I know that's going to play devil's advocate for a few people. We'll know he's the source. But is he actually the one causing the big divide and conquer here? I mean, you can divide it and conquer it in about 6 different ways with Spurs. You can every time. But there's 2 major ones at the moment. And it still just comes back to this fucking manager we had, where some are saying he should have gone, some are saying he shouldn't have gone. And that has put such a divide down us. Now, some are saying he should have gone for certain reasons and other reasons, and some are saying he should have stayed for other reasons and certain reasons and that. I suppose everyone's got their own reasons to it. But this time, Levy's gone and done what he'd done. I think most of us knew it was going to happen. Whether you wanted it to happen or not, I think most of us knew it was going to happen. We was pretty sure it was going to happen, a few of us. And then it sort of looked like it slowed down. And then all of a sudden, bang, it kicked into gear. And he's done what he's done. He's done what he always does. We know that. But for the reason he done it, again, people thinking different reasons. Some think he done it because he finished 17th. Some think he done it because he all of a sudden wanted better players. And there is different reasons down the line why people think Ange actually got the sack. I mean, for me, he got the sack because he was shit in the league. He finished 17th. I think if he'd have finished 10th, I reckon he'd have kept his job. But again, it's a personal opinion. Nothing more, nothing less. And I think the thing that's divided this one so much, I think one of the main problems is actually us. I mean, a lot of people do say the Spurs supporters are actually the main problem, or a big part of the problem. I think one of the biggest problems on this one is actually us, that is actually dividing it on this one. I mean, I'm one to say, like, look, let's just get the fuck on with it. We know what the problem is. We know what's happened and whatever. We know what Levy does and that. Let's just get on with it. But then others don't want to see it like that either. Again, it's each their own. I think this one is going to prove a very, very, very big thing. Again, like I repeat it, it all comes down to opinions. I think this one for me, what has happened with Ange getting the sack and us not exactly looking good in the transfer market at the minute, are we? Not exactly looking fresh at it, for sure. It's these protests as well. I think that is what is going to prove a few things. Again, it's for me, my opinion. For others, they'll have a different side of it. I think that what's going to happen is when these protests happen, we're going to see how many people were genuine. And I'm not slamming the protest, by the way, because hopefully I'll be able to be at the next one again, like I was at the last one. Or was it the one before that? Either way, I'm not slamming them. I think they're good if they're being done for the right reason. And this is where I'm going to ask the question. What were those protests all about? Were these protests all about Levy out? We want change at this club. We want Levy to change, or we want Levy out. Were they about Levy? No, I don't think they were. Again, personal opinion. They should be, but I don't think they were. This is why I think you're going to see a few questions answered at the next protest. Who was actually there for the Levy out? What the protests really were meant to be about? And who was just actually there because they was just so pissed off and run down with how much of a bad manager Ange was and how he had got us down to basically, I think at the protest we was in about 15th, 16th, maybe even 17th, but either way, we was 15th downwards. And who was actually there for the Levy out? And who was actually there for that Ange out? I think that's going to be a massive question. And I think that's going to answer itself. Will we see excess of 2,000, 2,500, whatever was there again? Because they're all there for the same reason? Or all of a sudden will you see 500 people turn up? Because they was Ange out? Or because they're now happy that we won the Europa Cup? Are people that easily satisfied? We've won a Europa Cup. Be happy. We've won a cup. We're Spurs. We're only Spurs. We never win a fucking cup. So we've won a cup. People, sit down. Shut up. Be happy with Mr. Levy. He's part of the reason we got the cup because he stuck by Ange. Same as Ange is a massive reason that we got the cup because he listened to the players and changed his situation and changed his formation. So shouldn't we be satisfied with what we got then? Shouldn't we all be happy because we've won a trophy? Instead of just being miserable and moaning about things, moaning about transfers that aren't happening, moaning about what Levy's done, moaning about what others have done or aren't doing even, yeah? I mean, I think that one works both ways. So where do we go from here? Why are we so fucking divided that we just can't get on come love nor money? We can't get on for shit. And at times, I must admit, I do find it quite funny. Nice. I do find it quite amusing, quite funny. Because some people, I think, are looking at this in the aspect of what difference does it make? And I think there's quite a few that look at it like that. Like, what was the point of getting rid of Ange? Because Levy ain't changing this shit. He ain't changing the sort of players we're going for. Well, it definitely doesn't look like it at the moment, does it? I know we can't really call it until the end of the season, but that's not my attitude to it. You'd at least hope we started off with a heavy transfer. We didn't really. We knew Danzo was coming in, and I think a few of us knew that Tell was going to sign. I think the deal was already done with Tell. I think Frank was basically told Tell's going to be coming in on it. I think he knew that he was coming in. So you can say he accepted him. You can say he was part of the contract. So I suppose you can look at it whatever way you want. But I think the deal with Tell was made around about January when we got him. And we was looking for a full-time one. He wasn't sure whether he wanted a full-time contract with us and said, right, I'm going to come on loan. And if I like it at Spurs, I'll be willing to sign the contract at the end of the season. I think he realised he wasn't getting games at Munich and he weren't going to get games at Munich. So he decided, bollocks, I use this place as a stepping stone, like a few people have done. And has he even got the right to use us as a stepping stone is the question, because I thought he was absolute shit while he was with us. Again, maybe time will tell on this one. So I think he was just part of the system. So when it also comes to this one, is anything really going to change because we got Frank? I think there's going to be certain things that do change. Now, I think the certain amount Ange had to go because I think he had more than enough capability to get us relegated. But that's my opinion. Why have I got that opinion? I've got that opinion because he lost 22 league bloody games and got us 17th. And when we added it up in quite a few other seasons, 22 defeats with the points we had would have got us relegated. So that's why I believe Ange would have got us relegated. Is Frank going to take us places? It depends what people want to call taking us places. I think he's going to make us significantly better in the league. Can he win a League Cup? Yeah, why not? Same as I said, Ange could. Could he win an FA Cup? Why not? Is it likely? No. Are we going to win that league? Are we fuck? Are we going to win the Champions League? That makes me laugh even more in that situation. But one thing that that Frank hasn't got to fall back on here, he hasn't got that little tier 2 Europa Cup to save his arse. Now, people are going to say, why am I saying tier 2? Because it is the tier 2 European Cup. And it did save our arse in a big way. And with that, Frank isn't going to have that. He's not going to have a cup that was easier to win than the League Cup. And okay, you can only play who you're playing against. Ange, brilliant. You won us the cup, mate. Well done. But again, you had to go. But why are we so divided as a fan base on this one? Why can't we just accept what's happened on a realistic side and accept why it happened on a realistic side. Why have we got to go to fucking war again? I mean, there was a lot of people who were saying, back your manager, come love nor money. It doesn't matter who the manager is. It doesn't matter when the manager is. You back him with everything you've got. I see a few of them have now slammed our new manager just totally out the window. Well, to me, that's contradicting itself a bit, isn't it? Or is it because they were so desperately loved the other manager? I can understand if you're upset when you lose a player, a manager, whatever you like at the club. But again, it's divided us again. So is it actually Daniel Levy that divides us all the time? Some of the time, yeah. But is it actually Levy that divides us all the time? No, not a chance. I don't think it is. I think we do an extremely good job, and every single one of us are guilty of this one way or another, of dividing it. Is it because of a different opinion? Or is it because you're so set in a way? I don't know. There's all different ways to it. But I think on this one, we are definitely a major part of the problem here. Because we just can't settle down and accept that Levy's not going to change. So we can all argue all day long whether it was right or wrong to sack Ange, whether Frank was the right manager to get in, whether these players are the right ones or the wrong ones, because we know Levy weren't going to change. I think some people believed he was going to change. Never thought he was going to change. That's all I ever said, is if we have to respect what Ange has done, then we have to respect that Levy had a good part of it as well, because he did it a different way as well. Did I want either of them to stay at the club? No, I don't. I'd be quite happy if Levy disappeared as well, like I think a lot of people would. But then a lot of people would also get the ump if he stayed, if he left. Again, that is how divided we are. But I do think one of the main parts of this problem is ourselves on this one. We got to go with the flow now in the aspect of the team and the manager. We haven't necessarily got to accept it. I haven't got to accept that we've made a good transfer, because I don't think we have yet. Will we make a good transfer? I think we'll get one in that first team. If we could at least get two in the first team, I think we've had a good transfer window. Not that it's the best first team ever, but at least two players that walk into that first team, it improves us. So it's a start somewhere, isn't it? When you go and get a player like Telwyn, who's blatantly, is he even good enough for the first team? Is he better than Odebert even? I don't think so. But in that aspect, two players that walk into that first team, and I think we've had a good enough transfer window, because we need to improve that first team, not the squad. And then we have to just go with it, basically. We don't have to accept it. We don't have to accept the way Levy does things. We don't have to accept the way the club does things. But one thing you do have to do sometimes is sort of go with the flow. You haven't got to agree with nothing. But when you genuinely know that you ain't changing nothing in the next 5 minutes, let's go with it and see how it goes. Let's start judging on things halfway through the season. Let's start judging on the manager's capability at least halfway through the season, instead of being at war with each other before the season even really starts. And it's all over the same things again. Levy, Levy, Levy. And if we're going to just keep arguing about it, it's going to keep on going on and on and on. And then he can just sit there and laugh all the way to the bank, basically. Because we're doing such a good job on dividing ourselves. But again, this is just my opinion on this. I'm going to come back to some more of that. I'm going to say hello to a few people. And do you know what is up with the names on the side here? I mean, because some of them I struggle to read, where they're just all in one line with numbers on it and everything and that, because it ain't people's proper names. So half the people on it, some of them I ain't even recognizing it. What the fuck has happened with YouTube here? I honestly don't know. And right, Marius, yeah, obviously reckon it. Big up, Dan. This fan base will always be divided, mate. I totally agree with you, one way or another. We even go and win that league, it'd still be divided one way or another. We win the cup, a lot of us were happy, but straight away it's divided again, because people like me were not satisfied with that league. 17th and a cup, for me personally, is not good enough. 17th is not acceptable in any means or manner. But for some people it is. Again, each their own at the end of the day, whatever turns you on. And what we got here, Tottenham away still. How we doing, fella? Hope all's good for you. Levy has done it again, master con man. Sack a manager, create a soundbite. Frank can coach. Well, he can coach better than Ange. I think we can all agree with that. But then obviously people like you, I know your opinion on this one, are going to argue that Frank hasn't won nothing. But I think we can all be pretty sure that Frankie's going to be a better coach than Ange, who ended up only winning his cup because he listened to his fucking players, for God's sake. But again, that's just two different opinions from me and you, mate. Yeah, two different opinions there. Nothing more, nothing less. And fans forget the past 17 managers and give Levy another 2 years to take the piss. Maybe you're right to an extent now. But what are we supposed to do then? Do we just write off the manager straight away? Because Levy employed him. Has Levy stuck by a manager? Well, for me, he backed Ange. The amount of money he gave him, 400 million, sure as hell he backed him. Yeah, a couple of players you'd say he didn't really back him too well. I mean, Timo Werner twice. Ange must have accepted it, whatever. It's like we can say about the players that come in now. Frank's got to accept them. So then it's down to him to what he can do with it. And I just personally believe that Frank is tenfold a better manager, better coach than Ange, and I feel he can get more out of this team. And if he manages to finish sixth, I can't see why he can't go for a League Cup at the same time. Obviously, depending on also who we bring into it, but I think he's got the capability of doing that if he's got a squad good enough to do that. I don't think there'd be many managers out there with the incapability of winning the Europa Cup and finishing 17th, getting defeated 22 times, being probably the biggest embarrassment in football at our own ground. I don't think we could pull another manager that could pull that off. I don't think I've ever had a manager at Spurs where I've actually been seriously scared that the next season could get us relegated. But again, each their own. And Tom, evening, Dan, evening, and chat, evening to you. Lisa, good evening, Dan and chat. I am fucking melting. Tell me about it. It's just been one of them muggy days where it's like 25 degrees out there and it feels like you can't breathe because you've got a fucking car on your chest. It's just been one of them days. I mean, I've got my fan behind me on full blast and whatever, and I can barely feel the fucking thing. It is sweating. It's going to be a horrible sleep tonight. I hate sleeping in this weather. I really do. Mr. Simon, big up, Dan. Same old day. Yeah, same Spurs, different day. Things ain't going to change anytime soon, are they? And Rich, evening all, evening to you too. And Paul Spurs, big up, Dan, big up to you too. And Brian, Tottenham Hotspur football crash. The property developers done a number on this club. And we fans would rather argue with each other. That's pretty much true. That's pretty much what I'm saying. We will argue with each other that black is white all day long. And some people will sit back and listen and say, do you know what? You've actually got a fair point there, and take it in. And then some people would just argue it so narrow-minded that they're not willing to see any other way but their way. But I suppose that's just how we all debate and argue things different. And Tottenham, we seem to be the worst fans for it. And TTID, evening Dan, evening to you too. Mace, sweating my ass off, evening Dan. Yeah, exactly the same, mate. It is totally sweating in this place as well. And John George, leave you out. You know what I'm going to do here, yeah? One second if I can do this properly, because I'll tell you one thing, if things ain't working too well on that, yeah? There is a link. And I'm going to pin it at the top. If someone else got a different point to anything I've said there, who doesn't agree that we are a massive part of the problem on this argument, just as much in my problem, just as much of a problem as Levy, do come in and say it. Levy changed the manager. We started the war with each other. Levy changed the manager. We knew that was going to happen, or we had a good idea it was going to happen. And Levy probably knew it'd start a war with us as well. Why? Because we're so fucking predictable in that aspect. And so if he knew it was how it was going to roll, Yeah. So who were the ones who fell for it then? Who are the ones who fell for arguing against it, arguing with it, arguing with each other? I suppose you can turn around to an extent and say we're all as bad as each other. And like I said, when it comes to the next outside Spurs, the next protest, this is where we're really going to see. And I'm not grilling the protest in any way, because I'm going to be there as well. It is where I think we are truly going to see who are the real Levy out and who was there because of the situation we was in, because they didn't like the manager. And I think it's going to speak a lot for ourselves. And Mace, next week will arrive, and if there's no news, people are going to lose their shit. Yeah, I can pretty much agree with that as well, mate. I can pretty much agree. I'm not one who says wait until the end of the window, whatever. Whether you like it or not, you've got to wait till the end of the window. You've got to do it, because whether it's the right way or the wrong way, it's the way we work. And who knows, something might come up on the last day, whatever. I very much doubt it. It hasn't done for a while. But the main excuse a lot of people will use is that the window isn't over yet. But then when you don't see anything decent happen at the start and you see other big clubs, basically our rivals, making transfers or getting transfers ready, it does make you start questioning things. It does make you start arguing points. It does make you start thinking, are we even going to do anything, or is it just going to be the same shit, different day? The way it looks at the moment, it's going to be same Spurs, different day. But I do think we are going to see at least one player in that first team. And then it'll probably be like it is, a couple of kids and a couple of bodge jobs. Hopefully, we can see at least two. I was hoping we'd see at least two in there. But make sure 100% right on what you're saying there, mate. Next week, we'll arrive. And if there's no news, people are going to lose their shit completely. Well, a lot of people have already lost it. And Daryl Denton, you're right, mate. I hope everything's good for you. I get sick saying we wing it, but Levy never lets me down in this theory. He doesn't. I'll give it that. He doesn't. And Top G, win a Europa League, proceed, then go back to mediocrity again. Okay. The difference is on that one, yeah? We won a Europa League. Brilliant. Happy with it. I was over the moon with it. But it's not as though we just went and won the fucking Champions League. It's not as though we just went and won the league. We went and actually won a cup. And it wasn't the Champions League. So I'm not going to big it up like the Champions League. But I'm over the moon we've done it. And we should be taking this further. We should be going on this further. We're in the Champions League. We've got a chance to save ourselves here. And it just doesn't look like right now that we're taking advantage of it. But again, only time will tell. But mediocrity, do you know what? Even if we go back to mediocrity, we're doing better than we bloody did last season. 17th and 22 defeats, for God's sake. The other question I do ask with that is, if we would have finished 17th and it's all about trophies, but we would have won the League Cup, I wonder how many people just still had this attitude. I must admit, I'd love to see it. I mean, if we finish 6th or 7th and win the League Cup, you can say we've had a brilliant season, basically, especially by our standards. I mean, like, Stell puts it brilliant on there in the point of no manager has ever managed to finish in the top 6, whatever, and win a cup with us under Levy. Yeah. But I haven't seen a manager finish fucking 17th, nearly getting us to a point of getting relegated if the other 3 teams weren't probably the 3 worst teams we've ever seen in the Premiership, bar maybe 1 or 2. I don't think I've quite seen a manager do that either, you know? So I think that one works both ways. But he does put a good point there. But I think a lot of other managers would have had the capability to at least get us 8th or 9th, even 10th if it's pushing it, and win that bloody Europa Cup. And Paul, big up Dan and Coys, big up to you too. And Top G, Lewis is a massive fucking issue as well. Well, that's another question I think you can ask on it, on the divided and conquered and everything else. Who is actually more the problem here? Is it Lewis or is it Levy? Or are they just both as bad as each other? I mean, you can say I'm just being devil's advocate here. I'm just asking questions. Because at the end of the day, Lewis is the top dog. Lewis is the Don. Levy works for him. Levy, well, does he do as he's told? Does he spend the money he's given? I don't know. But people say it goes all the way to the top. And I'm one of the ones who have that attitude of it does go to the top, basically. I know other people, I think if I remember right, Sean sees it a bit different. And again, we can all see things different. The way I look at it, though, it goes to the top and then comes back down, or whatever way you want to put it. That is why I say if Ange has to get some credit for winning the cup, even though he had such an abysmal league, then Levy has to get some credit as well because we won a cup. To me, that's just being logical. To me, that's just being how it is, whether you like him or not. For me, if Ange had to get some credit, then so did Levy. But how much of the issue is Lewis? I mean, how often do we hear people actually complain about Lewis? You don't really, do you? You don't really hear much about it. I mean, I'm very far behind on a few people here, so I'm going to keep going through a few. And So Cafe 9240. I mean, what is up with these bloody names? Didn't Connor call out Eric on a previous show? Most probably. My memory for that at the moment ain't too great. But yeah, most probably did. And Sue Smith, hope you're good. Hi, Dan. Phew, I'm hot. Clubs getting deals done left, right, and centre. It's so frustrating, if not unexpected. I mean, did anyone think it was really going to change? I think it was more with the hope side of it that people were thinking they hope it's going to change. But I totally get and agree with what you're saying. It is stupidly hot here, and I'm not going to get sleep. I'm not going to be able to sleep for a long time tonight. It's going to be horrible. And Paul Watkins, Dan, we've been patient for too long. We need to see it on the pitch. I totally agree. We do. We do need to see something on the pitch now. But then haven't we just seen something on the pitch? We've just won a Europa Cup. Aren't cups good enough for people? Isn't it all about winning cups? So what haven't we actually seen on the pitch then for some people? I know not everyone sees it like that because I don't quite see it like that. But for some people, surely it's all about cups. So maybe some people need to sit down and think about what they're saying because it's all about cups and winning things. And we've won things. Not quite just the way I look at it, but again, each their own at the end of the day. We all see things a bit different. And one Spurs King, Frank has no pull on wants to sign for him. Yeah, and Ange did, didn't he? Ange really did, didn't he? Ange had a massive pull on him, didn't he? I think Frank's got more of a pull than Ange, personally. I think he's got more respect in football than Ange. And Lynn, evening, Dan. How's your sunburn? Looking significantly better. Just make sure I don't put fucking oil on myself when I'm bloody cooking again. that was terrible. Bloody hurt as well. But sunburn's calmed right down now. And Paul, Super Sticker, 149. Thanks a lot, mate. Much appreciated. Cheers, fella. Much appreciated. And Sue Smith, Levy, and Enoch need to go. I totally agree with that. It will do for the long run. But again, who has divided and conquered us on this one? Is it Levy who has done the full divide and conquer? Or is it Levy who has done his little bit and the fans have gone to war with each other again? I think it's more that side. I think Levy done the right thing. I think a lot of people complain about Levy not doing this, not doing that. I personally feel he's done the right thing for football. I don't think he got rid of Ange because Ange turned around and said, we need better players or whatever now. I think he got rid of Ange because he's a shit manager, because he finished 17th and conceded 22 goals. So I think for once, Levy's actually gone and done what is right for the football club. And then again, the fan base just totally goes into meltdown and goes to war with each other. So in this situation, I'm starting to see it that fans as a whole, ourselves, all of us, because I argue my point as just as much as others argue theirs, are more of the problem here than fucking Levy. Some might say that's devil's advocate. But either way. John George, Levy is an imbecile. Get him out. I do agree. He needs to go. And Derek, big up Dan. Big up to you too. And John, Levy is a charlatan. Get him out. Yeah, I'll bring you on in a sec. Let me go through a couple of others. And so the football on the football side of the business, which is all I'm concerned about, he's run appallingly. Totally agree. John George, Levy out and get him out for fuck's sake. Yep, totally agree. And Lynn, the problem is, Dan, the fans who were there protesting have now done a U-turn and wanted Ange to stay up until these same fans wanted Ange out. I can actually quite agree with that one to an extent. I know there's two sides to it, but it is very true. I mean, it's not just one fan or whatever else. It's a lot of fans. It's amazing with people. Again, we all do things different. We all see things different. I mean, some people say that's just what makes humans unique. Yeah, because one way or another, none of us are 100% the same. But ain't it mad that 90 minutes changes a lot of people's opinions over 2 years? Over at least 18 months to, let's say at least 12 months of ripping the shit out of a manager, and then over 90 minutes, everything changed. Like 90 minutes is going to change. All of a sudden, it changes the whole season. Yes, it got us a cup out of it, but were those 90 minutes really good enough to change your opinion on a manager as a whole? For some people, it was. For me, it wasn't. Sorry, it takes more than 90 minutes. And Rich, I was 100% just Levy out for the protests myself. So was I. I mean, I wanted Ange out as well. I wanted Ange gone. That was part of like just what I wanted in football as such. I wanted Ange gone when he should have been gone, which was even before January. But I'm at the protest because I want Levy out. But that's the question I'm asking. I think there was more people there than some people might realise that was actually there more because of the position we was in, and they wanted Ange out. And I think that's where we're going to see how plastic these protests were, or how solid these protests were. Again, call it opinionated. And Shot Cold, how you doing? Frankie's going to turn every player from water to wine. I very much doubt that. But he's not going to do what Frank did, and that's but you know what? With Frank, you've got more of a chance of players getting older like wine. Whereas with Ange, the players were getting older like fucking cheese. That's just how I see that one. We've got more of a chance that he's going to improve the players we got. Is he going to get us the league or whatever else? I doubt it. But I think with Frank, I think we can finish in the top 8, and I think he can win us a League Cup or an FA Cup. Same as last season, I think I said Ange's got the capability of winning us a cup. Why? Because his style, you can win a cup like that, as he did. But I also did say he will do absolutely shit in the league and we will finish 7th or 8th, whatever it was, 7th or 8th, I said, and obviously gave him too much credit. And Big Will plays, at least drink it with ice, Dan. Now, do you know what? I just got it out of the fridge, so it's still nice and cool. I like my Southern Comfort. It's nice. I did a little bit of Coke to it this time. And the Coke was freezing cold. So, and John, Levy is a see you next Tuesday. I don't know. Call him a see you next Thursday as well. I totally agree with you on that one. And right, going to add you to it. You're right, Ben. How are we doing?
Hello, mate. I'm sorry. I'm not ready for this whatsoever. I've just thrown a top on. I haven't even gelled my hair, mate. I must look terrible. How you doing? You all right?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't worry about it, mate. I'm sitting here absolutely sweating my fucking ass off, mate.
It's horrible, mate.
It ain't going to be nice to sleep, innit?
Now, mate, do you know what? I've got 2 fans in the bedroom, and it's just circulating hot air, mate. It's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's definitely not nice. So look, if you've been listening to what I've been saying on here, yeah, and give me your side of it.
So I was actually, when you were asking people to jump on quick, you were speaking about whether or not you feel like the fans are partially to blame for this mess that we're in. You feel like obviously the whole sort of divide and conquer thing. Could you just run back what you said to me? What you were saying, sorry.
What I'm basically saying is Levy is the prime problem, and we all know this shit, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, we don't all know it, but a lot of us know it, yeah? Levy is I know people don't like the phrase, but it just sums him up to a T. Levy is the cancer of this club. He eats it from the inside out. I know people don't like the phrase. Sorry if you don't, but it's the phrase I'm going to use for him because it describes what he does to the club absolutely perfectly. And I think most of us knew he was going to change the manager, but then some decided to change the opinion why they were getting rid of the manager. Some started saying they're getting rid of the manager because the manager said we need better players. I'm still a firm believer that he got rid of the manager because he lost 22 games and fucking finished 17th. Yeah. That's what I'm a firm believer of. And Levy went and done what he'd done, which I think most of us knew was coming. Some didn't think it was, but I think a majority had a good idea it was going to happen. Questioned it maybe, but had a good idea it was going to happen. And Levy did what he did. And now we've seemed to have a massive divided fan base. Again, if anything, this fan base seemed to be more together when it was Ange out, because there was more Ange out in the end than there was at Ange in. But again, very divided. And now all of a sudden, it's gone on a massive divide about players, about the manager. Some people not wanting to even try and back the new manager. Some people just slamming everything. Some people saying that winning the cup was more important. Some people saying the league was more important. Some people saying that finishing high in the league and getting a cup is important. I think the fan base is more the problem than Levy at this moment in time. Levy's just done what he always does. So, no shit, Sherlock. Tell me something we don't know, yeah? But I think the fan base at the moment is more of the problem of a whole.
I mean, I hear you. I don't necessarily agree.
Don't have to agree.
I'm basing that off of the fact that there's so much frustration in our fan base, and you and everyone else watching. You know, we all feel it. You know, we all have this sort of sense of we should be doing better than what we are, and it's a constant. You know, it's a constant. But as far as Levy sacking Ange goes, I mean, look, at the end of the day, we knew it was coming. I mean, I'm still a firm believer, and I've said this to you before. I've said it whilst being on the show before. I'm still a firm believer that last season was a freak. I don't know.
What was the freak? The fact that we finished 17th or the fact that we actually won something? What was actually the freak of it then?
Can I say both?
I suppose you can actually. I suppose you can look at it and say both because we don't usually do either of them.
It was. Look, listen.
I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, we won that trophy and it was huge. And real Spurs fans, I don't even think at the time of it happening were even happy, because it was more relief than anything, and more disbelief as this actually happened, as Tottenham Hotspurs finally got over that line. But let's not make any two ways about it. That was a shocking final, and we had an easy road to it. I mean, super easy.
Yeah, Eintracht Frankfurt was not an easy game, and Bodo Glimt ain't as muggish as we actually made them look like at their own place. But I feel, yeah, that's very true. I agree with that. Yeah, but I think it was made quite clear when Ange sat there and stated that he didn't even tell the players to play like that. I mean, what was that against Frankfurt? The players decided to do it themselves, and it was also said in quite a few messages and things on the internet after, what you decide to believe is your choice, and basically the players told him how to play. So how can I give the manager even more? Yes, yes, I do.
You do? Okay,
yes, 100%. 100% believe that.
Okay.
And it's not because I want to believe it. Yeah. I mean, sometimes we all believe things because we want to believe it because it suits us more. Yeah. We're all guilty of it. We're all as bad as each other. We can all be pricks like that sometimes. But I'm a firm believer of it, because every time I even argued for him that he changed his style when we looked good in a game, it just went back to the other way the next game.
Yeah. Yeah.
So did he even change that, or was it just Man City or Villa were pushing us so hard that we couldn't invert and we had to play a counter-attacking football because there was no other way you could play? It's a fair thing you can argue and debate all day long, because none of us know what goes on behind the fucking lines. I personally believe the players pulled him aside and just said, look, coach, your tactics are shit, basically. Didn't say it like that, but your tactics are not going to win us this game. We haven't got the players we need and whatever. We are just going to have to play this full-on defence. Because he basically went from 10 men in front of the ball to 10 men behind the ball. Just swap from one extreme to the next.
For sure.
There was no piss balling about or little twinkering about with it, and that it was 10 behind the ball now. And I personally think he listened to what the players said. The thing he made the decision in, and I think he actually made a very good decision in, was starting Richarlison over Son because Son was not ready. Yeah. So I'll give him credit where it's due there. At the end of the day, he's the one who picks the team. But I think the team picked the tactics.
You've got Harry Kane in the back of your mind when you say that, don't you? I know that's on the back of your mind when you say that.
Because Poch absolutely fucked up by putting Harry Kane on that pitch in that Champions League final at the start.
Yeah.
And that is where I'll give him credit. But I personally think I mean, look, it's like what Get says here. It's some fans having an outrageous sense of entitlement out of nowhere that split us. I suppose you can look at it like that as well. I suppose there's many a way you can look at it. But this whole thing, I think we as the fan base are the bigger problem than Levy in this situation here and now, with the way we are divided at this moment.
Let's examine that for a minute, right? And he's got a good point to say that, but I feel like Spurs fans, I feel like we feel like that because of what we have. So, all right, let's just break it down, right? So we've got the best stadium in the Premier League. Not the biggest, but I would say the best stadium in the Premier League. We've got training facilities that rival NFL from America. And we've been told from countless world-class managers we have the best training facilities. On top of that, okay, we are the 10th richest club in the world. So I think it's very hard.
I think we're richer than that, actually.
Well, we haven't moved up. Well, I wouldn't be fucking surprised.
I think we're seventh.
Well,
those three places is a big difference.
But this is my point. So, although he does, there's truth to what he just said. Who was that said that? Can you remember his name?
What's that? Sorry.
What was his name? The guy that said that.
What? Who just said that on here?
Yeah.
What if some fans have an outrageous sense of entitlement? Big Will plays.
Right, so
that's what it says on here.
Right.
I mean, the proper names ain't coming up at the moment. No, I don't know what's up on YouTube at the minute.
You know what it is? Because I'm on my phone, I can't. I've got to sort of get real close. So no, Will's absolutely. He's got a right to say that, but I just think, given the facts I've just mentioned, I feel like it's really difficult to not expect more. I mean, you see all these clubs that are not necessarily in our position going out and doing big things. And it does, as a Spurs fan, it hurts a bit because you look at everything as a whole. You look at our Ferrari bodywork and then you look at our sort of Rover Metro engine. And it's just, I feel like that entitlement, that sense of entitlement, in all honesty, is because it feels like we should be doing and getting more. I mean, look at Levy. And again, I don't even want to talk about this because I think it's so pathetic that I tried not to give it too much fault. But the whole, we should be winning the league. We should be, we should be aiming for the Champions League and the league. Well,
that's just saying what people want to hear, innit? And that's why he didn't give us
some fucking nerve, mate. You've got some nerve to come out and say,
mate, I'm sure he does want to win the league and the Champions League. I don't think he's lying. I'm sure he does because the amount of money it would bring into the club. But is he willing to push it for it? No, he's not. And he also covered his ass by not giving us a date. But go on with what you said
last time. Yeah, you said that last time. But no, that's the point I'm trying to make. So I think, given everything that we have involved with the club, and let's be honest as well, the amount of money we bring in outside of football, it's insanity. We are making millions. We've got, and the thing is, there's no excuse as to why we can't go for a better class of player. Why we have to continuously, because the way Levy I think does it is, let's buy 5 players for 100 million, pray one of them works out.
Yeah, pray.
It is though, isn't it? Like, do you remember the famous?
But then again, you got to pray that any player works out, yeah, because there's
no, you do.
You're a lot more sure of, yeah. But any player can screw up. Any player can all of a sudden come good.
But Dan, at the same time, when you
there's ones that are more likely.
You know what you're getting to an extent, and I mean, look,
a majority of the time, I agree.
100%. Ndombele. So that due diligence was not done on Ndombele. So before
he was one of the most wanted in Europe at the time.
But before we signed him, people already knew he had a
mental health issue, basically.
Yeah, an attitude. But this is the thing. So I mean, the way I see Ndombele, and I don't know, I've been a Spurs fan since I was. Shit me, I can't even remember since day dot. I remember being like 6 years old, drawing the Tottenham emblem. So it's been at least sort of like 30 odd years. Ndombele, I think, is the biggest waste of talent I've ever seen at our football club. I mean,
Because the
just
thing is, he weren't even a bad player at all. Some of the things I
no,
see
he
him
was
pull off, he
unbelievable.
blatantly had the skill, but he did not have the mentality for it.
Which is, but the thing is, they must have known that. And here's the thing: so when we bought Endom, I then sat there after you could see the problems coming through. I thought, well, Levy's not going to spend that sort of money again anytime soon, and he didn't. But the thing is, the way you've got to do football, the way you succeed, and this is going to sound terrible, you have to keep at it. And I've seen pundits say the same thing. You've got to continuously keep pumping the money, and you've got to keep buying these players. They don't
Like
always
it or
work
lump
out.
it. If you want to stay at the top, you got to buy the best.
This is
If
it.
you
And
want
if
to
you're
keep
not
up
going to
in
entertain
fashion, you
that,
got to keep buying the good clothes.
this
And
is
it
it.
ain't
This
cheap.
is it. And if you're not going to entertain that, mate, then there is your problem. What are you drinking there, Dano?
Southern Comfort.
Oh, right, okay. I've got
It's a relaxing drink.
No, it is. It's a lovely drink. The first time I had it, I probably shouldn't say this. I don't know how old I was. I won't lie. First time I had it, I drank half a bottle and I was on top of a little skateboard ramp. I think I threw up down the ramp and then passed out. So that was my
Nice.
experience in Southern Comfort. Yeah.
Let's get back to the football on that one.
Yeah. But so yeah, that's all I'm saying. You have to continuously aim to improve, and buying these 20-30 million pound players, hoping for them to come good, it's just not the way forward. Like, you have to spend a certain amount of money to know what you're getting, and I'm not asking for
No, I can go with that. I can go with that to an extent. You buy quality, not quantity, don't you? When you buy quality, you know you've got to pay up, don't you?
Exactly. Like, listen, I know you're a big fan of clothes. You always dress nice. Everyone always says it, right? I would rather, don't blush, Dan. I would rather, like yourself, go and spend, say, I don't know, 60, 70 quid on a nice t-shirt, good material. I know it's going to last. He says wearing a fucking slash.
It's not going to stretch in the wash and everything else. And again, it's just the same as anything. It's about buying quality over quantity.
You get what you pay for, Dan. You get what you pay for. And as a club, considering our assets, it makes me fucking sick to my stomach that we are still using this method that just doesn't work for us. I mean, realistically, Dan, and I'll ask you this, in the last 10 years, can you tell me players that we've paid under 30 million for that have turned out to be world beaters? Because I can think of maybe 3.
Go on, what's your 3?
I don't know if it's 10 years, actually. So you've got Gareth Bale, Christian Eriksen.
Gareth Bale's longer than 10 years, I think, isn't it?
Is he really?
I think he is. I might be wrong here, but I think he is.
Okay.
We don't. It's very hard to get a player that is under a certain amount of money, and he's going to be good. Basically, I agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we do love to do a hit and hope and go with a younger player and hope he can get good, and then hope we can sell him for more or whatever else. I mean, just a quick reply here. XXDA Doc. Personally, I think that's a load of bollocks. Fair enough. It's your opinion. You're entitled to that.
That's me, by the way.
Oh, right. I didn't know that was you on there. See what I mean? With the names on there, I don't know what is going on, but I'm going to answer your question here.
Go on.
We get told what we should expect from the ball twat, and he never delivers. So we are left looking like idiots. We as fans are part of the problem, or surely part of the problem, or some people think they're part of the problem, because you got the Levy in, the Levy out. So who's the problem? The Levy in or the Levy out? One of them's got to be a problem.
Well, it's difficult because realistically, if you look at
there's a problem there, is there not? Is there a problem there? Are you Levy in or Levy out?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, are you serious? I'm Levy out, always have been. But
right, straight question, Levy out. So what's 100%. Holding Levy? So you need those Levy out fans to join you, to join me, to join us, yeah?
Right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But they're not.
Well,
so they're a problem.
It's just a difference of opinion. I mean, I don't see that.
But they're a problem. The fact that they're willing to fight to keep Levy in makes them a problem for what you want. If you can think of a better phrase for it, then do it.
I mean, the way I view it,
it's a bad idea. Go on.
No, the way I view it, in all honesty, is I would say It's just that from what I've seen, I would say there are far more Levy outers. I mean, the thing is, it's difficult because I can understand to an extent the Levy inners because he has made us a bigger club without winning a trophy. And he's done wonderful things for the club. And you got to give the man props there, 100%. I'm not blind to that, even though I'm Levy out. So to answer your question, I don't really deem the fact that fans have got a split decision, split opinion on the chairman as a huge problem. I don't. And I really don't. I would honestly say it's like 70-30 for Levy outers to Levy inners. I don't know if you agree with that.
I think there's more Levy in than there is actually Levy out.
Really?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I think it's slowly changing over time. But
Yeah.
if there were so many Levy out, there would be more people at these protests. Are you telling me only 2,000 or 2,500 are Levy out of 60, nearly
No.
63,000?
No. The reason why there's not mass protests is because I'm going to be really honest with you here, mate. It's not an easy thing to go and do. Number one, I would imagine a large majority of these protesters are from roughly the local area. But you've got to think, like, look, it's a problem.
I know a fair few that are from like significantly different areas that have come alongside. Even some people come over from other fucking countries.
Okay. No, fine, I got you. All right. Well, look, how about this then? I'll throw this. This is what. So you know I'm a Levy outer. This is my problem. This is why I've given up. So I've been in group chats. I've hated on Levy. Fuck this guy. Here's why I think a lot of fans have came to the same conclusion as this. Ready? Levy doesn't give a shit about your little protest. And again, I admire people who do it because it's pure passion and nothing but pure passion.
So you don't think the protests are worthwhile?
No, I don't, because what he's going to do is when he sees your little protest, he's going to wipe his tears away with your £50 notes. That's what he's going to do. And there is nothing or no one who can get him out of that club. And I know, I can't remember his name now. There's a guy that was on here, he's like huge Levy outer. You know, would probably go nuts me saying that, but he doesn't care. And there's nothing you, me, or anyone else can do to get him out. He's a part owner of the club. He is the chairman. He does not care. And all you're giving him, really and truly, at least in my opinion, could be wrong, is free press. Because listen, any press is good press, right? That's so maybe a large amount of the player base have come to the same. A large amount of the fan base have come to the same conclusion. What's it really going to achieve? And again, please understand, I admire the people that get out there and do it. I really, truly do. I don't see it making a difference. Like, the way I've always looked at it is, it's his hotel. He owns it. He runs it. There's nothing you're going to do to get him out. That's kind of how I view things. But I don't know if you think that's absolute nonsense.
Do you think it's because we left it too long, basically? That we let him fuck us over time and time again for too long, and then basically that you can get to a point where someone is actually too powerful for you. Whether it's in UFC, whether it's in boxing, whether it's in football, whether it's in whatever. What do you think we've actually left it? I mean, I like that one, Philly 2109.
What's he say?
Does Lewis even know he owns a fucking football?
I
He's
don't
been
fucking
Spurs
know,
twice.
mate,
You know what? Phil 2109, mate. That's a solid point.
Yeah.
I mean, fucking hell, he's 19. Surely there's some sort of dementia coming on now. But
Mate,
yeah, it's a fair point. Go on, carry on what you're saying. Sorry.
No, I'm not sure. Look, the guy part owns. The guy is the chairman. I don't know if it is a case of leaving it too long. If I'm honest, I just think he's in an untenable position. I think there is nothing any of us can do. I mean, you know, I'm sure it might hurt his feelings a little bit when he hears it, roaring around the stadium. But like I said, he's going to go home in his silk pajamas. He doesn't care. The money he makes from us lot, millions, he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
So,
and why would you?
So, at the moment, who is being more the problem? I mean, he's done what he's done. We knew what he was going to do. Do you think that at the moment we are actually being more of the problem with the way we're fighting with each other over something as stupid as what the manager, like whether he stays or goes, sort of thing? When we knew we was pretty sure he was going to go, and then the arguments that he's causing in the fan base and everything and that. So at the moment, this is why I think that. At the moment, I think the fans as a whole, we're being more of the problem because again, we're not united by our own choices.
I mean, that's very much down to frustration, though. That's what I think. But again, I think if you put a name on it, I think that's what will bring attention to it. I just see a lot of frustrated people with a lot of different.
Yes, very much so.
You know, so it's a hard one to sort of dissect, really and truly. But yeah, I don't know, Dan. It's a hard one to answer because I personally don't see it as a problem. I mean, at the end of the day, everyone's entitled to their opinion, as you are famous for saying. But I don't necessarily see it as such a bad thing that people have a difference of opinion. And I mean, the thing is, the one thing that does bring us all together is we all care about the club. So, you know, again, opinion might be split, but we're all kind of in the same direction.
So,
if that makes any sense.
Sort of. So what is the way we should be going about it then? I mean, if we want people to sit on our side of the fence to get Levy out, yeah, what way do you think we should be going about this then? Do we sit there and tell them about themselves and absolutely slam them? Or do we sit there and talk to them about the problem and try and get them to see it from a different perspective? I suppose there's several different ways you can do it.
I need to be real careful with my answer because
no, you don't. You just say it. No, you don't. You just say it how you fucking see it. No, you don't. You say it how you see it.
You really want me to? You really want me to?
Say it as you wish. Say it as you wish. That is one thing anybody has the right on here. Give me your opinion. I don't have to agree with it. I couldn't give a shit. I don't care if it offends anybody. You are allowed your opinion.
Fine. People don't hate me for saying this. I think if you can't see Daniel Levy is the problem, I think you're a bit of an idiot. There we go. Okay. Now I'm never going to be allowed back on. Great.
No, that's fine by me, mate. If that's how you see it, that's how you see it. But do you think you just done any favours there by slamming anybody who doesn't see it?
No, because personally, that's their opinion. That's just mine. I think if you can't see that the man has been a bit of a cancer to our footballing side of things,
just a little bit,
just a smidge. You know, if you can't see all the fantastic players we could have got in over the years that would have been difference makers, true difference makers, and there is a long fucking list. Some people don't even know about them. Like, you know, and again, I've said this before. Your Brunos, your Suarez's, the list is endless. If you can't see that Mr. Tight Ass Purse String is the reason for a lot of our failure, then you know, I don't know what to tell you. Because at the end of the day, like, and another thing, I've got a theory, I don't know how true this is. You see all of our signings, and this has been, I would say, for the last sort of 6-7 years. I'm not convinced how many of our signings have not been directly because of Daniel Levy in terms of the personnel brought in. Again, that's really far-fetched, and I totally understand it, but I feel like he's got that much of a grip. He's in control that much that I don't know. The guy. I
mean, look, with something Stell's just said here. Question. Okay, question. 62,500 on a match day. Yep. Spurs fans 2,000 protests. What are the other 60,500 fans doing? Of course, protests don't work when 60,500 fans protect Levy. That's why he doesn't care. So, in that aspect, we're definitely saying the fans are a problem. Or maybe they've just got a different opinion to you. Maybe they don't actually agree with it. I mean, I can't understand how they can't agree with that Levy ain't a problem. I mean, I'm totally with what Stell's saying here, with what you're saying and others. I'm Levy out. But then other people obviously have a different opinion, which they're entitled to. So is it doing any favours sitting there absolutely slamming them? Or shouldn't we be trying to be guiding someone the right way? Trying a different tactic instead of just doing it one way all the time?
I mean, See, the thing is, with the 60,000 or 65,000, look, at the end of the day,
Keep going. I'll be back in 1 sec.
yeah, no. At the end of the day, again, it's a difficult question to answer because you can't tell people what to do. But again, I go back to it's a matter of opinion, really. I mean, a lot of these fans, are your average working Joes, most likely, and they probably just want to get home. They probably want to just get home, get their feet up. I don't know. And again, some of them might come to the same conclusion as me, where it's a case of, well, it doesn't matter if we're out there or not. Nothing's going to change. Because really and truly, if you think it through to conclusion, I don't think, and again, I've said this a second ago, I do appreciate, I think it's brilliant, the protest, it's real passionate fans, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. And you have to maybe consider the fact that they might, a lot of people might come to the same conclusion. Well, it's not going to make a difference. So you can't really make people do that. So it's not a case of whether or not we all get together, because I don't think it's going to make a difference. And I hate to say it because I wish it would make a difference, but I don't think it will. And again, as I said, people might have come to that conclusion as well. So maybe that's why it's not.
I mean, I do see it from slightly different side. I mean, I think Rich puts a good point here, basically.
Yeah.
And if you get enough people protesting, we can force a change. Really disagree with that it won't work agenda. It's one of those things that, to an extent, I have to see it to believe it. Yeah, like we can force them to sell up. I do agree that we are pretty much. I could believe that it's past that stage. Yeah, but I do believe you put enough protests there, you can make something happen. Now, if we was as combined as Man United, as Newcastle, as Liverpool, as pretty much any team in fucking Italy, this shit wouldn't have even happened.
Okay.
But if we was combined as a fan base and not so split up and a massive part of the problem, more of a problem than Levy, in my opinion, we could actually make something happen.
How?
It depends how you want to do things. Now, I have to be slightly careful to what I say on here, yeah?
Not that
I really give a fuck what anybody thinks in that aspect to what I say, because I will say as I want on here. I just have to be a bit careful with YouTube, yeah?
Okay.
So it's going to be down to you to translate to yourself what I'm going to say.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, certain things in life, you don't get it done the right way. Sometimes the right way just doesn't work.
Agreed.
Whether you like it or not, sometimes the right way, it just, no matter how much you want to do things the right logical way, it don't work. Sometimes you have to go out and do something to sort a problem out. Now, until you become a problem to me, you're no effect in my life. Same as anyone down the side here. Call me what you fucking want. I couldn't care less. I ain't going to see you. Don't talk to me in a pub like it and we might have a different conversation. But I couldn't give a shit. Say what you want. I couldn't give a fuck. You're not a problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine.
If you do become a bit of an issue because you're spamming 24/7, I'll just kick you off. Again, it's no love lost to me. But until you become a problem in my life, you're nothing I really have to sort out. When you become a problem, then you've made an effect in my life. Then you've made an effect in my head. Then I have to sort you out, whatever way it is. And I don't really care how I have to sort the problem out, whether it's the right way or the wrong way. I get that problem sorted. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I absolutely do, 100%.
One thing, Spurs fans and protesters and whatever else, we ain't a problem. The ones who want Levy out and everything else, yeah, we're not a problem. Yep. You said it earlier yourself. And we're not a problem in any means or manner because of what... It's not because of what we do. Well, it is in a way. It's more of what we don't do. And until you become a problem in life, whether it be at a football club, whether it be in politics, whether it be in anything, until you become a problem on a football pitch, you don't really get noticed. People don't really pay attention to you.
Agreed.
Until you become a problem. Now, it doesn't always have to be necessarily a wrong problem, but like a problem on a pitch. Was Messi a problem?
Yeah, far from.
He was a fucking problem. That's why he was the best player on the planet. He was a massive problem on the pitch.
I took that. Yeah,
Yeah?
I took that wrong. I thought you meant in a different way. Right, okay.
And he was a massive problem.
But to what you're saying...
look, hang on a second.
Go on.
I mean, Stel and Badder, if you're having your banter together, go for gold, mate. It's no love lost to me. But if you both want to come on here and make a point, I've put the link down about 3 or 4 times.
No, don't bring Stel on, please, mate, because I said that thing about the hole. It's not going to make a difference.
Who gives a fuck? You can say what, who gives a toss? You can say what the fuck you want, same as he can, same as I can. I couldn't care less. But until a player becomes a problem on the pitch, he don't get noticed, does he?
No.
So what does he have to do? He has to be a problem. He has to be a problem. I'm not saying the problem has to be a wrong one as such.
Yeah.
But until this fan base becomes a problem,
yeah,
and until the fan base becomes a problem outside of the football, it's never going to get noticed. No one's ever going to give a fuck. Right. Until all of a sudden we turn up out of nowhere, say something that's got nothing to do with football, when they're having, I don't know, when they're having a boxing there or they're having singing there or whatever. And until 2,000 or 3,000 people turn up there and start throwing water over people or something, I'm just saying something randomly because water doesn't hurt nobody. So I'm not saying hurt anyone, but throwing water over someone and just being a pain in the arse, you've now become a problem, haven't you? Now, I'm not saying that's all you got to do, but now you've been noticed because you're a problem. We ain't a problem. What sort of problem are we walking down the street singing fucking about that and singing about fucking Kulusevski, for God's sake? I mean, what? I will hang on a second. I've got another step to go here, yeah? And I'm going to say this straight as day on here, yeah? Whatever prick invented that Kulusevski song with Levy or Ange, whatever, to sing on that protest, you're a fucking idiot. If you don't like what I've said, come on in there and tell me otherwise, and I will tell you straight. We're going down the road doing a bloody protest that we want Levy out, and we're singing about how we love Kulusevski and that at the same time. Whatever turns you on at the end of the day, I've just give you an opinion there in that aspect. Whoever decided we should sing that down the road, you need some help. You obviously ain't had much experience in life at winding people up. So until we actually become a fucking problem, then what hassle are we? Like you said, Levy ain't going to give a shit. And the only ones we seem to be a problem to, is ourselves.
Yeah, but I think, look, listen,
we seem to be a problem to more of ourselves because we're always fighting ourselves.
Yeah, I get that because we can't fight against the people we blame. That's the problem. Look, listen, this is the real issue. Levy is a genius because what you're saying to an absolute point makes sense. However, how are you really, truly going to hurt the guy?
People, slow down a bit, yeah? If Badder and Stel having a debate, whatever, let them have that debate. As long as no one's calling no one to see you next Tuesday or whatever, get on with it. Leave them to it. Find it as something else interesting to watch as well. Sorry, mate, go on.
No. Look, the reason why Levy is such a genius with this whole situation is the only way we can truly, as fans, hurt him is where? Really and truly, it's that. It's Moolah. Now, here is the genius of Daniel Levy. Where he has increased our fan base, and he has, by the way, he's massively increased our fan base with all the outreach projects he's done, with the certain players that he's signed. I mean, Heung-Min, for instance. We've got thousands and thousands and thousands of more fans because of Heung-Min. So it's just little bits and bobs like that.
Same as we had thousands of fans because of Ange.
No, for sure. Well, exactly. So this is my point.
Okay.
So let's just say we were able to sort of cripple the finance, as it were. The problem is the fan base is so big. If we, don't turn up to games, for instance, or try and stop buying merchandise, whatever it may be, there are other people that will replace us. That's the problem. So really and truly, I don't think you can hurt Daniel Levy because at the end of the day, shouting and screaming in today's world isn't really going to get you anywhere. And realistically, that's pretty much all we can do. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, he's been a genius about it, because if we don't turn up to the games, there are plenty more other people that will do that for us. So
okay, let me give you a question on this then. Yeah,
go on.
There's a lot of people who preach Levy out, Levy out, Levy out, and everything, and that don't give him a fucking penny and everything else, but they still go to the game and get a season ticket.
Yes.
What's your opinion on that side?
Oh shit! Sorry.
It's all right.
I will get a camera. I swear to God. What's my opinion on that? We love the club. That's, I suppose, the only thing you can say. I mean, like, you know, Tottenham for me is a way of life. You know, I run my damn life off it. If Spurs have a bad game, mate, you know, if we don't win a game, I know the rest of my week's going to be crap. And I know it probably sounds insane, but
yeah, but Ange got me to the point where we'd lose a game and I really didn't care. Ange managed to get me to a point where I despised the football we played so much that I wasn't even excited that we won the cup. I was relieved. I was happy, but I was more relieved. Yeah, and that was what the manager done to me. That was the manager's football. That's what the team done to me. Levy didn't do that to me. Ange did that to me. And the players did that to me. That's what the effect they had on me. But going back to what I said. Yeah. So with the people who are hardcore Levy out, don't give him a fucking penny, everything else, but then go and get a season ticket and go to the game. For you, does that contradict it?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, of course it does to an extent. Of course it does. But it's very hard to blame these people because they are passionate fans. You know, they want to see it. I mean, a day out at the lane or Tottenhamhotspurstadium, whatever you want to call it, is like their release of a week, because, you know, life's tough as it is. And that might be, whether it's going to be painful or not, which, let's be fucking honest, most of the time it is, it's still their thing. Do you know what I mean? So it almost comes away from a football aspect and goes more to like a human.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, I think regardless of the state of things, I think the love for the club and the fact that it could be your weekly thing. You know, you might not be a gamer, might not be a gambler. Going to Spurs might be the one thing that is truly important to you, regardless of how things are going. So it's a difficult thing to answer, really, because I think there's a lot more.
But what is your solid opinion on it? What is your stronger opinion on it? Because it seems like you've got two sides to it. I mean, I'll give you my side in a minute, but you seem like you're quite split down it, because it's not definitely one way you look at it, because otherwise you would have just gone, that's that.
For sure.
It's definitely making you think.
Yeah, no, it is, mate, because what I like to do is I don't like to just hammer down. I like
try and see both sides.
Yeah, I do a little bit. Yeah,
that's what I try and do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Most of the time. Sometimes it's just a no-go sort of thing, but I try to see both sides. So again, the question is, a lot of people preach Levy out, preach Levy out, also say he should get no money, don't spend no money in there, don't do this and that. But a lot of them have got a fucking season ticket or go to the games. Does that contradict it? Does that sort of go against of what you're preaching?
If you're saying
that, I'm asking your opinion on it.
No, I think if you're saying that and you're doing that, you're just being hypocritical. You can't preach that and then go ahead and do it. That's fucking ridiculous.
So what can't you preach and do?
Well, you can't say don't turn up to the game, but you turn up to the game. You know, you can't say, don't buy stuff from the club shop, the food, whatever it may be, and then go ahead and do it, because that's just like I said, hypocritical. You can't do that. So anyone who's got the ball to sort of stand up and say, oh no, you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be doing that, but are doing it themselves, I mean, it's just a no-brainer. I mean, shut the fuck up, really. If you're going to go ahead and do that stuff yourself, then don't be preaching to other people that you can't, we shouldn't be doing that. So,
I can agree with you. I think it's quite a fair point. There's a lot of people out there who do preach on, don't spend a penny, don't do this, don't do that, and have a fucking season ticket. And I must admit, I do struggle with that one a bit, but then I do get the other side as well. So why should those people go without going to Tottenham because Daniel Levy's such a see you next Tuesday? There is two sides to it, and there are two fair sides to it, I think.
Yeah, 100%. Mate, it's there's no definitive answer. If I'm brutally honest with you,
It's opinionated again at the end of the day. Isn't it?
Yeah, there's no solid fact here. At the end of the day, I think this just boils down to the fact that Spurs fans are frustrated because we feel like there is nothing we can do to change our fortunes. And again, it is very difficult because at the same time, we absolutely can't stand Daniel Levy for the things he's done to us. But at the same time, yeah, it has also improved the club. And I don't like to admit that because I hate
Sorry
the
about
guy.
that. The wife just came in.
No, you're right. But yeah, so again, it's difficult.
I think I've had more to drink. I think I've had more to drink than she has, and she's the one who fucking went out. Nothing.
Oh, be careful, mate.
It's all right. Carry on what you're saying, mate.
No,
I'm about to get smacked round.
Yeah. Oh dear. About to see something kick off here, people. This could be the best part of the show. Oh dear.
I'll get myself bloody shanked up here in a minute. Anyway, back to the football side.
Yeah. You know, bite you in the bean. You see it coming.
Yeah. Well, I haven't had a fag all day, and it just seems to be when I start talking about Spurs or whatever, and that I just need to smoke a bloody fag.
I
I don't know if people have noticed. I don't know if anybody's actually noticed, but I do smoke a hell of a lot less on here. My smoking has slowed down a hell of a lot. But it's just sometimes when you start talking about shit like this, you just need a fucking roll up. Well, not quite a roll up. You need something else. I'll have that later when I go to bed. But anyway, carry on what you're saying. So,
look, you go.
So, on the other side of it, like I said, why should people have to go without watching what they love, the football, the game they love, because of Daniel Levy? But then if they're also preaching about not a penny goes into his back pocket and everything else and getting a season ticket and that, it sort of contradicts it a bit for me.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
But I can understand the other side as well.
Well, give me that.
Get both sides to this one.
What's your opinion on the other side?
The other side of it is, like I said, why should I have to go without if I bought myself a season ticket?
Which are not easy to get, by the way.
No, and which I wouldn't do either because I've got better things to spend money on. But that's for me personally, yeah?
Yeah.
Why should I go without watching my team play, watching the game I love, taking my kids or family or whatever to games because I don't like the owner?
Yeah, but I think
that is a fair point.
No, of course it is. But the realms you're getting into, I think, is a different type of fan. I think if you care that deeply, you know, you are truly, you take it more than just face value with Tottenham. Yeah, you're into it way deeper than. So
obviously, some people are into it a lot deeper than others, and anyone who's got a season ticket must be into it deep because it's fucking expensive. Yeah,
100%. But no, yeah, as you were saying, mate, it's very, again, like you said, it is very, it's there are definitely two sides to the coin. And it's really, really hard to give a definitive answer as to what is right and wrong, because realistically, like I said before, you can't tell people what to do. But at the same time, if you're talking about those fans that preach, you know.
But people do love to try and tell people what to do, don't they?
Yeah, but that's just people, though. That's just people in general, mate. We're all the bloody same for the most part, you know.
Well, unless I ask you to tell me what to do, you ain't telling me shit. Basically, I don't like being told what to do, and I don't think many people do like being told what to do. No, I mean, sometimes you need a friend or whoever to tell you what to do because you don't know what to do. But when you've just got someone preaching at you 24/7 and then slating you 24/7 because you have a different opinion, you're going to end up getting a bit shirty over it. I would have thought.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, opinion.
Yeah, it's a tough one, mate. It's a really shitty subject because there isn't really much of a. You can't really get a proper answer.
But the reason I'm asking the questions for it is the divided and conquered side of it, of what I'm saying. Who is actually the main problem here? Is it Levy or is it more us? And I seem to think at this moment in time, I think this fan base is the bigger problem than Levy. I know that's going to piss some people off, but again, I really couldn't care less. I will speak my mind. Because of quite a few things. because of the way we treat each other, because of the way we fight each other, because of the way we all at times contradict ourselves so much, because of the times a lot of us have done many flip-flopping. And you can say, but the thing is with football, you can flip-flop. You can change your opinion in 10 games as such, yeah? In my opinion, yeah? Like, oh, fucking hell, we had a good game there. And again, 10 games, yeah? But 90 minutes don't change it for me. No. But other people, it does. Again, at the end of the day, whatever turns you on, everybody is different, yeah? And I can understand that. But the way we fight each other, even down to the fact that when Ange is here, and this isn't a debate about Ange, by the way, it's just he's one of the main things of an issue that came up at the moment, yeah? The hardcore fighting between the fan base, positive, negative, this and that. Fuck me, why didn't we just make it political? Why didn't you just give me an offer of Donald Trump or something? You know what I'm saying? It basically went political. Toxic, negative, toxic, positive, this and that and everything. Because for me, there's always two sides to it. If there's an up, there's a down. If there's a left, there's a right. If there's love, there's hate. If there's toxic, negative, there's toxic fucking positive. Yeah? For me, it works both ways on pretty much anything. And this is why I'm saying again, I just feel this fan base is more of a problem than Levy himself. He just drops it in there. And we're the ones who fight. Who's more of the idiot? Who's more of the idiot? Who's more of the prick? Are we more of a bunch of pricks because we fight each other? Or is he more of a prick because he's gone and done it and set us off?
I mean, look, at the end of the
again,
day,
it's opinion.
No, of course. Look, listen, I don't see the fan base as a problem at all. I don't. I do not see, and I hear this all the time from yourself and other YouTubers. I don't see the problem. I do not see the fan base as the problem. I mean, don't get me wrong. People flip-flop, like you said. I get that. But
we
I
all
don't
do
see...
it. Just some do it different to others.
I did it recently with Ange. 100%. We all do it. And you pretend to be the smartest supporter in the world. Everyone flip-flops.
We're far from that at Spurs, I can tell you that much.
But I don't see the problem with the fans being slightly divided. It's a matter of opinion. At the end of the day, the problem, the true enemy...
Slightly divided, but we ain't slightly divided. And we ain't split down the bloody middle either. We're split in about 6 different places. It's just some places are more divided than others.
Yeah, for sure. But at the end of the day, you can't... Is that not then taking away the focus on the true problem, which is Daniel Levy? And it always has been. And again... I really struggle to believe that the fans. I mean, there are a few of us. Don't get me wrong that cause more problem than not. I mean, I've got to be honest with you. You know, even down to small things like a few YouTubers absolutely blowing out the fact that we won a cup. I see that as a problem because I see a lot of YouTubers making things negative all the time about Spurs, and it pisses me off. It does. Because that I see as a problem, because you have a responsibility as a broadcaster, someone who has, you know, the viewership. I feel like putting negative spins on something as glorious as that is, I mean, it just makes you feel shit as a fan. It's just, again, my opinion. But
that's what it is. That's pretty much all this show is. It's an opinion. I mean, there's a couple of facts in it that we can bring in, but it is
for sure.
Blatantly, a lot of it is opinion. I mean, like what Perky's just said here, I think it's a fair point. If I don't buy my season ticket, someone else will. Very true. So he gets his money either way. You just don't spend in the ground or the shop. Okay, I can understand
what I was saying earlier. Yeah.
Which I can totally understand. It doesn't mean I've got to agree with it. But I show the common courtesy of I try and get or understand the other person's point. But my point is with it, if you're going to sit there and slam it that Levy ain't getting a penny off of me, I ain't spending no money in there, whatever else and that, then why are you giving money to it that way? Okay, if someone else decides to go and give their money to it, they go and give their money to it. That's their choice. But the fact that you're choosing to buy the ticket or the season ticket, that's your choice. And you're giving the money to Levy. That's the other way to look on it. Yeah, for sure. You know, I mean, not spending money in the ground or the shop would be a massive thing.
Can I just say this? This is just a personal thing.
Say as you wish.
So, me personally, because of Daniel Levy, I haven't bought a shirt, a Tottenham shirt, a kit, anything in, I would probably say, a good 6 or 7 years. However, again, to contradict myself a bit here, it was one of my bucket lists, my life bucket list, to take one of my children to a Tottenham game, which I did. And at the same time, I mean, funny enough, that was Harry Kane's last game for Tottenham, and he scored 4 goals. It was
Yeah.
beautiful. But
I had tickets for that night, and then a massive family issue. I had tickets for that day, and then the massive family issue happened the day before, and we was up until about 5 o'clock in the morning because of a lot of stuff that went on outside family places and that. And I was so knackered the next morning. I was, you know what, I couldn't get up and go. I was absolutely shattered, so I was pretty gutted at that one. But go on, finish what you're saying. Sorry.
No, again, so I've contradicted myself. Although I don't pay for any subscriptions for Tottenham. I refuse to buy kits for Tottenham. And again, that, by the way, on a separate subject, is fucking disgusting. Have you seen the prices they're charging for kits these days? Like, we're well over. I mean, some Tottenham shirts are like 120, but for the proper official ones, 125 quid. You're having a laugh. But anyway, so. Yeah, I refuse to give money to Levy in that way. But again, I could be seen as a bit of a hypocrite because I always wanted to take my son to the Spurs game. That was absolutely huge for me. It brought tears to my eyes when I watched him smile at the pitch and was looking at these players. But I still paid for the tickets, So again, I do think it's very situational. The whole don't give him money, But then at the same time, I wouldn't preach to people in a hypothetical sort in the real world. You can't tell people not to spend money. You can't tell them not to go to games. It's just not realistic. And that the thing that hurts us all is that is the only way you could squeeze Daniel Levy to fuck off. I don't think the noise that gets made around is going to be enough to remove the guy. So, yeah, so it's a very, very, very like delicate subject, isn't it? Really, like
it is, but there is a fair few ways you can look at it, and people will look at it in different ways as such. Yeah. And with that, it's just how people see things different. And then I go back to my point again. What is actually the bigger problem? Is it the fact that he drops it in the middle, or is it the fact that we bite it and then fight each other for it? And with what Phil says here, mate, Phil, you know me, mate, I've been saying this for a while. This fan base is way too accepting. This fan base is way too accepting for me. I'll give you something that I think is too accepting with this fan base, winning a cup and accepting finishing 17th. For me, that is a fan base being too accepting, but that's my opinion.
Is that a majority, you would say? Is that a majority?
I ain't saying majorities or numbers on it. I'm only giving myself here, yeah? I know a couple of others who believe otherwise. I know a couple of others who believe different and some who agree in that. For me, a cup and 17th is not good enough. Okay, I'm happy we won a cup, but 17th, you got to fuck off. You're not good enough. Yeah? I want the best of both worlds. Okay. I'm not saying we necessarily have to finish first, second, third, fourth, fifth or whatever, but at least expect us to finish fucking 8th.
So I'm the wrong person to speak to about that because I believe it's a freak season.
Okay, fair enough, but that's your opinion. You're allowed that. I can't slate you for that. Or I can. I could rip into you for that.
Give me some. Give me some. Both barrels, mate.
I could really rip into you for that, but that's just how you see it. And for me,
argue with me about it. Go on. I want to hear.
No, there is nothing to argue necessarily on that aspect for the sheer point of that it is purely an opinion. And I think some people just need to get the idea that people got different fucking opinions. And the difference is with it is some people just ain't changing their opinion. Come love nor money, and they don't even want to hear the other side of the opinion. It's their way or the fucking highway, like the way Ange played football. And at the end, he was willing to change his opinion for the sake of it, and that because the players told him how to. But that took him nearly 2 seasons to do that. Yeah. And for me, the fan base is too accepting. I do not accept a cup and 17th. But that's me. You might accept that. That doesn't make you less of a person. That doesn't make anyone near less of a person. But that don't make them less of a person for agreeing on my side or whatever. Again, it's each their own. Whatever turns you on at the end of the day. Some like blonde hair, some like brown hair.
Of course, but I don't accept it. Even though I've said what I've said, I don't accept that. I don't believe that's an acceptable thing to happen. Make
Mhm.
no, mistake about that. But I think there are situations that really truly help that happen. I mean, look, listen, obviously we've all got mass relief that we won a trophy. You can no longer really call us Spursy because we've got over the line. Regardless of how terrible we did it, we still got over the line, and that's that. But
Which is a great thing.
it is, it really
But
is.
does that mean that I've got to accept that we lost 22 games and that we finished 17 in the
No,
league?
but are you taking into consideration everything else? Is all I'm trying to say. Is all I'm trying to say. Are you taking into consideration, and a lot of people, with Ange and the injury saying it's his fault. I'm sorry, I'm going to throw this out there. I think that is complete bollocks because Pochettino ran his teams into the ground.
Mhm.
Ground. So I really don't believe that was an Ange necessarily Ange's fault. So all I'm saying to you is I hear what you're saying, but when you say it, are you taking it into consideration everything else? I don't think I don't think a single fan, if you could show me one, I'd be interested to meet them, that's happy with finishing
Mhm.
17th, you know? But at the end of the day, I think you must take other things into consideration when you say that, because I
But there
mean,
was others that was willing to accept it.
because they're desperate for a cup, Dan. That's the
Mhm.
truth.
Which I can
We all are,
understand. Well, I get
So
it. I do get it. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm not saying I
mm,
agree with it. And like, fuck, do I agree with it? But I haven't
mhm.
got to. But it doesn't make the person wrong because it's their opinion. We got another guest coming on here with us here. I'll be with you in a second. So go on, finish what you're saying.
No, I don't. That's all I'm trying to say. I just feel like if you're of that opinion, which is absolutely fine, I think if you're going to say it so stern-faced, I do think that person needs to take into consideration everything else that came along with it. 17th
Mhm.
in a trophy is not acceptable. The trophy was a huge relief. We all needed it, but at the end of
Because
the
we were
day,
so desperate, wasn't it?
absolutely. But at the end of the day, when it comes to Ange, his first season he finished fifth and didn't have the injury problems that he's had this season. That's why I keep saying it is a freak season. I'm telling you now, if he had a third season, we wouldn't finish anywhere near 17th. I reckon we'd be, honestly, seventh or higher.
Okay, that's a fair point.
And
I mean, me
yeah,
personally, I think he's got more. I personally thought he had more than enough capability of getting us relegated next season. But again, that's
and
opinions. Mia,
yeah.
how we doing? Lone Wolf,
Not
good to
too
see you.
bad. Not too bad, man. Yeah.
Hello, Mia.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. I'll come on I'm not going to be on there long because my
That's fine.
battery's like 34%. So, but what I was going to say, yeah, is about the opinions thing because I think I said to you before, Dan. Like I always find it really fascinating to listen to other people's opinions, even if I
Mhm,
disagree with them, because I think it's
mhm.
important to always listen. But you know where I think the problem lies is because everyone sees it as black and white, as in you're wrong and I'm right, when a lot of it is subjective and it's not objective. So what happens is a lot of people get in people's faces about an opinion and it's literally just an opinion and people get like up on their high horse because people just want to be either I'm right and you're wrong when it's
Like it's almost a fact.
Mm,
yeah, and it's not
mm.
like that because a lot of the time it is just our opinion, isn't it? And I think that's where the fan base gets a lot more divided, is because a lot of people want to be either I'm right and you're wrong. And that's why you get these arguments. And instead of people just saying, "Do you know what, right? Some of the time I don't agree with you. Sometimes I do agree with you, but we ain't
Mhm.
going to agree on everything because that's just life. In life, you don't agree with everybody about things. Like, that's just the
It'd be
way it is,
fucking
isn't it?
boring if you did, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Exactly. And when it comes to our football club, I've always said, right, we all got the end goal, which is what's best for Tottenham, because we love Tottenham. But the fact is, we've all got different paths to get to that point. And we might cross paths at times, and other times we don't cross paths. And that's exactly how it is, man. And people should be a bit more like, just be a bit more like, okay, cool. Like, don't get in people's faces about it. Don't get like all uppity about it. Like, I'm right and you're wrong, and that's it. Because then, you know me, if I'm backed into a corner like that, that makes me fight my corner even more so. Like, don't put back me into a corner. Don't tell me that I should be doing this. Don't tell me I should be thinking like you, because I'm just going to fight up against you even more. Even like more so, do you know what I'm saying?
It
It just
almost
makes
makes
you,
yourself more narrow-minded
Preach,
because
Mel.
you're in defence mode, doesn't it?
yeah, that's
Absolutely.
it. And I've got like that at times, though. I'm not going to lie. When people have accused me about
I
things,
think
and
we
I'm
all
like,
have.
I'm like, no, man, like, don't be doing that. And then I fight my corner more, and people are like, oh my God, like, you're a bit kind of mad like that. I'm like, no, it's just because I don't like being told things about myself that I know ain't true, or I know's a load of bullshit, or the actual argument's just bullshit. So don't tell me shit. Like, that's bullshit. So don't like try and make me feel like I'm a shitty fan, or that I don't know as much as you. Listen, we all know different levels about the club. Yeah, I don't know every single tiny detail because fuck me, I've got so much in my brain. I've had 2 kids. I ain't got time for knowing every single fact about what happened in 1999, who played on this flipping day. I ain't got time for that, man. Like, Jesus
That went down
Christ,
the wrong
like,
hole.
oi,
Go on,
oi,
finish what you say.
yeah, like, that's the thing, in it. Like, I think so. Like, at the end of the day, nobody's no better of a fan. That's where I think it gets to, where people think they're a better fan because they think they're like their opinion's always they're right, you're wrong, so therefore you're a lesser fan, you know, or because you haven't been fan for as long, or whatever it is. And I think that's where the fan base truly does get divided.
Mm-hmm.
Mia, do you
Yeah.
think a lot of that comes down to passion?
No, I think some of it does come down to a bit arrogance. I think I see a lot of arrogance in
I
people
agree
when
on
they.
that one. I'm agreeing with you here,
Yeah.
Mia. Go on.
Yeah, I think it comes down to arrogance. I think that if people have that about them, that they feel like they have to be right, or they want to be right, and you're wrong. And so I don't think it's always passion. No, I think it's arrogance sometimes.
No, I can fully understand it. I think maybe sometimes passion can be taken the wrong way because there is a very thin line between arrogance and passion. You know what I'm trying to say?
I
There's
don't,
a
Joe.
thin line between a lot of things, isn't there? That you can always
Yeah,
see. Sometimes you can come across like quite an ignorant prick when you're
Yeah.
not actually being ignorant. You don't actually quite get it when people think you should, as such. There's a very thin line between a lot of things, isn't it? And I think a
Yeah.
few people need to actually understand that.
Yeah,
I
for
think,
sure.
Joe, what else it is the way you approach it and about how you talk to people. See, like, I can have a really good conversation with Dan, and we don't agree on many a thing, but I never find him to be that kind of, that doesn't give me that feeling where I think, oh, I don't want to talk to him because he comes across a bit like that, and I just don't want to talk to somebody like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a
Yeah.
difference between having a difference of opinions, being the way you approach it and how you talk to somebody. I'm passionate. Trust me, I'm a very passionate person. Dan knows what I'm like. I do
He
get
sounds
very
it.
passionate, but I'm not arrogant with it, man, because I'm not like
Mm.
that as a person. I wouldn't talk down to people. I don't talk to people in a certain kind of way. And I'm very aware I don't want to talk to people like that. And if you haven't got that awareness, then why have you not got that awareness? Not being arrogant, like sound like you're being a bit of an arrogant one.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. And this is why I love this channel because the way Dan does it, and Dan's head's not going to be able to get through a door in a minute. I think the way that, Dan runs things is you're absolutely right. He allows everyone to have an opinion, and I think that's huge. And I think it's a big sign of like a true fan almost because you are allowing everyone to have their piece, and never once have you ever run anyone down for it. And you've always said you try to understand both sides. So big up, Dan.
It's cheers. It's just that thing that I feel if you're gonna slam people for their opinions instead of discuss it with them, and no one says you've got to agree with it at the bloody end of it, I don't think you're gonna do yourself no favours.
Yeah,
No,
100%.
so that's what I'm
You
saying,
know,
man. Like, And as far as I'm concerned, the person in the chat that's saying I'm not a genuine person, you don't know me, so don't even try and chat to me like you know me, because you don't really talk to me. I don't talk to you, so like that's just silly, because I don't talk to you in that way. So you wouldn't know me. You might know me from rumours of people who talk about me, but that's not you knowing me. So unless someone knows me, don't criticise me.
Absolutely.
No, I agree with that. I mean, again, people like to judge very, very quickly and very, very easily. And it does just come down. So, Mia, with what I've been saying on here, what do you think? I mean, still saying here, Mia is no saint. Sure, shit, she ain't. I know that. I ain't no fucking saint. Ben ain't no saint, and still, sure as fuck, mate, you ain't no saint. So don't even try it.
I love still.
None of us are a saint. We're all a bunch of pricks at the best of times when it comes to debating about Spurs. Only difference is me to others. I don't be a prick. I'll be a fucking prick when I want to be, but that's my choice.
Listen, it
Anyway.
doesn't mean that because I'm opinionated doesn't mean I'm arrogant with it or I'm rude with it. I don't think if anybody knows me, knows that I'm a passionate person when I talk. But when you get me backstage talking to me, I've spoken to plenty of people for a really long time, man, about all different shit. Like I'm not like that. It's about me. For me, it's about my football opinion, and that's it. I never get personal with people. I'm just like, I'll chat to you about your football opinion, innit? So.
So,
And Dan,
Mia,
you know that, innit? So you know, because
Mia,
we've spoken that before. So you know, innit, that I'm not that. I'm
disagreed
not.
on things, and we've had debates on things, and I've backed down from yours once or twice, and you've done it with mine once or twice.
Exactly, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not like I don't think I'm no saint, and I don't think I'm that arrogant. I'm trying to be that I'm a saint either, and I'm not arrogant either, man. That's not me.
Mia, with all that said, can I ask you? Obviously, you were
Go on.
listening to the show. Can I
Mhm.
ask, where do you stand on fans being the problem?
Do you know what? It's a difficult one because when you use the word problem, it's like that like there's an issue, like that you shouldn't be a certain type of fan. And I think everybody should be a fan how they wish to be a fan, because I don't think anybody should tell anybody how they can and can't be a fan. If people want to protest and go to games, you know what? That's on them. That's how they want to be, and that's how they want to be a fan. That's cool with me. Like I wouldn't ever tell anybody how to be a fan. But I think the reason that it's a problem is, like I just said, is because of this divide that happens between fans. And I think that if we all just accepted sometimes that, yeah, you're not going to always agree with somebody, and that obviously everyone's got their own way of being a fan, and not point fingers and say it's fans like you, or it's you as a fan, then I think that's where the problem lies. And I do think that is problematic. But I think if you look, all fan bases are like that. I don't know how much of other fan bases you listen to, but if you listen to Arsenal fans, they do exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. And worse. Man United fans, they do the same thing. They're at each other's throats about things about to do with the club. So I don't think it's actually
They have
Tottenham
punch
thing.
ups as well. I think all fan bases do it. It's just
Yeah.
I think ours is one of the worst for it.
I think we think it's the worst because we're in it, Dan. I don't think it actually is. I think it's our perception
100% agree.
because
Yep.
we're
Okay,
in
fair
it.
enough.
Because I know, like I say, a lot of other fans from other clubs, and when you listen to them, and I do listen to a lot of them, and it ain't no different, man. I don't think, oh, we're worse than them or they're worse than us. I think, God, we're all bloody the same, aren't we, really?
Again, it's passion.
Yes.
Really, true.
Yeah.
That's what it comes
that's
down to.
So Mia, at the moment, I mean, we all know Levy's a prick through and through, yeah? We all know that, yeah? Well, I say we all know that. A lot of us know that. And a lot of us seem to think otherwise, yeah? At this moment in time, with the way we're at war again, in the divided and conquered bit again, who's actually being the bigger fucking idiot here and causing more of the problems? Is it actually Levy, or is it us lot just fighting with each other over anything and everything?
Go on, so you can go.
No, I was asking you, Mia. I was asking you.
Oh, sorry. Can you say it again? So I'll just sorry that
That's
was it.
right. Basically, we all know Levy's the prick he is, or a lot of us do, and a lot of us believe otherwise, yeah? Levy drops it in the middle. Yes, you're a white wanker for doing that. But Who is actually the bigger problem here? Levy for doing that, or us baiting it and fighting each other tooth and nail for it?
I mean,
For our opinions.
I guess in a way that we are, because if you think that Levy is who he says he is, then you obviously just think, well, that's just Levy doing Levy things. And if you're arguing about that, then I'm a bit like, well, you already dislike him and think he's going to do that. So I don't know, like, you obviously, I mean, that's not a shock to you. But so I suppose that the fans, like, sort of falling for it, or maybe taking notice of stuff that they obviously already know about Levy I'm not problematic, but I guess, like, you think, why are you doing that? You already know what Levy is, isn't it? You know what he's going to do, so you can't do the shock Pikachu face when he does those things, because, like, surely you already know that. Yeah, you can talk about it and have your opinion on it, but the fact that some people come across so shocked about it and listen to it and I just think, well, you already know, innit? Like,
I mean, some of it is a bit of a no shit Sherlock, isn't it? Really, like some of it is. We know what's going to happen. I mean, it's some of it just comes down to the fact of that some people just can't accept that people have got different opinions in life. I think one of the problems is some people just can't accept that some like peanut butter and jam and others don't. Some people, I mean, for me, God, or whatever one you believe in, put pineapple on this planet to put on a fucking pizza. That was why it was put here, yeah? Whereas a lot of people would call me absolutely...
No, that's actually disgraceful, honestly.
You know what? Now you sound like my wife.
That's just disgraceful. I tell my kids about that, man. I'm like,
But again, that is opinion. That is opinion.
But does that have to be a problem?
With all of us fighting with each other through tooth and nail, it's not doing ourselves any fucking favours.
No, that's it.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with disagreeing. And if you want people to join your side, instead of sitting there and calling them a fucking problem and a prick and every name under the sun, shouldn't you be sitting there? I ain't saying you got to kiss their ass, but like, look, okay, try and look at it from my side. Levy does A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I know you like him for these reasons and that, but work out these reasons. Don't you think it's better off if you give us a hand with this reason instead of just basically sitting there and calling the fella or the woman to see you next Tuesday? Surely there's got to be some sort of tactics or logic to it. And some people, you just ain't going to change their mind for the right reasons and the wrong reasons, because some people are so stuck up their own arse, they ain't going to change their opinion. Some people aren't going to change their opinion because they believe in it, even though they're willing to listen to your opinion. And some people are willing to change their opinion if you give them a solid opinion.
Yeah, no, that's it. I think that if you're like reasonable, and I don't know really what you're getting at still. Me and you have never spoken. I've never spoken to you. So I don't know why you keep having digs at me, because I've never ever spoken to you. I've never been on your channel. When I was on my channel, I haven't actually been on YouTube for a year, and I never spoke about you once on my channel. If you ever ask anybody, I never spoke about anybody on my channel because I never did that. So I don't know why you're having digs at me, like you know me, like I was chatting about you on my channel, because I never did, and I never played nice. I was always just myself. Like I say, anyone who's talked to me enough knows, man, I was myself, and I spoke about the football when I went on my channel. I never spoke about you, and I've never spoken to you. So,
I mean, it's all opinionated again at the end of the day. And I mean, nice one. Dan, you turn me on. Nice, mate. Whatever turns you on at the end of the day, I'm not going to complain, but not tonight, sweetheart. The snooker's on after. And you just made my wife laugh anyway. At least I'm not going to get my fucking head kicked in now because you made her smile. So I actually appreciate that, Sava, because I'm going to show you something quick, just diverting this just a little bit. My wife got back in after going out, meeting the mother-in-law as such, her mother and that. And I'd already fed the dog like I was told to and put the dog out in the back garden and like let him to go out and do his own thing. But I left him out there too long. And then I got an abusive message off my wife because the dog got busy in the back garden. I forgot to bring him in while I was online. So I'm sort of sitting there just getting ready to avoid punches anyway, and you just made a laugh. So Sabat, I appreciate that one, mate. You might have just saved my nose on my jaw here. But either way, back to the point. It is all an opinionated thing, and I just don't see. I mean, I've been guilty of it myself. I ain't making myself out to be no fucking angel here. Far from it. I've had times where I've had a bit of a tantrum, a bit of a thing, and that where I've said to people, like, for fuck's sake, why are you such a prick? Why can't you just fucking see what is happening here? But then when you sit back and think about it, it ain't going to bring up extra people at the protests. You ain't going to make someone change their mind by slamming them. You want people to take your side. You want people to change their mind. You've actually got to give them a solid reason. Yeah, I know you're going to get the people, like I said, who just, they're not going to change their mind because they won't believe it, or they're just not going to change their mind because they're so sentimental or basically one-way as such, yeah? But surely we got to do this a different way. If we want Levy out, we've got to get that other side over here, yeah? It's obvious the way we do it don't fucking work. So surely we got to try this a different way. And if we got to try this a different way, what is the other way we can try this?
You say that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was to say just being diplomatic, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
That's a way to obviously.
I was going to say just quickly, you saying that, so do you truly believe there is a way as a fan base we can get Levy out the door? Do you truly believe that?
I mean, surely there's got to be a different way to do it because one way ain't working. So surely you got to try another way when it ain't working. It's like Ange's tactics. They weren't fucking working, so he should have tried a different way before the end of the season. Isn't that the same sort of thing? If the tactics ain't working on the pitch, then you got to change them. Same as if the tactics ain't working to get what you want, you got to change it. Because like Stel said, where he makes a solid point, there's only about 2,000, and that was a bloody good one, 2,500 fans there saying Levy out, when the other 60-odd thousand are going into the game and not giving a shit.
So are you under the idea that if there were 40,000 fans outside the stadium chanting Levy out, do you believe that would be enough for him to roll his sleeves up and walk out the door? Because I don't. Whilst the money is rolling in, I really, truly don't. So my question is, do you believe that would be enough to get him out of the club?
I wouldn't necessarily say out of the club, but I think it could definitely change a couple of things. It could definitely make a couple of things happen as such. Don't you think?
I mean, such as what? Give me an example as to what you believe would change, and it's a genuine question. What would you hope that would achieve? I mean, because you're not going to prompt this man into spending hundreds of millions of pounds to buy world-class talent, are you? I mean, at no point over the last 10 years, however long it's been, 20, whatever years it's been, 21, 22, I don't know. He's never changed his stance on improving the football in the right way.
One second. I mean, still, what you're saying there, fair point, but I don't think Mia actually sat here and said she's never dug someone out before. I think she actually admitted that she's been a prick like the rest of us at times.
Yeah, of course.
But tries not to do it at the best of times. We all try. All of us, yeah.
When I do it, if I do it, Dan, I'm talking to somebody, I will talk to them and dig them out. But if I don't go around talking to people and say I never did on my channel, shout out and call out people on my channel and say this channel and this person said this and this person said that. I never did that. I'll debate people and I'll debate them about their footballing opinion. But ask anyone. When I debate fiercely. Ellie knows this. Ellie said something in the chat as well. She knows we don't agree on stuff and we've debated fiercely, but we were fine after. Like, it's cool, man. We debate about the football and that's it. We've got a difference of opinion and that's...
I agree. Sorry, finish what you're saying. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah, and that's fine. Like, we don't take it I don't take it personal, and she doesn't take it personal because it's football. And then we talk about food and about Cyprus and about other stuff, man. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Basically, what happens on the pitch stays on the pitch.
Yeah, that's it. If I argue with you and dig you out, that's because I don't agree with you and I think that I've got a point to make. But I'll do it if I'm debating somebody when I'm on a show, then yeah, of course. That's what you're doing it.
I mean, I do agree with what you're saying. I mean, I didn't come on here in the first place to make friends with people. I came on here to actually have a debate with Sava and go toe-to-toe with him. And it turned out by the end of the season, after the row we had, I was right on one point and he was right on another. He was right that Aston Villa are better run than us, and I was right that Chelsea weren't going to finish in front of us. And then the following season, it all went to tit on my side. But it was 1-1 for what happened at the end of that debate. Anyway, Sava, how are we doing?
I'm all right, man. I got an early night tonight and then couldn't sleep.
Like it.
Standard, yeah, I know. Yeah,
It's the temperature, in it. It is so fucking muggy there at the moment. You just cannot sleep for shit. Is that your problem there?
Something like that. And listen, I just want to put the record straight. PB&J sandwiches are it. I love a peanut butter and jam sandwich, man. I love it. I'm not going to lie to you.
What about pineapple on pizza?
No,
Absolutely.
No, never. Do you know what? There's never a time to eat pineapple, let alone pineapple on pizza. Horrible.
Okay, I could deal that one better, but for me, God put pineapple on this planet to put on pizzas. That is
Yes,
why
you did. Love that.
So, with everything I've been talking about here, Savage, just give you a quick run through. Yeah, I mean, it's actually quite simple what I've been saying, and basically what I've been saying is who is actually the bigger fucking problem at this club here and now? Is it actually Levy for what he's done for getting rid of Ange or for doing this or for doing that? We're all going to have different opinions on that, yeah? But who is actually the bigger problem? Levy or the fan base here and now? Your opinion, purely an opinion.
I mean, how long you got? Is this a 24-hour special or how
Mate,
long
I've got all the time in the world because I ain't going to bed anytime soon because it's fucking hot out there. I'm sweating like a pig. Probably going to have to change my top in a minute because my armpits are starting to show and I don't like that.
Yeah, look, I think it's all...
Actually, I think I'll do that now.
It's all relative, right? It's all relative. I mean, first of all, I don't think I've ever known... I've never known a fan base talk about their owner as much as we do. Like, I feel like you can't have a conversation about any footballer, any tactic, any manager, any result without it being linked back to Daniel Levy. To be honest, it's got really boring for me over the last few years. Listen, I don't like Levy. I don't like what he does, but I can't blame Daniel Levy for everything. And it's like he is blamed for everything to the point where it's like, oh, we lost 2-1 to Ipswich at home today. Oh, well, Levy didn't do... Levy's not the reason we lost at home to Ipswich. Levy's not the reason why we lost 22 league games. You know, like, so for me, look, and if we flip it to the fan base, look, the fan base, I think we talk in absolutes, don't we? We talk in absolutes, like that we're all the same.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really guilty of this. So I say a lot, oh, our fans want X, Y, Z. But I mean a portion of our fans, right? I don't mean all the fans. Big up Mia, by the way. Long time no see.
It's sometimes the way we put things, isn't it? I ain't got a good way of putting things for sure. And I think everybody knows that. That's why I can get away with a little bit more than others.
But the thing is, Dan, I think we've got to look at it like this. Like, I don't want Daniel Levy at this football club. Yeah, I think it's been 24 years, 25 years. I think we've had enough. We need something new. And again, it's another window where he's got to prove himself. And listen, as I've said a million times, the grown-up adult in me says he's not going to change. That deluded child in me that supports Tottenham more than anything in the world says we're going to have a massive window. We're going to buy top players. We're going to be brilliant. But the worrying thing for me with all of this, Dan, is I've never known. We constantly talk about this guy. Like you
do get sick of it.
I get really sick of it because the thing is, you've got some fans. Like if we look at our fan base, we've got fans in our fan base that turn around and they think Archie Gray's amazing, right? They think Matisse Tell was a good signing. Right? Mm-hmm. They think that Dominic Solanke was a top class striker. So when you've got all of these different factors, you can't think that, then also think Daniel Levy's the devil, right? Like you've got all these things where people are praising
Pepperoni.
but
Go on, keep going. I'm just answering the slide.
no, I got. But at the same time, we're trying to knock Daniel Levy on everything. So I get it. If there was a time where we all turn around and went, yeah, every signing we've made, every signing is shit. Every signing is shit. Every manager is shit. You could turn around and go, yeah, this is 100% on him. Now, that's not the case, because if that wasn't the case, Dan, look how many times you and I have debated Lubo on Gray. Look how many times I've debated people on Dominic Solanke. Look how many times I've debated people on Kulusevski, Romero, Brennan Johnson, Pedro Porro, Doggett, whoever it may be. Our fans praise these players. They put them on this pedestal up here. They're amazing. They're brilliant. This is great. It's amazing. But then in the same bracket, Levy's horrible. He does this. Well, hang on. When we do well, he's lucky. When we don't do well, he's the devil. And I think there's got to be a bit of a middle ground. Dan, you know me. You've known me for years now, mate. I don't want Levy here because I don't think he ever kicks us on. Like right now in the window. If we can have the window I think we're going to have, it's another reason why I don't want him here, because he doesn't kick us on. At the same time, I can't sit here and take a lot of fans seriously where they want to praise this player, that player, this player, that player that Daniel brought in, or this manager for who Daniel brought in, winning the Europa League, praise. Well, Daniel Levy brought in the manager and the players that did that, but yet doesn't get praised. So I'm just a little bit like, yeah, I don't like him, but it doesn't have to be every single sentence doesn't have to be about Daniel Levy. For me, I'm more concerned at looking at how's a manager doing his job. We had this last year, Dan. We said this all last year. Do I think that Tottenham are the greatest squad in the league? Nah. But do I think we should be 17th in the league table? No, I can't blame that on Daniel Levy. I can't blame Spurs being 17th in the table on Daniel Levy. I blame that firmly at the feet of the manager, who people who now praising. Like, it's just, you know, listen, I don't want him here. I don't want Daniel Levy here. He's had enough. He's had enough time for me. But same time, I just think we've got to be consistent here with what we're doing. And I just think a lot of fans, I'll round off on this. I think a lot of fans are very unrealistic. A lot of fans say, oh, we should be in for this player, that player. Some of these players, they're not realistic. But we think that Daniel Levy should just be going and getting them. But what do I know? It's just my football opinion, man. That's all it is. Just a football opinion.
I mean, I think you made some fair points there. And I must admit, one of the things that's bugging me lately is I'm just agreeing with you far too fucking much when I want an argument here and there. And I know you do as well. But at the moment, I can't really fucking debate anything that quite a few people are saying. It's actually getting quite frustrating in the aspect, because I've got nothing to let anything out. I'm like, right, I'm going to go online and kick off just for the sake of it. And that, when I can't even find something to kick off about, really, it's just actually quite annoying. And that is why I just basically done the show, basically, because it's sweating off and everything. And I just thought, you know what, fuck it, I just come on here and do a show for the sake of fucking doing a show, basically, because I ain't going to bed anytime soon, because I'm sweating like a pig and it is fucking horrible. And the fact that I'm not finding much to argue about, which might change now that Sean's on here, hopefully, is the fact that it is quite annoying, because a lot of it is what it is. But it is the question again. I think the person here says a really good thing. Daniel Stewart. I mean, I struggle to read that. I mean, I'm half dyslexic anyway. And the way
Daniela.
What the fuck has happened with YouTube? Is it just something that happens now and again with the names?
Yeah, it's putting people's handle up, username up, rather than their handle now at the moment, isn't it? I think. Yeah,
something like that. Like, why is that happening? Is that just a YouTube thing?
Mate, I don't know. I'm just a poor little YouTuber. I don't know. I just log on and chat shit. Apparently,
what gets said here as a neutral. So I think this is a good person to look over to. Yeah, in some aspects, if he's an Arsenal supporter, then he's irrelevant. But as a neutral, I think maybe an issue the fans base is you got a trophy, a new manager, and you cock and hoot, but you're also overcooking your expectation for the season to come. You're running before you can walk. And I actually think that's a fair statement. And just to one other quickly, didn't know peanut butter and jam was a thing in the UK. It was actually invented in the UK.
No, it wasn't.
There you go. Yes, it was. It was actually invented in the UK. It was actually invented in the UK. Check it up.
Beautiful.
I mean, Ben, that's all I will say to you there, mate, is fucking educate yourself. Sean, how you doing?
If you want an argument, mate, I'll take issue with the idea that anything like peanut butter and jam was invented anywhere. I'm sure at some point someone probably was the first person to put peanut butter and jam together, but I don't think any particular country can claim ownership of of sticking a sandwich down 2 bits of bread. And
That's so English.
It was actually, if you check it up, it is actually considered an English sandwich. It started off over here as such. I mean, again, educate yourself for fuck's sake. Sean, with everything I've been saying on it, I mean, I don't know how much you've been watching and everything and that.
I haven't heard anything at all. I woke up from a nap and then just sort of woke up and saw your show, so I just thought I'd come and dial in.
Fair enough. That's not a problem. Like I say, it's just more of a show that I've done just for the sake of doing a show in a way. But it's the third time I've done a show on this, on how divided and conquered we are as a fucking fan base. And it's not just split down the middle. It's split down in about 6 different ways, but in 6 different sizes. I mean, one's got an eighth, one's got a quarter. One might as well have a fucking ounce the way we do it. But in that aspect, don't
give your social life away too.
I'm legally allowed to have a smoke by my neurologist, so I can say as I wish on that aspect.
If I was doing that, I'd be like, someone's got 125 milliliters. Someone's got 250 milliliters.
In my aspect, it should be bloody legal anyway, because it does less damage than fucking alcohol. And when it comes down to it, yeah, I mean, I know you're, to an extent, over the years, have been a big defender of Levy, yeah? And some of it I can understand why, because I see both sides of it with Levy, because in some ways, what he has done with us is shocking on how big he has made us, considering we won jack shit. But then on the football side of it, he just looks like he ain't got a clue sometimes. At this moment in time, for me, I'm happy with Levy for the aspect that he got rid of Ange, because I feel he actually done what was right for the football. And for me, Ange purely got the sack, my opinion, because we finished 17th and lost 22 games. Not because he turned around and said, we need bigger players now. But then if other people see it different, that's up to them. That is their opinion, because none of us actually know the facts. But I think at this moment in time, this fan base...
Are people suggesting he got the sack because he asked for a grown-up?
Basically.
As a player?
Basically, I can't remember the exact words, but no, there's quite a few people out there saying that he got the sack because he actually put his foot down and said he wants bigger players. There's been several people I've seen say it, but then several people disagree. And again, it is opinionated at the end of the day, opinionated, and everyone's entitled to it. But for me, at this moment in time, Sean, I think this fan base is even more of a problem at the moment than Levy. And I know the fan base has been a problem through time, due time, and everything else and that. But at this moment in time, I think we as a fan base in a whole, which we've all been guilty of shit, we've all been guilty of grilling people, we've all been guilty of slamming people, everything else. That's half the fun of coming on it. But I actually think right now that this fan base is a bigger problem than Daniel Levy. What do you think on it?
I feel like... I mean, the fan base, generally speaking, in terms of like which direction the club goes in, I largely think the fan base is kind of irrelevant. We think we attach our opinions and give them we attach ourselves to our opinions, and we give ourselves a lot of pats on the back as fans for like saying things were going to happen before they happen and stuff. But I think that in terms of like there's energy that can be surrounding a club, going into games, going into protests, whatever, that can cause minor sort of disruptions. But in reality, I don't think that Daniel Levy, and I really hope he isn't, for what it's worth. Not that I give him any credit for his tactical talent ID, but if it was ever to leak, God forbid that Paratici or Daniel Levy or Langer or any of these guys, Vinay, were saying, "Oh, let's just get Eze because the fan base seemed to want him." Then I think that to me is a bigger problem than than the fan base screaming that Daniel Levy doesn't listen to us, because you don't want that. The fan base never knows what they want. They move their goalposts every 5 minutes because they want to be right. And in football, it's a volatile roller coaster of outcomes, right? Like on any given Sunday, anything can happen. And every time we lose a game, it's the end of the world. Every time we win a game, we're going to win the league. It's madness the way that and I get it. Like I participate in it, but like I don't think that the fan base are, the problem or whatever. And I just think that people are stressed out. People are stressed out with whatever's going on. Like the world is in a mess, and people like to use football as like an escape clause, like a pressure valve to try and distract themselves from whatever pressures they've got in their life. And if they turn to football and their football club, which they have no real control over the outcomes of, but they are a byproduct and somewhat irrelevant observer of those outcomes, but they attach themselves to them, then if the football club doesn't act perfectly, which no one does in life, by the way, it doesn't matter who you are, no one's perfect, so you're always going to make mistakes. Even the very best people at anything in life make mistakes.
Some people like to think they are, though.
Of course they do. But people attach levels of expectation to things they have no control over that they would never attach to themselves, because it's far easier to point fingers than it is to look in the mirror, right? But in terms of like, are the fan base a bigger problem than Levy? Like, yes and no. Like, yes, the fan base is batshit crazy. Yes, the fan base are in meltdown every 5 seconds. Yes, I find it hilarious and scary and wildly weird. But at the same time, I don't think that any of it really matters. I think that the club are going to potter along doing what they do, and that they're going to get things right occasionally, and they're going to get things wrong more often than not. But at the end of the day,
significantly.
Even the most successful football, I've said this 1,000 times, even the most successful football clubs of all time who have a higher propensity of getting things right than the average, they still fail if the expectations around success are aligned. A season with a trophy is a successful one. Anything other than that is a fail. Then even the most successful teams fail 65% of the time, and everybody else fails more than that. So, like, the fan base are only a problem if they hold unrealistic expectations, essentially. And that's why I always try to sort of go, look, everyone needs to calm down. Like the most recent meltdown about Eberechi Eze going to Arsenal, we just like dose of reality here. There's no noise, there's no news about any of that. Like the people that are the tap-in ITKs, the people that wait until it's just about done before they say anything, like a Fabrizio Romano or an Ornstein, they haven't mentioned Eze once to Arsenal. They've not even mentioned it once. And yet everyone sees someone saying, oh, some ITK called News and Tickets or something says, oh, he's going, Arsenal have agreed. You know what I mean? And then Ben Jacobs says, like, I like Ben. I've met him. He's a really lovely guy, and I think he's excellent at his verbosity. He's much like me, right? Like, could turn a one word answer into a 20-minute monologue. But he all he said was Tottenham have currently stepped back. And what does that mean? Well, how far forward were they? Were they stepping forward before unnecessarily? Like, what are we doing here? There's absolutely no news. So people like us, we just run with whatever sort of rumors are out there, and then I guess we're part of the problem in that we create the noise around what people react to. But ultimately, there's nothing to get upset about right now. There's just nothing happening, and it's not just at Tottenham, by the way. Like 90% of clubs are doing far less than Tottenham have. We've already signed 3 players. It might not be the 3 players that we want, but it's like it's just a quiet window. It was built up to be the game, like the biggest window of all time, and it might still turn out to be. But it's just been a bit of a damp squib because the financial new year hasn't started yet. The Club World Cup has thrown a spanner in the works, and Saudi Arabia, probably because World War III was about to kick off over there, hasn't really been able to get much of that
There's
money.
no about it. It will kick off.
But Sean, do you not think that was prompted by Levy's little announcement? Do you not think that has given fans a bigger expectation?
Yeah. No, 100%, mate. So what's your name? Sorry, buddy.
Ben. We have met before.
We have met before, Ben. Sorry, mate. Yeah, sorry, buddy. My memory's not what it was. He definitely has. He definitely has, like, set the cat amongst the pigeons. You know what? But on that one, real quick. I wouldn't put it past Daniel Levy to be a donut and say those things because he doesn't know how to read the room. He's not got that social skills. He's an intelligent guy, clearly, but I don't think he has like social acumen. Yeah. And so I wouldn't put it past him to do something similar to what he did when we were 9 games into Ange Postecoglou's reign and said, we got our Tottenham back, right? Just because the win was in the sails, and he was like, "I'll take the moment now." They always say, "Why don't I speak more?" I'll speak now because it's a good time. So I wouldn't put it past him to do that, given the fact that the Europa League victory was just behind us. But Vinay has come in, who is an all-round intelligent guy that does have social acumen, and for his very first physical, visible act as a Tottenham CEO, to co-sign that video. Like, if it turns out that whole thing is full of shit and that there is no money, if all that stuff is true and it ends up being an absolute damp squib, then we've got to have serious conversations about Vinay's first demonstration of what he's about, because he co-signed.
That had to be one of the cringiest things that I have ever. I only watched 5 minutes of it. I don't know whether it was 7 or 10 minutes. Right, I could only watch 5 minutes of it, and I can totally understand why the camera kept itself above the table and you can see where their fucking hands were. I mean, oh my god, that was fucking cringy.
Yeah,
that was bad.
But listen,
that was bad.
If it put aside the cringiness, the fact of the matter is that Tottenham fans, Levy out people, have been demanding and crying for the last, however long I've known them, 3 years. Where's our set of expectations? Where's our chairman coming out and letting us know what the intentions are? We don't hear any of this stuff. As soon as you hear it, okay, so some people go, well, I didn't want to hear that. Other people that are going, okay, now you've talked the talk, let's walk the walk, and that's fine. And I'm completely on board it, right? You said it, now you've got to back it up with some action. If because Vinay co-signed it, and I can't imagine he would have been on board that unless there was intentions to spend money this summer, because it would just he would look like an absolute bozo within 30 seconds of walking through the door, and he's not a donut. Clearly, he isn't a donut. So that's why I'm going to hold fire on any kind of frustrations and just be like, yeah, I'd love to see a little bit more activity, but I'll wait and see how it pans out. If it turns out to be a shit show, then yeah, I'll be the first guy at the Change for Tottenham protest or whatever in August or September. But you have to give it.
Fair enough.
You can't judge a window before it's even official. Like 1 week into it officially opening, you have to give it until at least the end of the window.
Let's go with that one. Yeah, I mean, I like that point. I mean, it's hard not to. I mean, Mia, what do you think on the aspect of the transfer window? I mean, obviously, I'm going to say so far because we can only say so far, and you can say so far it's been pretty shit. I think 2 of the transfers was already done before Frank even got here, personally. That's my opinion. I think that with Tell, we wanted him in January. He didn't particularly want to come, but then realised he's going to get match time here. He ain't going to get no match time in Munich, and use us as a stepping stone, which I don't think he's got the capability of even doing that. And decided at the end, okay, I'll come to Spurs, and bang, there you go, signed, everything done. I mean, what do you think on judging the window? Do you think people go too quick on judging the window, or should we just basically keep our mouth shut until the last day?
I mean, I think it's okay to say that so far it's not been great and that you're not impressed. But I do think people are going a bit over the top, because it's like watching a movie halfway through and then walking out because you've decided, actually, this is rubbish. I don't like this movie. When you haven't even seen how it's going to end, you're like, the ending's going to be rubbish. Well, you don't know what the ending's going to be like yet. So I think that, yeah, you've got to be a little bit more like maybe thinking, okay, so far it's not great, but by the end, that's when you can fully judge it. You can judge it bit by bit, but to fully judge it, you have to wait until the end.
I think that's a fair point. I mean, what's anyone else's opinion on that? I mean, Ben, what's your opinion on that? And then obviously I'll come to you too.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, I think if you're gonna throw out a statement like he's done, you expect big things. And I think the way most people view it is big clubs, which a lot of us perceive us to be, go out and they do their business early. They show intent, and it's something we certainly haven't really ever done. But I think when you come out with a statement like they have, I think you're poking the bear a little bit. So really and truly, so far it has been incredibly underwhelming. I mean, we've not had any serious links with any players. I mean, Eze, for one, me personally, I actually don't think we need him, but we've had this discussion. And the only other one really I can think of is Xavi Simons. I'm not sure if I'm saying his name right. Xavi, whatever it may be. So yeah, really and truly, I think it's obvious right now. The one thing we need is experience. Players that have been there and done that. And I think that the fact that we've done absolutely nothing, essentially, because we brought in some more young talent. I just feel like if you're going to come out with a statement like that, you've got to show some sort of intent. Early doors, get things rolling. Don't sort of lollygag. I mean, the thing is, I know a lot of players right now have got a year left on their contract. A lot of players, a lot of big players around the world have got a year left on their contract.
There's quite a few out there. I've done some
what
checking up myself, and I'm sure others on here have as well. There is actually a few out there.
So it makes me think the whole plan, really and truly, is to wait out the. I almost guarantee this to happen. Wait out the transfer window, and see what happens. I think there'll be a couple of shock signings, but I don't think anything big will happen anytime soon.
I mean, so do you reckon that it's right that we start judging it now? I mean, because some people have basically already judged the transfer window, which I can understand.
Yeah,
I'm already sitting here thinking maybe we get a player for the first team and it ain't going to get no better. But
that's what I'm saying.
Do you think a lot of people are judging it way too early? Because the way I see it... Go on, mate. No,
this is what I'm trying to say. I think that statement alone is enough to irritate people. That's a big thing you're saying. We should, be challenging for the Premier League, winning it almost even. We should, be going after the Champions League. I mean, if you're going to come out and say something like that, you are, like I said, you're poking the bear. You're going to have fans like us saying, well, why haven't we gone out and bought some serious talent?
But can I flip that and say, if he didn't say it, then fans are going to complain and say, why hasn't he got big expectations? Why hasn't he got higher standards for us? That's the problem.
Such a contrarian, Mia, and I love that about you.
Do you know
you're
what?
Absolutely right.
Do you know what, Mia? That's pretty solid, yeah. But the answer I will give to that is just everyone knows the fella chats out his ass to
so
say
why is anyone taking it any? So why anyone taking it any seriously? If people just think he's cutting out of his arse, then
he's getting a lot better at doing it. But Mia, I just think you just smashed nail on the head there, personally.
Can we look? I think. Listen, I don't disagree with anything that any of the panel have said in the last 15 minutes, but I think we're at the stage now where, first of all, I think we need to take a step back and realize we're all adults. And what I mean by that is, when Daniel Levy said what he said about Champions League and Premier League, everyone's acting like he means we're going to win the Premier League and Champions League now, like this year. This is the year. He's not said that, right? We can all see it was a PR stunt. We can all see that this has got Vinay's fingerprints all over it, right? Vinay walks in the door a week later. We're having this chat about Europa League not being good enough. I think what people want to see is baby steps. I think the more mature fan wants to see the baby steps. I don't expect Spurs to go out this window and buy 7 or 8 worldies that are going to suddenly turn us into peers of Liverpool, Man City, and Arsenal. I don't expect that in any way. I think what we want to see is we want to see some baby steps. And I can't speak for everyone, but I think we want to see that 2 or 3 players come through that door at least this window where we go, yeah, good players. Now, they're not going to be Florian Wirtz's. They're not going to be Rodri's, right? They're not going to be Erling Haaland's. We've got to acknowledge that. And a lot of our fans don't acknowledge that. But at the same time, I think what they've got to do is they've got to show that there's some action behind the words. However, it is the 29th of June, right? So we do have 2 full months. If I'm not wrong, I think there's like 65 days of the transfer window left. I think like something like that.
It's about 2 months. Let's just say 2 months.
But what they've got to do is, you get it right, Dan. We understand why, as fans, we've been bitten how many times? How many times we heard stuff like this? So the cynic in me, 99%
but we keep going back for more.
Oh, yeah, but of course, because
you're not sick of the baby steps.
Dan, what's the other option? It's our football club.
Are we also just being let down relative to expectations? Like the expectations of the fan base are here, and so when we are given this, then it's by proxy of that always a disappointment, and there you get the trigger. but who's responsible for the expectations that are being set by the club until now? Until he said we're going to win, we're going to try and win the league. Until now, who is responsible for setting the expectations? The club or the fans?
Fans.
Sean, you've got to. Sean, I've said this all along. That as much as I don't want Levy here, and we've obviously had our rows about that down the years, I still don't believe that we should be winning league titles. I don't think we're that club. I don't think that we've got what it takes to compete with Man City, with Liverpool, if we use those two as the benchmark for the last 7 or 8 years. What I do want to see is I want to see some proper signings. They don't have to be world class. I want to see some proper signings.
Some first team signings at least, isn't it?
First team signings, go and buy some senior pros that go into that team straight away, and we all go, yeah, these 2 or 3 go straight into the 11, and they relegate a few of the other players into squad players. The problem is if we don't see that, and because of the statement Levy's made, everyone is going to lose their mind. Now, what I think a lot of fans want to see is we want to see it before we go away to Korea, before we go out to South Korea. We want to see, okay, we're going away, and look, we've got these 2-3 players. They're going with the squad. They're going to be first team regulars. Let's integrate them. But what we've seen more often than not, which I think most of us think we're going to see again this year, is we'll end up going out to South Korea with a couple of kids that we've signed, Takai. Danso's not a kid, but again, not a first teamer. We're gonna be going out there with those players. Nothing will change. And then what we'll do is we'll scrap around in the last 2-3 weeks of the window, and it will be, we tried. What I think they could have done really well here, this is where I think the club misses a trick. They've been talking to Frank for a long time. Let's be brutally honest. If anyone thinks that we were talking to Frank between the final and the 2 weeks after the final, that's
February, I reckon.
Whenever it was,
February or March.
We've been talking to Frank for ages. Surely, if they wanted to get everyone on side, you would have thought that they would have said, right, let's get in a signing early doors. Whether that's a Semenyo, whether that's we keep talking about Eze, but Eze's, we've never bid for Eze. I see the same. Sorry for the rant, but I see the same things. I see fans saying things like, "If we let Eze go to Arsenal," well, whoa, slow down. You can't let Eze go to Arsenal. Eze's a grown man. If he goes to Arsenal, Eze goes to Arsenal because he's a grown man thinking about his career. I see things like, "Oh, we've let Mbeumo go to United." Well, we've not bid for Mbeumo. There's been no bid on Eze. There's been no bid on Mbeumo. And yet we're talking about players that we're letting go to bigger clubs than us. I just feel like we've all got to calm down a little bit. What the worst thing for me, Dan, is this. I'm seeing people already coming out now, the ones that didn't want Ange to leave and the ones that are having a pop at Frank. Frank can't even convince his old players like Norgard and Mbeumo to join. Whoa. Well, Tottenham weren't in for Norgard. What do you mean he can't convince him to join? We've not.
I never even heard us looking at him.
Right, but
I never heard it once.
We've not bid for him. We've not bid for Mbeumo. So what people are doing is, and we're all guilty of this, all of us, even us on this panel, everyone in the chat, we're all going to be guilty of this. We get in our minds that we all want Eze, for example, right? We all get in our minds, Eze's the one we want. So what we do now is we start fabricating this story in our heads that Spurs are talking to him, that Spurs have met with him, that Spurs have bid for him. So that when news comes out, which isn't even true, that he's agreed personal terms with Arsenal, we all lose our minds when none of it has actually taken place. We all lose. I've seen shows in the last 2 days. Eze agrees terms with Arsenal. That's not true. Who said that? That's not true. He's not spoken to Arsenal. There's been no terms agreed. No one's reported it, but we're using it as a tool to knock Spurs because we're upset about the situation. And I think this is where we're getting silly. So look, I've talked a lot. I'll leave it there. But I feel like we need a little bit of time. We need a little bit of. We get to the end of July and it's still like this. Yeah, I'm going to be really pissed like the rest of you. But like, nothing's happened. We've not bid for Eze. We've not bid for Mbeumo. We didn't bid for Norgard. We've not bid for Semenyo yet. We've not bid for Kudus, but our fans are seeing reports from ITKs and going, "Oh, Spurs are shit. He's going to Arsenal." Well, let me ask you this, Dan. I'll sign off on this. You take your Spurs hat off, right? If anyone on this panel takes the Spurs hat off, if you're Eze and a bid comes in from Spurs and Arsenal, can we be realistic? Where are you going? Let's be really realistic about it. Where are you going?
Arsenal.
I can answer two sides to that one. I can give two sides to that one. And just on the comment here, our fans are bipolar. One thing I will say to that, and I'm not talking about the wife, by the way, yeah? I've seen women with bipolar. Our fan base ain't that bad. But that's just another point to go to. With what you're saying there, I agree with it, yeah. I mean, Arsenal are the bigger club. They're probably going to offer bigger money. That is one of our biggest problems. I know me and you have our difference on that one, but I do think one of the biggest problems is we don't offer the fucking wages. It does us no
Sure,
favors.
but who are you picking?
But hang on.
We offer
it depends.
money, if we offered the same money as Arsenal for Eberechi Eze, please, let's be honest. Where are you going right now in time? You are going.
A majority of the time, you're going to go Arsenal. But then that's where you can say everybody has their own brain and everybody thinks different, yeah? Now, if Eze, as a person, we don't know him as a person, wants to get in a team and be the star, basically, of the situation and walk into that team week in, week out, no matter how he fucking plays, he's coming Spurs. But if he wants to go to a team that genuinely looks like it can do something, that genuinely looks like it's going to go for a title, even though they've done fuck all and they can be embarrassed for that, basically, as far as I'm concerned. And their European history is just absolutely probably the most embarrassing in the world of football. Underachieving is an understatement with it. But still, you look at Arsenal, you look at Spurs, and you definitely look at Arsenal and say there's more chance of winning something. So I think that depends more on the mentality of a player.
Dan,
I don't think he quite walks into Arsenal's team. He's got to fight harder to get into Arsenal's team than he does Spurs' team. Do we agree on that?
I don't think so. I think he walks into Arsenal's team and is one of their best players. If we let's be brutally honest about this. Arsenal,
well, what one's he got more of a fight of? What ones has he got to fight harder to get into that team?
It doesn't matter. You've got to remember, Dan.
To some people, it does.
Yeah, but Dan, these footballers that want to win things, they're not silly enough to say, I'm going to go there because it's easier to get in the team. They're going to go, I want to go there. I'm playing with Declan Rice, Bukayo Saka, Zubimendi, Salib. They're going to.
That's what you'd expect your normal person. That's what you'd expect an average person to do. But not everybody thinks the same way. That is why, as a human, we are all unique because we've all got different brains at the end of the day. But I agree more on the side you're saying. But there is a chance as well that a player sits there and just thinks. I mean, your perfect example to look at something here of a mentality of a player. We go back to Ndombele. That, as far as I'm concerned, he could have been something not far off special. He had it, and you could see it. He had the physical capability and the skill. He just didn't have the mentality. He was more interested in ordering a fucking Big Mac while he was out there than he was actually playing football, and it started to show in due time. And that's just him. Everyone has a different mentality. Everyone has different standards. Everyone has different wants. Some people like pineapple on a pizza. Some people don't.
But sure,
but a majority, I would go with your side.
But if that was the case, listen, I feel like I like where you come from with these arguments, Dan. But let's be fair. The
majority is going to go your side.
It's not my side. It's not my side. It's just
your opinion.
If Tottenham and Arsenal throw down for a player of that ilk, like, let's be honest, you're looking at Arsenal right now going, they've got all. Let's be fair. Hang on. Arsenal have got all the tools in place to attack for a league title with the addition of a few players. Tottenham are a mess. Let's be honest. The problem is the Europa League has covered up what is a mess of a football club. It's been going badly for years.
Yeah. I mean, so Ellie, you've been sitting here waiting for a while. I'll ask you the same question I've asked the others, yeah?
Yeah.
What is the bigger problem at this club at the moment? Is it Daniel Levy or is it the fan base?
That's a loaded question. Okay, you're not going to make it easy for me then. Right, so...
Well, there'd be no fun if I make it easy.
Yeah, true. I don't blame the fans completely, but we are football fans in general. We all got expectations. We've all got our own ideas of where we want our club to go, right? And we all clash about it. We see things happening at our club that we don't agree with, and we see them not strengthening at peak times when we could have pushed on. We see lots of different decision makers making really bad signings, some good, but mostly bad. And it drags you down as a fan because you want your club to be like a Man City who've come from nowhere. Really, if you look at their history compared to ours, they came from nowhere and built, and then they stormed it. And then you see us going for tells and like players like that, and a player in Japan, and you think, why aren't our club thinking like them? Because surely they've got the money, and we're all told, we all read that they're really good business people, and we're PSR and all this shit. You read all these things, and then we go and sign really crap players. And I just feel that as a fan, me personally, that I'm talking about, not the fan base completely.
No, you're giving your opinion,
I
and that's what we're here to do
disappointed
today, Ellie.
because I grew up when we were the best. We did have standards, and we did make decisions, really brilliant.
Have we ever been the
for
best?
our club? And I
Have
saw
we ever
lots
been the best?
of trophies coming in. I just missed the double season because I was born in '62. But right through the '60s, we were winning things. And through the '80s, we were winning things.
No, Ellie, hang on a sec. 62. Bollocks.
Yeah, I was born '62, so I just missed the double.
No.
But by '67, all right, I was little, but my family are Spurs crazy.
I thought you was definitely 80s, if I'm going to be honest. So take it as a fucking compliment.
Right, I'm quite old, but the thing is,
you think Ellie's the same age as me?
I've seen their standards.
Yeah, I was about to say the same age as us.
She looks younger than you, Sava. She looks younger than you. Don't try it. Go on, Ellie. Carry on what you're saying.
Hold on. What about me? I was born in the 80s. I'll take offence to that.
Yeah,
man.
but Mia, I can't fucking see you at the moment, Mia. So you can't.
Yeah, you don't want to see me either.
Mia 70s girl.
All I can see here is Lone Wolf. Yeah, so I can't judge you in that aspect.
Yes, but you don't this time.
Exactly. So you can't hold shit on me there, yeah? Go on, Ellie. Sorry, what you were saying.
I was going to say, don't worry about what we look like. We've got to worry about what our club are doing, right? Because we had standards at Spurs, right? We've had some great coaches as well. We've had Martin Yole, Terry Venables, Harry Redknapp, Poch, brilliant coaches, and they didn't get us over the line. And then we bring in a complete nutter who plays the most suicidal football. We win something. It's crazy what happens at our club. We are an anomaly. We really are an anomaly.
I mean, if that's the nice word you want to use, then yeah, I'd say we're more of a fuck up if it comes down to it. I mean, I don't know of a fan base that fights each other so hard for every little point, to the point that they're willing to go out in the street and kick the shit out of each other, but not
I would say,
unite.
I said this on your show the other day. I'll back still with what he's saying on two particular things. One, we've never had a manager who's got top 6 and won a trophy.
I get that.
That doesn't mean we should keep this manager.
But I don't think we've ever had a manager, Ellie, that's fucking shit enough to finish 17th
hang
on at the same time.
Hang on, Ellie.
The last manager who did it was Keith Birkinshaw.
Yeah, but Ellie, hang on. I always hear this.
Wasn't it? And where did he finish?
I always hear this stat that no managers finished top 6 and won a trophy, but we blame Levy for that. What about the managers that have finished top 6 but absolutely flopped in finals?
Yeah, well,
you know what I mean? Being your prime example.
So why couldn't we have been top 6 and 1? Like, do you know what I mean? It's not. I don't understand this.
But we didn't.
No, I know we didn't, but it's this rhetoric from some fans that are going around that to finish to win the Europa League, we had to finish 17th. I just don't.
No,
I
don't agree with
it.
that. I don't agree. Finishing 17th is embarrassing.
Agreed.
That's an understatement. Ellie, if these three teams below us wouldn't have been three of the worst teams that the Premiership has ever seen, in my opinion, bar maybe, say, 3 others.
Yeah.
How many times would 22 defeats, and how many did we end up with? Points? Got us relegated.
38.
I think there's a significant amount of seasons that would have got us relegated.
Yeah, probably most seasons. Yeah. I agree. But what I would say, right, it was good that we won the trophy, but I was always Ange out anyway, because I don't like his football. I just don't like it. I can't get on board with suicidal football. I just can't.
Nor can I. Even if it does work for 90 minutes.
Yeah. We had 10-minute spells where we could blast a team away and then we'll just give it away.
And then we'd have 90-minute spells where we absolutely get absolutely schooled. Right, Alex, how you doing, mate? All good? I'll ask you the same question as I'll ask the rest of them. And then I've got another good point I want to come to here because someone gave me an idea for it. Who is the bigger problem right now? Levy or the fans?
Yeah, not in the best of moods, Dan. If I'm really honest with you, but that's another story. Yeah,
we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that offline, mate. We'll talk about
no. Don't worry about that. Just
let's talk about it now. What's going on, Alex?
The point is, anyway, back to the football. You said how was I? I've just been honest. But point is, anyway, the fans, 110%, the worst fan base in the Premier League by none. Yeah, and I've done this YouTube game for a very long time, as long as Sav has done it. So I know how long it is. You know what I mean? The most deluded fan base I've ever seen in my whole life. I think Arsenal come first to it, second to it, maybe, or first to it. I don't know which one round, and for me, and that's it for me. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I've just got to be honest. I've got to be honest. You know what I mean?
Alex, what's going on, mate? Why are you in a bad mood? What's happened?
You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So for me, it's just it sums it up that we win a trophy, right? And the half a fan base that said that Ange needs to go, then turns into Ange needs to stay. You know what I mean? It's just amazing. And then it's like, I just think it's just so deluded. And then people say about morals. I mean, honestly, what world do you live in? Do you live in Disneyland? You know what I mean? You need to come to London. You know what I mean? And see what London's like about morals. I mean, it's like, you're driving, someone tries to turn you in. Right, you sit in the queue. Someone goes to
Alex? Did you get cut off today?
I mean, honestly, what we living here? And it's like, oh, it's football. We need to live in dreamland. What are we talking about here? Then I see about young players. I hear about young players with Tottenham fans. Yeah, I hear someone saying, oh, well, they're too young. Well, in this industry right now, young players now are the top game right now. Right?
It seems to be the fashion at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Right. If you don't do it, if you can't make it after 23, 25, you're out the door now. You know what I mean? Because now people don't even want Grealish now. Right? They say he's washed. Right? A couple of years ago, he wasn't washed, wasn't he? He was just the best thing going. You know what I mean? So I'm sorry. This is the thing. People don't know where we are at the moment. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, they're young. Well, your mouth's 17. What you're saying? 18. What you're saying? You know what I mean? Barcelona are picking out youngsters for free. Yeah, kicking them out like I shouldn't maybe say that. You know what I mean? Because that might be technically not right. But anyway, moving on. But what it is, can't say that, can I? Can't say that, can I? But
Mate,
you know,
say what you fucking want on here.
No, I can't. No, because I think with Atty can't be right. You know what I mean? I can't be right. Danny, keep yourself quiet in the chat, bruv. You know what I mean? It's not waffle, it's truth. Get with it. But anyway, moving on.
Yeah, Dan, if you got a point to prove, mate, get your ass on here.
You know
Otherwise,
what I mean?
wind your neck in.
I'll rattle you to pieces. You know what I mean? Because I'm not in that brilliant mood right now. You know what I mean?
What
So
happened,
I'm in that
Alex?
mood.
Talk
But
to me.
I think
anyway,
Alex needs to
but
tell us how he really feels because I don't
What
reckon he's
happened,
told
Alex?
us enough, really.
Come on, mate. What happened
But-
today? Did you get
but-
cut
but
off? Was there some
that's
road
all-
rage?
That's all
I think Alex needs a Spurs psychiatrist.
That's all
Alex,
I've
was
got
there
to say.
some road
Alex,
rage today? Were you
what
driving
did-
the car and someone cut you off?
Alex, what did a woman do? It's blatantly
Come on.
about a woman. What's she done?
What happened?
Not a
It's got
lot.
nothing
That's
to do
probably
with
the
women.
problem.
It's not nothing to do with women, bro, because time's good on that one. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, bro. You know what I mean? Because
I
there's
won't
always
worry. I
kayfabe.
won't worry.
It's
Oh,
K,
good
it's
on the
K, it's
woman front.
kayfabe. There's kayfabe anyway. But you know what I mean? You know, because I
Right.
can rattle people with that one. But anyway, that's my point anyway.
Go on.
Dan,
Alex,
I'll
Alex,
leave
we
it to
all,
you,
Alex,
Dan.
we are all far more interested in what's put you in a bad mood than your take on Tottenham fans. Come on now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you seem a bit aggressive. I mean, if you
What's going on?
we're here for you, man. We're here for you. If you need to let
It's
it
a safe
out,
space, bro.
let
It's
it
a
out.
safe space. It's late night, Saturday night, it's therapy session. Alex, talk to us. What's happened?
Most of us have had a drink.
Great. Back to the football. Back to you, Dan. I'm done.
I think Alex needs to tell me. I think Alex needs to be a bit clear about how he feels because I don't think I quite understood, to be honest with you.
I think
Yeah, I must admit, Alex, you did
I
chop
think
and change it a
Alex is
bit.
not
So,
living in
so
doubt.
Alex, to the point,
I've
basically,
heard,
yeah.
by the way, Mia, I've
Who
heard
is
you on
the
the
bigger
Irish
problem?
Hotspur, by the way. I heard all those points about the Irish Hotspur. Now, I know you've got a can for Pochettino. Oh, my gosh, you love
What?
Pochettino, don't you?
I don't love
I've heard all your...
Pochettino.
Oh,
What
I
do
know
you
you
mean,
love
Ange?
Pochettino. Oh,
No,
I
you
know
mean
you love...
Right.
No, you
Yeah.
mean Ange Postecoglou, and no, I don't love him off because I want to give Frank a chance, and I've always given every man a chance. But what I said was, if people who are disrespectful about him winning us a trophy and calling him a clown, etc., I think it's just really bad when he's won us a trophy. I don't think it's necessary, Alex. So if you're going to get say it right, okay? Don't get me in a bad mood.
Wait. I have said it right. You don't like
I
Pochettino,
didn't.
don't you? You don't like
I don't.
Pochettino, don't you?
I
That's
don't
what you
like you. You just said I do like Pochettino.
No,
I'm
no,
so
no.
confused.
I was jesting. That you mate. I was
Alex,
Okay.
stop flirting with Mia, okay? Come on, you've had a bad day. Stop flirting.
Sarcastic.
Baffled,
Well, then,
man.
let me put a question out to people then, yeah? Who's the young fella which, I mean, maybe names is absolutely shocking anyway, especially when I've drunk a bit. Who's the young fella that we just got from Japan or China?
Kai.
Right. So the way I see it on this one, yeah? Am I bothered that we bought him? No. I couldn't really care less, yeah? Do I know anything about him? I've checked up a couple of things about him, but then again, I could make any use to like film you playing football and that, and actually most of you make you look good at football on YouTube. It's really not hard to do it, yeah? Because all you got to do is take the pictures of the person touching the ball at the right time, if they can. Right, my point is, we've complained about for fuck knows how many years now with Brighton, with Brentford, even with City, Chelsea doing it, Arsenal doing it, other clubs in the league doing it, even Bournemouth doing it, and other teams and that they go and get these young players, these rusty diamonds, whatever you want to call them, yeah, and turn them into good players, either that play for their team or play for their team and then move on for 50, 60 million, yeah? So we go and buy a 5 million player that we know fuck all about, and then next thing you know, the fan base goes off its head.
Optics.
Most of them are the ones that have been absolutely moaning that we don't go and do this. So,
Dan, it's optics.
Ben, I'll start with you and then each to their own. What the fuck do people want? Because we've all been, I say all, a lot of us have been asking for this for a long time. Right, go and find those diamonds. Go and get those 5 million young ones in, not these fucking 45 million Archie Grays and that. And that's not disrespecting Archie Gray, that's disrespecting the price of it, yeah? Ian, if you're there, mate, I'll send you the link. And so we've gone and bought him for 5 million. I know everyone wants to see a 30, 40 million player in there who's worth that and everything. But this is what people have been asking for. So what's the problem if we go and get a little 5 million player with tuppence money and that and go and put him on loan for a couple of years and he ends up good and we end up sending him 50 or he ends up good? Why are people
No.
complaining about this when
Dave,
they've
can I
been
interrupt
asking
you?
for it? Go for it.
Chief, I'm very, very sorry. My little one is crying. I think I'm going to have to bounce. Can I pass that question on to someone else?
Go for it, mate.
I'm very,
not a
very sorry,
problem.
guys. Listen, it's been a
Cheers
pleasure.
for coming on, Ben. It's
I'm
much
speaking
appreciated.
100%.
And I'll see you
anytime,
again
mate.
soon.
Take care,
Take
everybody.
care.
I'll take it,
Yeah.
Dan.
Whoever wants to take that on,
I'll
be
take
back in
it.
1 minute.
It's optics. It's optics. I don't think on the surface of things, there's nothing wrong with going and buying a £5 million kid and hoping that he comes good. I think where a lot of the fan base are really disappointed is it's yet another kid. I think that's, I can't speak for everyone, but I feel it's like this is all we seem to be buying. If you look at the last however many signings, Tell, Gray, Bergval, Odeber, Yang, Takai, it's like this is all we're doing. So I don't think, and if you take the signing in isolation, I don't know if anyone agrees with me. I've got no problem with it. 5 million, he could become the greatest thing we've ever seen. But I think the problem is everyone's now looking for the window where we don't buy kids and we're actually trying to buy what we need for the now. So I think we've got to separate the signing in isolation and then the optics of that's the first signing that Frank's made. That's the problem for me. It's not him. It's not that we've bought him for 5 million, because 5 million is nothing. But the problem is everyone's sitting there going, we want an Eze, we want a Semenyo, we want a Paulinho, we want a blah, 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 we want a Xavi Simons. And then when you go and buy another 5 million kid, everyone's like, oh God, this is all we do. So I think it's isolation versus bigger picture. That's how I see it.
Can I add something?
Go for it. Say
Right.
as you wish. Whoever wants to jump in, go for gold.
How I see it, right? Our club make the most awful decisions when it comes to youngsters and older players.
When it comes to
Right.
football, you mean?
Because it's not just the youngsters that might come good. They could come good, don't get me wrong. But I don't trust our club to make the right decisions to bring in the right players. Because, look, they brought in Archie Gray. Like you say, Safa, he looks like a kid lost. And he's like... Then you've got... The only kid I can say I've seen some spark of it could become good is Bergval, right?
Mhm.
The others, Tell, Odeber, Johnson, I don't like him. He scores goals, but I don't like him as a player. Solanke, not good enough. They're all average players. All of them. Tell, Jan's at QPR, my husband's team. He doesn't look... He's a raw player. And he's slight as well, right?
Mm.
I just don't trust our club to make the right decisions. Our scouting is awful. That's why I won't get behind it. It really is bad. We have to shake it up, right, and start scouting properly. Like we put Brighton on a pedestal because they scout really good. You can see when you see their footballers, they came down to White Hart Lane and battered us. And I don't care if half the players were drunk, they would still battered us because they moved the ball so beautifully and their touch is better. They're just better players. You can see it. And I don't trust our club. They've made some awful decisions.
Agreed.
I mean, Sean, how do you look on that one? Yeah, because I get where people are coming from here. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. We've seen enough fucking youth people coming. Can you just put down someone who you can get slightly excited? I mean, say someone who walks into that first team, you don't need a world-class player or a very good player. You need a good player. Yeah, but if they get into that first team, it's a bloody improvement. Yeah, but it is what we've been asking for a while, isn't it? Like to actually look at the 5 million players, not go and spunk 40 million up the wall on an Archie Gray, 5 million on a player, stick him out on loan or whatever else, see if he gets good or play him and see if he gets good. We've been complaining that we don't do that shit and we go and do it and then people go off their head about it.
Yeah, everybody wants to be like Brighton until it's time to act like Brighton, right? And then as soon as you do that,
I can agree with that.
Enough. So, yeah, look, it's a balance act, isn't it? It should be the 80-20 rule. You should be buying 20% of your money should be on players for the the future that are either, you know, a way off, but are potentially, you know, going to be here in 2 or 3 years' time. And the manager shouldn't have any say on those sorts of players because the manager won't be here for them. Then you should have, within that 20%, 30% of your budget, you should be looking at players that are young, that are cheapish, that are, you know, that are going to potentially break through in the next 12 months. But you also have to give these guys time. Like, people are writing off Archie Gray. I've also been guilty of saying, like, I think, well, I said it when we first signed him. I said I really like Archie Gray, but I think we massively overpaid for him because he's, you know, 35 million quid or whatever on a guy that hasn't kicked a minute of top level football. It's punchy. If you were to do that with a player from Belgium or a player from Sweden, you'd have a problem with it. But we didn't seem to have a problem with it at the time doing it in the Championship. So it was weird. But like, we seem to be very good at doing this thing. We've improved in our world of going and finding young players. Where I think the frustration is that when we've dropped big money, it's been on players that haven't really lived up to that valuation. But I don't think that's a Tottenham problem. I think that's a football problem. I think if you look at the teams that even the biggest teams, but I'll be honest, it's going to be very difficult for Florian Wirtz to justify his valuation. It's going to be very difficult. He might be the best thing around in Europe, but when you're paying 125 million and you've got 75, 80 million quid of wages guaranteed over the next 4 or 5 years, 205 million pounds worth of spend there, of commitment, you know, how much additional value is he going to have to provide to justify that outlay? And when you look at the other, like the Man United 70, 80 million pound players over the last 10 years, the Paul Pogbas, the Antonys, the Casemiros, like, how much value have they brought in? Very little. Same with, you know, I mean, Caicedo might be making some moves now a little bit with Chelsea. Enzo Fernandez, arguably only his first decent season. Like, there's not a lot of really successful stories when you're paying top money. And especially, and the other side of the coin is Tottenham fans always go, oh, we don't pay the wages. The one time we did pay the wages, look what a millstone around the neck that became to try and move him on. And look at other teams. I'm talking about
Ndombele, yeah.
Ndombele, yeah. But then you look at other teams that are paid, you know, 50% more than that for players that have also been relative underperformers. You can't move Casemiro on at Manchester United, so he's going to run his contract down. They can't even get rid of Jadon Sancho. They have to drop that price to 25 million quid. People think that Chelsea, someone's going to pay Chelsea 70 million quid for Nkunku. Who's going to do that? Who's going to do that? What about
before he came here? He looked brilliant, and then he came here and got busted, and he's been shit.
The problem is that he's been injured and he's been shit. And then, so if he's not proven it at the Premier League, then the Premier League, where the money resides, aren't going to pay what Chelsea want for him. And then it goes back to Europe, where Europe, generally speaking, don't pay anything like that sort of salary. So he's going to be someone that's loaned out in all likelihood, unless Chelsea, to be fair, have got a slightly better record of being able to kind of retain value in their players when they sell them, like they did with Mason Mount. Or I mean, he was free the youth, but like Kai Havertz is a better example. But I just think that, generally speaking, Tottenham fans think that the problems just exist within Tottenham. They don't. They're everywhere else. And when you spend massive money, it doesn't usually work out. But when Tottenham has spent big money, similar to everywhere else, you hold these people to higher standards because they come with higher price tags. And, you know, and then, like, generally speaking, Tottenham go, well, that didn't work. Let's do it again. Let's go again. And, you know, if you're an owner where you have dropped 60 million on Ndombele and paid him 200 grand a week, and it was the biggest waste of money ever, you're going to think twice about doing it a second time. If you do it, Richarlison or Solanke. I know a lot of you think that Solanke is a waste man. I don't. I think Solanke's a very good player. I think he was just used in a system that didn't. Well, he played to his strengths, but the outcome of that is that his output was as big as it could have been. So I think you're going to see much better from him next year. I hope, at least. And I think the same thing with like Sanchez and Lo Celso, even Sissoko. Whenever we paid big money for our own standards, it hasn't really been a success story. And so the owner's going to think about that stuff when it comes to the next time. But Tottenham fans, like I say, they're never happy anyway. Like, they look at Brighton and go, why can't we be more like Brighton? Then we act like more like Brighton. Everyone's got a problem with not being more like Liverpool. When we go and pay big, it doesn't work out. They think that should just be written off and go, you know, we'll just go again. Unfortunately, money doesn't grow on trees. And so, like, again, it all comes back to expectations, who is setting them, and what is reasonable. And I think that the fans set unrealistic expectations. And I think that started at Tottenham when we got to the Champions League final, which was the anomaly. It was the exception to the rule. It shouldn't have been the game-changing reset of now we have to kick on. And if we don't win Premier League titles, then suddenly Daniel Levy's a failure and he's a terrible chairman. I think it's a bonkers narrative. It's like if you're married and the guy who lives next door to you wins the lottery, and your wife turns around to you when he picks up the guy next door, his Ferrari gets dropped off on the Monday morning, and your wife turns around and looks at you scornfully and says, "Why can't we drive one of those cars?" Like, there's anomalies, there are exceptions to the rule. That guy didn't earn that success. He got very lucky, and it was a one-off. Tottenham got to the Champions League final. We were nowhere near Champions League final level at the time. And we got to that situation, and I've said it 1,000 times. The worst thing that could have happened to Tottenham Hotspur was getting to the Champions League final and losing, because if you won it, different story, different reality. But getting to the final and losing reset the expectations of the fan base to unreasonable levels based on a moment, a one-off, and not the norm. And then after that, it's been 5 years of regression, but it's been 5 years of regression from a height that was poorly timed in the grand scheme of things, because at the same time we were moving into a new stadium and we didn't have any money to kick on. And people forget all that shit. People don't care about any of those things. They just go, what have you done for me lately? And even what he has done for us lately, if the buck stops at the top argument, what it's worth, he's won us a trophy. Like, if Daniel Levy is responsible for all of the problems at the football club, then by the logic of that narrative, which I don't subscribe to, but if other people do, then you have to give him the credit for winning the Europa League. But that seems to have been immediately forgotten, and now everybody is now going back to Daniel Levy's terror.
I agree with that one.
I get that.
I said earlier, Sean, that hang on a sec,
24
Ellie.
years.
I said earlier, Sean, that you were one of the ones who didn't agree with that side, that it stops at the top, basically. Yeah, you got a different opinion to that. Yeah,
no, I don't think it does.
Yeah, and that's your way of seeing it. Whereas I do see it that the main man is at the very top, and that might not be Levy, that might be Lewis, but we all look on it as Levy. And if everyone's going to slam Ange all season and then all of a sudden big him up for 90 minutes for how the players told him to play football, then you've got to give Levy credit as well, like it or lump it. Whether you like the prick or not ain't the fucking point. If you want to try and make yourself look like you not just being narrow-minded and are just gunning for someone full stop, even if you do just want him out, you've got to give credit where credit's due. So if Ange deserved credit for the cup, then so did Levy, whether we like it or fucking not.
Yeah,
that's how I see it.
And to be able to compete in front of and amongst teams that have got more wealth in the ground than has ever been printed in the history of mankind is a difficult feat. Very difficult. It's like trying to win a bodybuilding competition when you're natural and everyone else is on steroids. It's going to be difficult, right? But on top of that, even teams like Aston Villa, like, this is where I land on this whole thing about Daniel Levy. I said this a couple of days ago, right? I'm at the point where I don't share the resentment. I need my own hashtag, because Levy out and change for Tottenham are the same thing. They're one and the same, right? They both essentially, when I've been to those protests, they sing songs about him, like "Get out of our club," "You're a parasite," all that stuff. I don't subscribe to any of that, but I do land on the point when you see the likes of Aston Villa and Chelsea, that Chelsea benefited in the Club World Cup. They're going to make 60 million quid, and they got that through winning trophies that they did whilst they were cheating. They were cheating, right? Like, Chelsea paid an £8 million fine in 2023 because of acknowledgements of the cheating and the brand that they've established under the Abramovich rules they had all the money in the world and they still cheated anyway. Manchester City, we still don't know what the hell's going on with the 115 charges, which is an absolute disgrace. But let's assume some level, whatever level, but some level of probable like loophole rule bending or breaking to the point where they were doing things that were pushing the limits of what's fine and fair. Aston Villa are going to fall foul of UEFA rules this year. They qualified for the Champions League last season. They participated in it. They won. They made 80-90 million quid out of participating in it by getting into the Champions League through the Premier League via a squad that was built using money that they shouldn't have been allowed to spend. They are now, because of a faux pas on a referee decision, they now have to play in the Europa League next season. But if it wasn't for that one faux pas, they would have qualified for the Champions League 2 years running because of a squad that they built, breaking the rules that that until now is just about to be the consequences about to be heard from. But the punishment for breaking those rules is a slap on the wrist, and they still get to participate in the tournament anyway. It's like robbing a bank, and if you get away with it, great. If you don't get away with it, you only have to give back 5% of the money that you stole, and you get to go and rob the next bank as well.
So why not go and fucking rob it? You'd be an idiot if not to.
Exactly, 100%.
I'm
kind of
sorry,
where I
but
land.
This is just excuses now.
It's not excuses, mate. It's not excuses. But let me just finish the point, Alex. Let me just finish my one last point, and then I'm 30 seconds away from finishing, and I'll stop talking. When I see all that happening,
back on it.
Just give me 30 seconds. When I see all that happening, and the rules are obviously not fit for purpose, then I now land on the point whereby Daniel Levy is the poster boy of FFP. The rules are not going to be changed. It is what it is. It's a shame. It's a disgrace, but it is what it is. If the paradigm of financial fair play in football has moved to a point where it's irrelevant, then Daniel Levy, for me, whilst I don't share this like get out of my club middle finger approach, I still land probably on the same argument, which is if you're not prepared to engage in those dark arts and push the needle, then sell the club to someone who will. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, it is what it is. And I've held hope that the financial fair play rules were going to stop this shit happening, but that's clearly not going to happen. And so whilst I think it's a disgrace, and I don't blame Daniel Levy for it, at the end of the day, Levy, Lewis, whoever, if you don't have the ambition to participate in those mechanisms, then sell the club and move on and let someone else come in who's more in line to do that sort of thing, inclined to do that sort of thing.
With blood, life's unfair, Sean. I'm sorry. I mean, like Dan says, I can't leave my door open because if I leave my door open, someone else is going to get in my door. Or maybe if I lock my door, someone will try and keep an eye on my door, right?
They still say your window out of a fucking hammer these days, mate, depending where you live.
Exactly, and find a bloody big machine to open it up. Sorry,
you don't need a big machine, mate. You don't need a big machine.
As usual, bro. You completely missed the point. The law does stop people from doing it.
But the law.
Hang on, Sean. Let him finish his bit. Let him finish his bit.
Broken a lot of the time, bro. Unfortunately, morals doesn't go into life. Unfortunately, bro. I'm sorry. It doesn't go into morals. Doesn't work in life. Unfortunately, if you don't live in London and see it for yourself, I don't know what you're living in. By the way, you know what I mean? There's a lot of injustice.
Alex, not everywhere's as fucked up as London.
Exactly. So I don't know what we're going with. I mean, honestly.
But Alex, you're missing the point, mate. No one ever told you to leave your door open, did they?
Well, but no one tells you that even if you lock it and you have
and more mug you if you do.
Still mug you, bro. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. The way you're talking, it's like you're saying, "Oh well."
Your point, mate. Your point is not in any way related. Like your analogy doesn't make any sense to what I'm saying.
You're just trying to be clever now. You're trying to be clever now. Trying to be a big man. Trying to be big time with me, and you're not doing big time with me, bro. You're not doing big time with me, bro. You might be a finance guy, bruv, but I know a lot more than you know. Your little finger, bruv. You know what I mean? So don't try that with me. Don't try that with me.
What are you talking about?
No, because you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Now you're trying to laugh at me now, bruv. Trying to take the piss out of me. Don't try that with me, right?
What are you? Wait, why are you angry? What are you getting angry about?
No, don't try that with me, bro. Don't try that with me. Don't try that with me.
Alex, shut up, mate. You're being a dickhead. You're angry about something else.
Now you're trying to shut up now. Now you're trying to shut up now because you know I'm trying to batten you now. You know
what are you talking about?
You're getting rattled now. Are you trying to get rattled now? You're getting rattled now. But let me make my point because you obviously had your 5 minutes of fame. It didn't really work out for you. The point I'm making is you said Chelsea and Manchester City are cheating and all that stuff. Unfortunately, Sean, in your little head, unfortunately, Chelsea did what they needed to do. They did what they needed to do. They hustled. Yeah,
Alex,
that's what people do.
I'll tolerate the fact that you're in a bad mood. Don't ever be rude to me, bro. Don't ever be rude to me.
Here we go again. You can't
Alex, don't ever be rude to me, mate. You're being a big mistake. Don't ever be rude to me, bro. Don't ever be rude to me.
Can you listen to what I'm saying? Can you actually listen to what I'm saying rather than interrupt to me? The point I'm making is,
don't be rude.
The point. No, I'm not being rude to you. I'm being straight up and direct to the point, bro. To a man. Yeah, a man-to-man conversation right now, bro. Right? You're not a child. I'm talking to you like a man. Right? So I'm respecting you, bro. Yeah, so listen to me rather than interrupting me. My point is Chelsea and Man City did what they need to do to get through. That's what they did. They hustled, right? Right? That's what we do, right? That's what people know. People in real life does. Hustle. right? Hustle to get where they need to get to. That's what Daniel Levy's doing. That's what Daniel Levy's done. How many years? That's why he's at the top, right? Okay. And unfortunately, Tottenham Hotspur have just been behind. That's what they've done, unfortunately. And the people that we're complaining about Brighton, we want to be like Brighton. Brighton are hustling. Brentford hustled, right? Bournemouth hustled, right? All we've done is complained. That's all we've done. And that's what you've just done. You've just shown examples of people, just showing examples of people that have just hustled and we just complained. And we just got lucky last season winning Europa League. That's what we've done. You know what I mean? So I don't know where we're going with this at the moment, right? It's like, well, this is unfair. This is unfair. This is unfair. So what? So what? Sometimes you've just got to find a way, right? And you just go for it. And unfortunately for Chelsea and Man City and Aston Villa, right? What they did, they saw a loophole and said, okay, we'll do that. And they got themselves out of trouble. Well done. Well done. Well done. You know what I mean?
If you can do it and get away with it.
Exactly. Honestly,
can't blame
people
someone.
buy what you're saying. I just don't even know what we're doing here.
If you can do it and get away with it, it doesn't make it right. But if the other ones are cheating and they're at the top because they're cheating, the only way you're going to catch them is if you start fucking cheating as well. That's the way I see that. Anyway,
exactly what, like when Alex, he says, I can't interrupt him, but he interrupted me. I said, wait, let me land my last point. 30 seconds is what I asked after you'd interrupted me. And I said, when all of that is said and done, it is what it is. So if Daniel Levy doesn't want to engage in those dark arts, then he needs to sell the club and move on. Right? Which is, so the point that you ended up making, even though your analogies were completely nonsensical and had absolutely no bearing in reality or relevance, at the end of the day, bro, we land on the same point. So well done for waffling for 10 minutes and getting aggressive about nothing as per usual.
What do you mean?
I hope you have a better day tomorrow, Alex. I hope you have a better day tomorrow.
Waffling for 10 minutes. Actually, I made some very good points, actually, by the way. Actually, reality points, by the way. Hustling, bro. So I don't know where you're going with this. Like, you're putting people that hustle down by what I've just said. So by what you're just saying that I've waffled, what do you mean by that? Honestly, I don't know where you're going with this, bro. Honestly, I'm 2 steps ahead of you, bro. I don't even know where you're going with this. It's just you're laughing because you think you're chatting absolute rubbish. Honestly, it's passion,
Wait,
bro.
why are you so angry? What's so angry?
I'm not
why are you
angry,
so
bro.
angry?
Stop saying I'm angry, bro. I'm passionate. I'm not here.
You are angry.
I'm not here. No, bro. Stop saying I'm angry. I'm not angry.
No, seriously, Peria. I mean, Alex, you've been a bit rude here, but Sean, you did call him a dickhead at the same time, yeah. So it's about time both.
When did I call him a dickhead?
About 5 minutes ago.
I called him a dickhead.
Yeah, you did actually call him being a dickhead.
If I called him a dickhead, I apologise. I want to come watch that back. I don't think I did. But
you actually did. People on the side would tell you.
Because I think he said,
and before that, you said, don't be a dickhead. So stop being a dickhead. So that makes both of you as bad as each other. I mean, like, you did say that. And Alex, you've had a bad day. I understand you're a Spurs supporter. Life's a bitch. And then you marry one and then you die, they say. But it's just, it is what it is. I mean, but in that aspect, I think you've both made some fair points.
We both made the same point. We both made the same point. I was just explaining the situation of how what's going on in VAR, and then in FFP, and I said at the end of the day, when it comes to the situation not changing, then Daniel Levy should adapt or depart. And then Alex decided to take umbrage with that, and then make the same point I was making. Whatever.
I think that's a fair point. So, Alex, what point are you actually trying to get to at the end of that?
What I'm saying is that the teams that he just mentioned, I'm saying that they're hustled and got what they got away with what they got away with. Unfortunately, that's what happens in life. Morally, things are not morally right, morally correct. Unfortunately, that is just what it is. Morally, I don't think we should have won that competition, the Europa League, but we got through it because we've done what we needed to do to get to that through that Europa League by hook by crook. That's what happened. You know
what do you mean morally we shouldn't have won it? Is there anything we did that was immoral to win it? Like, that doesn't make any sense, Alex. If you're going to use a word...
Sorry. Don't
I haven't spoken for about
Alex,
half an hour, man.
Let her finish.
Like, allow it.
She's kept quiet. Alex, let me
I'm not saying about definitions. Yeah, but I'm not saying about definitions about morally.
Either way, let me finish, and then you can give it back.
But there's no need to go about definitions. Like, I'm not dumb.
Either way, whether it's
no,
definitions or not, let me finish. Go on, go.
Well, no,
Alex.
because words mean something, Alex. So
I'm
if
sorry,
you
but
say,
yeah, but you don't just
hold on,
Alex,
let me,
hang on.
like
Let
that.
me finish, for fuck's
fair
sake.
enough.
mate, I haven't spoken
seriously,
for
man.
so long,
That's
and
not
like you're
exactly.
having a go at me for no reason at all,
Alex,
Alex.
let her
Like,
finish. Mia, go for
honestly,
gold. Go for
like,
gold, Mia.
all I'm
It's your
saying
turn.
is that when you say that we morally shouldn't have won it, that doesn't make any sense, because the word moral, it means you're saying that we were immoral. So I'm asking you, what exactly did we do immorally to not be able to win the Europa League? Like, we didn't cheat, we didn't do anything that was
My way of
immoral.
saying it, my way of looking at a definition, right? Okay, is that we play a certain way, right? Okay, we didn't play that certain way to win that competition. So I'm saying it could have been immoral. That's what I'm saying. It's an example. I'm not saying that. Look, listen, it's not. We won the competition. I'm not having a go at it. I'm just saying, right, that there is immoral and moral. What? That's it. I'm not making a big deal about it. I'm just saying that. That's just my argument. I'm just, you know what I mean.
Did you also say that Tottenham got lucky to win the Europa League?
That's what I'm saying. So I don't know.
So how can we be immoral and unlucky?
Listen,
I'm sorry, that's a steady point, Alex. Reply to that one.
Hang on, Alex. Can I just? I think, Alex, tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me to F off if you want. I think what you're trying to say is that Spurs stepped away from what Ange said our morals and our ethos were as a football team to win it. But the way you're saying it is that we've done something wrong to win it, which we haven't. I think what you're saying is that we've actually stepped away from we will play. This is who we are, mate. We don't change for anybody. And then he just completely changed. But that's not doing anything wrong. He done what he needed to do to win it. I feel, is that fair? Is that what you were trying to say, Morgan?
That's exactly what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Right, there we go. That was a bit of an explanation exactly of what you meant. That's why I asked you what you meant by it being not moral. That's exactly what I asked you, and you jumped down my throat. So that's why I asked.
No, I did. I thought you were trying to make fun of me about my definitions and stuff, and I thought, no, that's not right. But anyway, moving
Alex,
on.
can I ask you?
Yeah,
are you angry from Saturday or for Sunday morning? Like, is this going to continue into Sunday, or are you?
Well, it is actually
wrong,
Sunday.
You're fighting the world today. What's wrong?
I'm not fighting the world, Sav. I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. I'm just
checking, man.
I hope you are okay,
I'm in the. I wish I never even mentioned it now, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? I thought it was just
There's nothing wrong with mentioning it, mate. There's nothing wrong with mentioning it.
But I'm defending myself. That's what I do. But anyway, moving on. Anyway, I don't want to.
Go on, Ellie. You obviously want to step into this and give your opinion. Go for
Alex
gold.
is my boy. Alex is my boy. Right. So
what did you say? No, Ellie, what did you just say? Oh, right. I just thought you said Alex is my bitch.
Yeah, no, I love Alex because
I just thought you said Alex
in a roundabout way. You do get to the point in about 20,000 words, Alex, but I love you for it, right? And I like the way your passion comes out, because you do love our club. You can tell, right? And you want better for our club. You can tell that as well. All right, and about the hustling bit, I find that hilarious because it does. Club in any life, people hustle. I hustle with my husband, right? To not cook him.
Whatever you call it, Ellie, we don't need to know.
Too much detail, Ellie.
But I get your point that clubs broke the rules, right? And I get Sean's point of view as well. He says he's basically saying if Levy doesn't want to break the rules and hustle, then get out. You know, out and let somebody else who will break the rules to keep up with the Joneses is.
Can I just say, doesn't this all boil down to more than anything? Listen, I get what Alex was trying to say in his words. I understand what Sean was saying as well, and I think they were both actually getting the same point.
To the same point, wasn't it?
It was the same point.
Isn't this more about the fact that I think what we all want to see? It doesn't matter whether you're Levy in, Levy out, Frank in, Frank out, Ange in. None of that matters. I think what we want to see is we want to see that the owners, Daniel Levy, give it a go. Like, we want to see that, have we, sorry to use a football analogy here in a football show, but
one thing quick there, mate. I keep using football analogies with my wife when we're having debates and that. She gets pretty pissed off with it at times, so I'm just as bad.
But don't you don't we want to get to the end of a transfer window and just think that we've left everything on the field? Like that we've, we want to get to the end of that window and say, Levy and Lang and Paratici, whoever it is, have bought us good enough players that we go, right, manager, whoever it is, over to you. Over to you now. Look, we've had a good, solid window. We've done what we can within our means. Let's go. And I think that's the problem more than anything, is that it feels like we get to the end of a transfer window and it's sort of like, oh, is that it? Is that what we've planned all year for? Because people always say, like, transfer windows, they take a couple of months. Transfer windows are planned for all year round. This is these people's jobs. So I just think, from my point of view, I don't care if it's breaking rules, not breaking rules, morally right, all of this. Get to the end of the summer and show us that, you know what? Yeah, you gave it a bloody good go, and we couldn't ask for more. That's all I ask. That's all I ask. But getting to the end of a transfer window, it's only the end of June. But seeing Danso, Tell, and Takai, what that does is that makes people think, well, hang on. There's a pattern forming here. This is what we do. This is our pattern. So what they need to do in the next 3 signings is they need to break that cycle. The next 3 signings need to be 3 first-team players that come in and we go, yeah. Now, not unrealistic signings, Dan. I'm not talking about every signing needs to be an amazing player. But
we don't even need bloody world-class signings to get into that first team. We just need some good signings.
Exactly. So just that's all I ask for. That's why I'm not losing my mind about it. However, it's just that I'm seeing the patterns, and I'm sure that Mia is, Ellie is, Alex is, Dan is, Sean is, we're all seeing that pattern where we go, hang on, we've been here before. Let's change the pattern. So the next signing, like we talked about
same
the other
Spurs,
day,
different day, innit?
If the next signing, for example, is Carl Walker-Peters, whilst we can all turn around and go, okay, we get it because of club trained and homegrown, the optics will be that the first 4 signings of the window have been 4 players who aren't first team starters. So that will be the optics. So for me, this is easily solvable. And we need, I think I speak for everyone on this panel, someone will disagree, I'm sure. We need a massive July.
Someone always likes a coffee.
We need a massive July where 2 or 3 come in and we go, yeah, good players.
Saba, we say this every bloody season.
Do you know what, Ellie? You just took the words out of my fucking mouth.
Sure, Ellie.
It is so true. We say it. Last season was the biggest season thing and everything, and that it's true. I'm agreeing with what Saba says as well. It is what you just said.
Our club are the most annoying club in the world.
That's an understatement.
They're so annoying and so disappointing. They disappoint us fans. Our fans are really loyal. 62,000 pack into that stadium, expecting something special, and we get served up Solanke. For God's sake. Come on. We've had Harry Kane. We've had Jimmy Greaves. We've had
but the difference is, Ellie, hang on a sec. Like with Harry Kane, we didn't go and buy him. I think that is the thing you can look at with that. Of course we did. I totally get it. But the point I'm making is, why can't we fucking go and buy a Harry Kane?
Yeah.
I think that's the other side of it. Last thing I think we bought like that was Klinsmann.
What was the idea?
I think. Go on. Sorry, Ellie. Go on.
What was the idea on Solanke? He's never been good, apart from 1 season at Bournemouth. You look at his career.
The way some people, Ellie, the way some people looked at Solanke was a. How should I put it? Ellie, the way some people looked at Solanke, and I can only vouch for my side on this or a man's side on this, yeah. It's just like when it comes to 1 o'clock and it's kick out time, and you know what that'd do? It's a bit rough and ragged around the edges, but beggars can't be choosers. And that's just sort of like how Spurs supporters look at players, isn't it? Go on, sorry.
There's so many better players than him who score a lot more goals than him. Visser at Brentford, fabulous.
I go and get a Visser.
Yeah,
That's the sort of signing we should be making. Go and get a Visser.
he's a brilliant striker.
I'm gonna jump off.
See you later, mate. Take care of yourself. Cheers for coming on.
Get out, Sean.
We're settling for mediocre, and that's
Yeah,
why
but
we're
Ellie,
mediocre.
let me ask everyone a question here then, yeah? I mean, it's another one that's been bugging me big time since yesterday when I did a show, yeah? Harvey Elliott. And then I see at least 3/4 of the fan back. He's not good enough for us. I'm like, fuck off. Harvey Elliott walks into our first team as far as I'm concerned, and yet people slam him. Me and Sava makes this point a lot, and I make it a lot as well, in the aspect of we sat there, me and Sava on the show, and went through at least 4 or 5 players that should be in that, that could go in that first team, that would have cost less than Archie Gray, less on the Riades, less on the wages. And then people also said Locatelli wasn't good enough, but was quite happy with Bentancur, Sarr, and everything else. Is anybody on here honestly telling me that Harvey Elliott is not good enough for that first team? At 40 million, if that is his price.
No, he's brilliant.
He walks into it.
Fantastic. Walks straight in.
But then, Ellie, why do so many people say he's not good enough? I mean, I'd say a majority say he's not good enough. I mean, what are people expecting?
But we heard the same when it was Conor Gallagher. I actually said I think Conor Gallagher is good enough, but he wouldn't come because of his Chelsea links. But
I said he wasn't good enough until I put in some details and checked out some shit. So I was one of the ones guilty of that.
Yeah, no, that's cool. But I'm just saying, like, a lot of people said the same. I think our fans, we do that. But I am going to actually have to go myself as well. Let these dogs out because they're looking at me funny. So,
Mia, before you go, I'm sorry about do not get used to this, Mia, and we're going to still debate anyway because we always don't agree.
Yeah,
but yeah, sorry about the misunderstanding on the more thing. That was
that's right, Alex. You know, I've always got time for you, Alex. You know that, innit? So
you just got an apology off Alex. Take it with a pinch of gold.
I'm not saying it because of the chat either.
Yeah, no,
take it with, and Mia, anytime you are welcome on here.
Thank you.
Always had a good show. We always used to do good ones. So the question I'll ask, take care of yourself. Who's on here still? Why is everyone even slamming Harvey Elliott when as far as I'm concerned, I get it, it's only opinion, but he walks into our first team. He's better than Bentancur. He's better than bloody Sarr. He's better than Basuma. He's better than I can't remember the name of the young player. He's better than anything we've got in midfield. And people saying he's not good enough for fucking Spurs.
Yeah, but Dan, this is natural fan behavior. This isn't Spurs fans, this is football fans. When a player signs for our club, the way they're viewed is very different to if they don't sign for Spurs or don't play for Spurs. That's always the way. So, for example, Dominic Solanke, if he hadn't have signed for us and had turned us down to go to Aston Villa, for example, the fan base would have gone, he's shit anyway, don't want him, glad we missed out on him. That's human behavior. Right, Harvey Elliott's a very good footballer, a very, very good footballer who is at a top club and can't nail down a first 11 position because they've got so many talented footballers. At Tottenham Hotspur, he hasn't got that many talented footballers to step over to get into the first team. So just using him as the example, right? It's the same with Locatelli, Dan. Last year, when we were talking about Locatelli, half our fan base said he's rubbish. He couldn't do it. Is
this where people only watch the Premier League?
Yeah, but hang on. This is the thing. If we had signed Locatelli, those same fans would be talking about, they'd be making videos about why he solves Spurs' midfield problem. They'd be making videos as to he's the missing piece. So a lot of that, I think we take with a pinch of salt, right? A lot of that you take with a pinch of salt. Conor Gallagher's the best example ever. Conor Gallagher is a top midfielder who during his 2 years at Chelsea as a first team regular, you know, not only was he given the captain's armband by Poch, in those couple of years, he was in the top 5 midfielders for every single stat there was for midfield players in the league. Goals scored, assists, tackles, interceptions, duels won, recovery tackles, ground covered. He was in the top 5 for all of them, Dan, right? But our fans went, he ain't good enough. Now, whether we were going to get him or not is a different question, because we know that the Chelsea links, it wasn't going to happen. But this is the problem. When we're after a player like that, we always want to put it down. Why would we get him? He's not good enough. Yet Atletico Madrid signed him. It's the same thing right now, Dan, with Mark Guehi. Mark Guehi wouldn't get in our defence, but Liverpool are trying to sign him. Do you know what I mean? And that's just the nature of what we do. We all sit there and say Levy doesn't buy good enough players. Then when you suggest better players, we all say, well, how will they get in? They're not better than what we've got. I don't think we know what we actually think. And if you ask, sorry, last thing I'll say.
Go for gold, mate. Stay as you wish. I ain't in no rush.
By the way, when
It's
people
too
say
fucking up
things,
to
sorry,
speak.
when Destiny is saying things in the chat like, I don't want Chelsea boys, things like that, we've got to get over. You've got to get over.
I couldn't give a fuck where they come from. If they're good enough, they're good enough.
If you want the best players come from the Chelseas, the Uniteds, the Cities, the Liverpools, the yada, yada, yada. So for me, I think what we've got to do here is we've got to be honest. And if you actually ask people, if you truly, truly ask people what they think of a footballer and they remove their Spurs hat, you get a much better conversation than you do when you're trying to speak to people through rose-tinted glasses. And Dan, let's be honest. If Archie Gray had signed for any one of our rivals last year and had the year he's just had, we'd all be saying how shit he is, right? But because he's at Spurs, there is 1,000,001 excuses. Ange did this to him. He's better at this. He does this. This is what we do. So have the conversation with non-Spurs fans to find out what people think. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
In some ways, that is the fair way to do it. In other ways, it isn't, because there's going to be fans out there who are just going to slate Spurs no matter what. Same as no matter what you say about Arsenal, I'm going to say they're all a bunch of see you next Tuesdays. But the point I'm making is with it, you're right on what you're saying. When you've actually got a level-headed football fan from the outside, I think you can actually get a more legit opinion, because there's a lot of people on this side who look on it from the Spurs hat on, which we've all been guilty of. But there's a lot who also look on it from the side of a Levy fan, a Levy out person, this and that, or just hardcore Spurs all the way or whatever. Sometimes it's an open fan who's open-minded, not just despises Spurs because they're West Ham, which are dog shit anyway, and whatever else. You can actually take a sensible opinion from an open fan a lot time better than a fan from that club, if you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
If you look at it, sorry, Ellie, go on.
No, there's no bias. Like, you're not looking through rose-tinted glasses. And also, what about Harvey Elliott? Right, he's an attacking midfielder, so he wouldn't replace.
He can play as a bloody 8 and a 10 and a winger.
He can play as a right winger. Right, he's an attacking midfielder and a right winger. So if he's going to replace anybody, it'll be attacking midfielders is matters, because none of the others are attacking.
I think he'd take Burville's place personally.
The right winger, he would replace Johnson, which I love, because I don't like Johnson. Even though he scores goals, I just don't rate him as a footballer.
He's not a right winger, Elliot.
He costs us more. He costs us more with his rubbish play than he does scoring goals. I don't care what anybody says.
I'm with you 100%.
I watched him so many times. He wastes so many opportunities.
He's shit.
Yeah, like,
call it an opinion if you want, but he's shit.
Yeah, as a winger, Dan, and everybody else, right? You're supposed to get the ball, beat your man, cross the ball. When does he do that? Once. He's got 1 assist all season.
Ellie, I'm with you 100%. You say beat his man, he couldn't beat himself, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
I think he's that bad.
I think we're asking the wrong thing. Like we do this a lot when we talk about, well, who does he replace? This isn't how a big club should be talking. We should be looking at, do we need good players? Yes. It shouldn't be about, does he replace this player or that player? Do we need good players? Man City, right? I've got how many wingers? What? Bob, Savio, Doku, Mamouche, right? They've got in attacking midfield, Silva, Gundogan, Foden, Cherky. When you have top players, you find a way to get the best out of them. The problem is, we did this, if you remember, guys, we did this during the Poch era. During the Poch era, any time a player was mentioned, our fans automatically went, well, who are you dropping for that midfielder to come in? He's not getting
Very
above
true.
Dembele, above
Why
Dele
couldn't we
Alli.
get another striker in there to back Kane up because he wasn't good enough to fucking back Kane?
Right.
I agree on that one. I don't even want to, but I agree on that one again.
But this is the point.
But
we need
in
to get
reality, though, Sava, we don't build a squad, do we?
But no, but
When
that's
have
the
we
point.
ever built a squad?
No, but Ellie, that's the point. Like when I hear people say, like, oh, where would this player play? Who would this player replace? I don't think there's a single footballer in this 11 that is good enough that we go, they are 100% starting if fit. This is the problem. We should be buying players and going, this is now a good problem to have. You've now got Elliot, Eze.
It's a problem you want, isn't it? But it's a problem Spurs supporters don't seem to bloody want. He's not good enough for our first team. We want players that can fight for that first team or walk into it.
We talk in 11s. We've always done this as Spurs fans. We talk about an 11. You're gonna play a minimum next year, a minimum of 48 games minimum next year, by the way. That's if we go out of Champions League after the 8 and the first round of the League Cup and FA Cup. So you're looking at anywhere between 48 and 65 games next season.
Yeah.
This should not be about an 11. This should be about who's going to play this week. Well, this player's better for this opposition.
What was people complaining about? That Ange didn't have enough players for a squad.
But
hang on a minute. It's now contradicting itself, isn't it, Saba? Yeah, it's now contradicting itself, isn't it? We're complaining that we haven't got a fucking big enough squad or a better squad or that Ange couldn't do nothing because of the squad and the injuries. And then people are fucking complaining about in the aspect of that we're going for people like bloody Harvey Elliott when I think he's more than good enough. He's more than good enough for that first team. That he's not one player in our team that can get in Liverpool's bloody subs bench as far as I'm concerned, let alone the first team. And he matches everything. He's 22 years old. He's got all the English stuff on him and everything that we need in that. And then people straight away slam him in the... No, he's not good enough for Spurs. He's only on Liverpool subs bench. Well, I'm sorry, Liverpool subs bench is better than our first team.
Yeah, I hear people saying, and I just wanted to add my point. I don't get excited
mate.
I don't get excited about Harvey Elliott. I've got to be honest with you.
I actually quite do, Alex. I wouldn't say excited, but I would say he's a better player than fucking Archie Gray.
Well, yeah, I agree with you.
Why do you have to be excited? Why does every fan think every player we sign has to excite us?
No, it's not that. It's just that I'm just going on what I feel at the moment. When I hear that we're linked with Harvey Elliott, I just can't get excited. I think for me, if you gave me like a Semenyo, maybe Grealish, yeah, I'm getting excited. If Eze, probably you will get excited. But unfortunately for Harvey Elliott, he's coming over. If he comes to Tottenham, good. But I think this is where we need to see the fruition of a player that needs to be developed into that ultimate player. That's what I'm saying at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think the argument you said, Sabada, I'll give you this one, that he could challenge Bergvall. I actually agree with you on that one. I think that
he's better than Bergvall, Alex. He's better than Bergvall.
I'm saying no, challenging, because at the moment I think he needs.
He ain't fucking challenging, mate.
Well,
We
no,
don't
no.
even know what Bergvall is. Is he a defensive
Yeah, that's true.
midfielder? Is he
But
attacking midfielder? He's a
that's
bit
the
of a
point I'm making.
mismatch.
Fair point.
This is the point I'm making. I think it's because it goes on to my point about what I tried to say earlier, is that the youngsters need to challenge the other youngsters. You get what I'm saying? So I think, because I think, unfortunately for these youngsters at the moment that we've got, they've got a
Yes.
small window to impress, to see if they're good enough to do what to be in the team. And if they're not good enough, we need to shit them out, like Chelsea do for me.
I understand
So-
that, but Alex, I just want to go back to your earlier point of, well, I hear this sentence always gets banded about with any signing is, I'm not excited by this player. I'm not excited. I'm not excited. I'm not excited. We don't build a squad, right? Not every player in a squad is going to be exciting. Not every,
No.
Sometimes you look at it and go, like Dan said, he's English, right? He's homegrown. He's a winner, right? He's now won how much with he's won 2 tournaments with England under 21.
He's won more than Spurs have won.
He's won
And he's the
Premier
top
Leagues.
scorer.
He's won Premier Leagues, Cups, League Cups, FA Cups. He's won everything, right, as a player. Learnt his trade. But yet we would turn around at this club and go, he ain't good enough for us. I've got this thing, right? I've got this feeling that I don't think we know a good player anymore. I think we've had so much mediocrity for the last 5-10 years. I don't think we know what a good footballer looks like. I've seen Spurs fans in the last year. Listen to this list of players that fans have turned their noses up at, right?
Go for gold. Locatelli is the first I will say.
We have, hear me out, right, guys. This is who we have turned our nose up. Not every Spurs fan. I'm just talking about, right? Locatelli, Dybala. Okay, every time we link with Dybala, he wouldn't get in. Where does he get, right? Dybala. Mark Guehi. Apparently Mark Guehi was good enough for Liverpool that they're going to sign him. Not good enough for Spurs, right? Sander Berg, Tino Livramento, Conor Gallagher, Harvey Elliott, right? These are just a selection of players like that we as fans turn around and go, these players aren't good enough for Tottenham. Now look at what clubs all of those players I've just mentioned play for, right? Livramento's at Newcastle, right? Livramento's at Newcastle, who have just finished in the top 5 and won a cup, right? Paulo Dybala is Roma's best footballer, right? Conor Gallagher plays for Atletico Madrid, right? Sander Berg's just gone in and has had a great season for Fulham, right? Mark Guehi is the Crystal Palace captain and has just been part of a bloody solid defence that has just gone and won them their first trophy.
Against Man City as well.
You are Spurs
Man
fans.
City.
None of these players are good enough for us. Jack Grealish is another one. Jack Grealish. Oh, we wouldn't want Jack Grealish. He's got an attitude.
Fuck off, mate.
He's at Man City. This is an England international. This is what we do.
But they complain that we go for youth players, Sava, and that we haven't got players ready for it now. And if anyone tries and tells me that Jack Grealish is not good enough for Spurs,
I got laughed at when I
call
said
it opinion. Hang on, Alex. Call it opinionated, yeah? It all is. But if anyone that thinks that Jack Grealish ain't good enough for Spurs, you don't fucking watch football. Go on, Sava. Carry on what you're saying. Sorry,
no.
mate.
I was just saying I'm sure we could go with loads, but I'm not saying it's the whole fan base, by the way. I'm just saying you can mention a name.
But there's a lot.
You can mention a name on stream and our fans find a way that none of these players seem to be good enough for Tottenham. And I made the point. If we go and get Semenyo, we'll praise it. If we don't, he's shit. We didn't want him anyway. I'm not worried we missed that. And Buemo.
He's not a Spurs type player.
Right. It's mad. We've got such a poor squad.
Yes.
Such a poor squad. But yet no one seems to be good enough to join our squad. But then when you ask people who they want, they come out with things like, well, why don't we try and get Gyökeres? And you're like, oh, like we just it's the sublime to the ridiculous. But Dan, I need to go. I just wanted to get that in before
mate.
I need to go. But I just
for
feel
gold,
like
mate.
the last thing I'll say is this. We've got to be sensible about the type of players we want to bring in. We've got to be sensible. Stop. Not this isn't aimed at you guys, anybody. Stop trying to go for world-class footballers that aren't going to join Tottenham Hotspur. Stop looking down your nose at anyone who's over 26 years of age because apparently they're past it. Stop. Everybody's got an attitude, apparently, if they don't join Spurs. It's mad. Dan, I'll leave you on that note.
Take
Love
care of
to
yourself.
you.
I'll speak to you soon.
Alex, Ellie,
Right.
love you all. Good night.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Laters. So with you two, where are we actually meant to go now? Yeah, what do people actually want? I know it's all good sitting here saying that we want to see quality players in there. Of course, we want to fucking see quality players in there. But if we want to look at that standards of the Spurs team, for me, 17th, they're better than that. We're at least 8th, I would say, if the manager wouldn't have been so set on his way, set on his team, and if he would have been more, what's the bloody word for it? If he would have just no, not pragmatic. If he would have just used different players, I'm getting a bit funny with my words now. I've had a bit to drink. If he would have just moved the squad round more, yeah, I don't think he'd have had half the problems in that. So what are these players? Rotation, that's the one. Thanks, Ellie. So what the hell are we actually looking for? For me, how anyone can turn down Archie Gray, not Archie Gray, fucking Harvey Elliott. I'm sorry, I just don't get that. I mean,
It's opinion.
it just makes. Yeah, but I'm sorry, that one's not just opinions.
Do you know what it is, Dan, though? It comes down to what you like in a player.
I get that.
What flavours you think he can bring to the club, right? Some people's expectations and some people look at players totally different to you and I. And then there'll be another 2 people who think, nah, I don't like him because he can't do this. Or I don't like him because he's not good at heading. It's all to do with expectations as well, what you like in a player. And like, if a player excites you, you're more likely to want that player to come to your club. Like Alex said, very good point, but it's not the only point, right? Because when you're looking at players like Harvey Elliott, like Saba said, he's won things, he's a winner. He's playing in a fabulous Liverpool team. He's picking up good habits from fantastic players. And he can bring those flavours. But some fans don't see that. They just see what they want to see. Yeah, they don't weigh it all up. All right. So I'm just getting to the point. But basically, everybody's different. A lot of people, some people are the same. Some people are different. What they like in a player. All right.
Yeah,
so
that's very true. That is very true.
We're never all going to agree, right? Because there's some people, they would like exciting players 1 to 11. You know, they don't like any.
Wouldn't we all want to sign Messi's and Ronaldo's and everything? We all want to, but I think that's where some people need to understand that in certain circumstances we are Tottenham Hotspur, and in other circumstances we are only Tottenham Hotspur.
Ellie, can I just make this point? This point? It's not that I'm saying I don't want Elliot, right? It's just a case of if he comes here, I'm not going to get excited. But this is where the coaching side is. The coaching side is to see whether he can get better. Now, I was wrong about what is it, Conor Gallagher, because he's a good athlete.
Yeah, I got that one wrong as well.
Athlete. No, I have to say athlete. Yeah, I don't see he's a quality player. He's a quality athlete, right? Because I don't think I don't think he's anything great as a footballer for me. I think as an athlete, I think he's got it all as far as I'm concerned. He can get up that pitch. He's got all the energy in the world. He's very good positionally. I think that's my definition of a great athlete for me. I absolutely agree with the whole thing about Grealish. People completely discard him because he's 29 years old, right? And they start talking about his personal life and all that stuff, which I think is just, I mean, again, it's just, again, I think if you were back in the day, they were looked as, well, this is an opportunity to try and get the guy back into form. You see what I'm saying? But I think because of time frames and because there's so much pressures in the game right now that you've got to be successful, and you got to managers have only got a short work life. I think that they haven't got the time. Look at Sancho, for instance. I think Sancho's a similar sort of what is it, maverick sort of player that Grealish is. You see what I'm saying? So but I just feel at the moment, I think when you mention those like Levamento, there's another player that plays for Newcastle that is that Eddie Howe's improved, and he's a left midfielder, I think it is. I forgot his name now, but he it just shows you that if you've got a good coach, you can make them better as a player. You see what I'm saying? I think for me, to answer the question about Elliot, if Elliot comes in and Frank does what he's done with other players, like he did at Brentford, I'm changing my opinion on him. You see what I'm saying? But I do think he has got the quality that we need anyway. It's just someone that I just can't really get excited about. That's all I'm saying.
I get what you mean by excited about. And just a quick thing, Mark Swift, thanks a lot, mate. It's much appreciated. Towards a bottle of something, mate. It's going to take more than £5 to buy a Southern Cup. I've already done half a bottle, and I must admit, I've never tried to do this while I'm half cut. So I will keep going.
Might be 3/4, man. That bottle was huge, bro.
I know. Southern Comfort is just something I can drink. Go and give me 3 bottles of beer and I'll be sitting on my fucking ass, yeah? I can't handle it come love nor money. Vodka, I'm dangerous, so I don't touch it. Southern Comfort, I can just drink it like fucking water. Anyway, Elia, with everything everyone's saying, yeah, Harvey Elliott, are you telling me that he's seriously not good enough for that Spurs first team and we shouldn't be looking at him? If we ain't good enough for certain players, which we know we're not, and we ain't going to attract other players because bigger clubs are going to go for them or whatever, even though I think we could get an Eze or whatever if we put the bloody money in for it at the right time and that. Archie Gray, he's just about fucking Archie Gray. Harvey Elliott, he just about matches everything that Spurs ask for. And as far as I'm concerned, he's more than good enough to walk into that first team. What's your side on that?
I ain't gonna lie, I don't watch Liverpool, so I don't know how good he is. I'm not gonna lie, but we can definitely get him. I mean, we have the money to do it. It's just I'm also worried about how Tottenham are moving in the transfer window. I mean, first of all, we weren't moving for a while, and then we started moving, and everyone started rejecting. So at that point, it's like going to the carnival and none of the gal want to give you a little, you know what I'm saying, a little something. They're just all rejecting you. So at this point, it's looking peak. Now we're backing away from Eze, apparently. That was I didn't want to wake up and see that news, but it seems like everyone that we're going in for either wants to go to another team or just flat out doesn't want to play for Spurs. So I don't know.
But then we've got to look at realistic people like Harvey Elliott. I mean, even for me, I wouldn't have said he's realistic until they brought in that German fella, Wirtz or whatever his name is, and the other one they brought in. Now he's been pushed back further down the line. If he wants to progress in his career, he's going to have to come to somewhere like Spurs. And I think he's the ideal player for everything we ask for. Well, Spurs ask for, not necessarily us, but Spurs ask for in a player. And how anyone can tell me he's not good enough for that bloody first team, I don't know, because I do not know one midfielder that gets into fucking Liverpool's team, even as a sub player, if I'm going to be honest.
It's just fair enough, yeah. And the thing is that he can definitely get more game time here. And we've been crying out for some sort of technical ability in the front line anyway, and he does provide that from the little I have watched of him. So, yeah, we can definitely get him. And if it's 40 million, that's pretty much what we'd be spending on players anyway.
Steal.
So
we just went and spent 40 million on Archie Gray, for fuck's sake, and people have the audacity to complain about Harvey Elliott.
Has any of you not been watching the Euros? Because England won tonight, and Harvey Elliott, he's been pivotal in all the England under-21 games. He's been fabulous. He's been absolutely storming it. And there's another player on there that I bloody liked as well, Anderson from Nottingham Forest. He was brilliant tonight.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning performance from that boy.
I think it's like I said, right? And I think it shows you Jacob Murphy for Newcastle, right? Right. I think there's a level to what you're seeing with Harvey Elliott. Harvey Elliott couldn't really get into the Liverpool team, right? Because he had people, and I understand Liverpool got that quality that any
but
youngster
Liverpool
would.
are a world class
No,
team.
no. But let me explain what I was trying to say. Let me try
He's
to
played
finish the
90
point.
matches though.
No.
Liverpool.
Let me just finish my point. Let me land on my point. My point is though, you can't get into that Liverpool team, but Liverpool players are, a very, very good team. You see what I'm saying? So you would struggle in that sort of team. But now, if he comes to Tottenham, right, he's going to have to he's going to have to keep that level and try and get a level up a level, right, and getting and so he's making his level good, but then also trying to encourage all the other players that are below his level to get better to compete with him. You see what I'm saying? So it's a challenge. It's a challenging thing. It goes back to my whole point about backups. You get what I'm saying? Because I don't. We need players that can compete, and obviously Harvey Elliott, knowing full well the level that you need to have to be up there, right, with Liverpool, right. It would be, it will come to Tottenham and hopefully increase the level of quality that we've got. You know what I mean? And encourage some of the players that they can't just sit on their laurels and they've got to be better. You see what I'm saying? So this is. But again, I just go back to what I say. I don't think it's right, wrong for me to say it. I can't get excited. I can't get excited about Kota Takai. I can't get excited about Tota Takai. I can't get excited about what is his name? The winger that we got, right? And Tell. And unfortunately, I do like Danzo, but it isn't something that's just like saying to me, yeah.
You look at him as more of a squad player than a first team player.
Exactly, and then we've already said it already. So, I do feel, that this is what it is, but I think this is what we're going to be doing because with Johan Lang in charge, it seems that this is the direction we are going in, other than what we're doing at the moment. You see what I'm saying? So I can't get. I do think we'll get a marquee signing somewhere. I do think we'll get a marquee signing somewhere.
It depends what you call a marquee signing, doesn't it? There's a marquee signing, and then there's a Spurs marquee signing as such.
That's the thing. I think you described it really perfectly, Dan. To be honest with you, but it's just I do feel that Tottenham have to, and I said it on my channel yesterday because I was did a show yesterday on my own, and I do feel that Tottenham have to find a way. They just got to find a way right now. You know what I mean? Because they've got to stop worrying about what they've got to just find a way to try and do a better season this season and make this work. The only way to prove a point to the fans is show that make it work. Make it work.
Well.
You know what I mean? And the only doubts are coming because of the history. You see what I'm saying? The only thing that's really in their favour for this year is that we've got this trophy that we've won. It's only the league just was so we could have got relegated in other seasons. In the past.
We could have. That was why I wanted Ange gone because I felt like he could get us relegated. Go on, carry on what you're saying, Alex.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. You know what I mean? It's just I just feel that's the way we are. That's where we're at the moment. You see what I'm saying? I do feel though, a lot of things. I think the no money thing. I think that's a bit. I think that's. I don't know whether that is tongue in cheek. I don't know, right? But I do feel that Tottenham have got some opportunities with the teams that are really in trouble with FFP though. And obviously we all know what's happened with unfortunately Lyon this week. You see what I'm saying?
They've been fucked right over, haven't they?
Yeah.
I mean,
so
that is one thing, Alex, yeah. This I'm gonna have to try and pronounce the word economy is fucked. Yeah. Apart from the Premier League, yeah, to try and get the Italian league, Spanish league, German league, Dutch league, and French league, it's actually cheaper They're trying to get the bloody Premiership. You know, the rest of football is in that much trouble that we should be out shopping in the other leagues because they desperately need the money. And there are better players out there to get than what we look for as such. But I still think Harvey Elliott is, for me, at 40 million, it's a no-brainer for me. Jacob, how you doing, mate?
Hey, I'm doing well. How's everybody else doing?
Half cut, but
chilling.
I can.
What does that mean exactly? I saw you type that in the chat. I was like, I don't understand that vernacular.
Half cut. If I'm going to be honest, it means you're half pissed. So, but I can still keep going for about another 20 minutes before I get dragged out of the room. So, Jacob, on your opinion, I'm going back on myself big time in that, but you're fresh on here, so I'm going to ask you an opinion. Yeah, just it's blatantly an opinion, nothing more, nothing less. You're not going to be wrong, and you're not going to be right. Do you think Levy is the major problem here, or do you actually think the fans are a bigger problem?
I mean, what's worse, the drug user or the drug dealer? Because essentially, when you are financially,
you know what? Hang on a sec, Jacob. Do you know what? That's a good example. That's a fucking good example. I'll give you that, mate. That's a good example. Go on, finish what you're saying. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I've always seen financial support as in buying merchandise, wearing the logo. That's all stuff that I can do as an overseas fan to support the club. However, it's also the way that you know, allow Levy to justify what he's doing. It's right here. Can you see it? Come on. There you go.
The trophy, yeah?
Yeah, come on. Distracted me from my thought. I mean, look, I think both are at fault. Who you give a bigger chunk of the pie to, I think it solely lies on the individual. For me, I would say Levy is the problem because as fans, it doesn't matter if it was Levy or Jimmy Joe Bacon Bits running the club. They would still support the club. I would still support the club. So, you know, speaking from my perspective, the only thing I could do to say that I'm displeased is financially just shop at DH Gate, you know, get them $20 a shirt. My wife ain't even mad now when I order 3 shirts. So it's a good deal. Win-win in that situation. And it's a way of, you know, still supporting my club, but not financially in a sense, because I don't want to give to the organization that I feel like is running itself improperly, because I just think it's a validation of said actions, whether we think right or wrong. Financially giving them money, that just says you're doing a good job. Like, you're going to stop eating at a restaurant where the chef isn't making the dish that you want. You know, you may take it once, maybe twice, but a lot of people won't take it that third. And I think that for me, you know, once I've seen how the chef wants to act in this metaphor, then for me, it's also on me at that point, because I'm just enabling it. I'm just saying, here's a justification on what you're doing. It's like $120 US. So, yeah, I mean, on a replica.
I mean, football shirts are just bullshit anyway. That's why I'll always buy a next season shirt this season.
I need team,
yeah. I ain't paying 90 quid for a fucking shirt for nobody. Yeah,
$20 on DHgate, man. Even shipping.
Yeah, over here it's 90 quid, which is about 110 quid and $110 in America if I've got it right. Either way, it's close enough. If it's 90 here, it's over 100 in America.
Yeah.
And the other thing I'll ask you is, okay, we want Eze's and stuff like that, and then Bremos, and I think we should be going for players like that, because I think we have got that capability. And if we did pay higher wages, we could necessarily go for those players. But if we all know what Levy's like, and we all know what's coming and that, and I think most people get what's coming, and some people want to turn a blind eye to it, but again, it's an opinion. How can people turn down a player like Harvey Elliott and say he's not good enough for the bloody Spurs team? Okay, as a sub, he still gets into Liverpool's team, when I don't think one of our midfielder even has the quality to get into Liverpool's team, even as a sub. But that's an opinion.
Maybe a 100% Madison could make it on their bench in their midfield. Maybe. I can see the
okay, I
argument
can go
for
with
that.
Maybe Maddison. Yeah, Maddison can make the subs bench. I'll go with that. I'll step back on that. Yeah, okay, fair point. But he ain't getting in their first team.
But I would say none of the others for sure. But they
No.
would, you know.
Are you telling me? Are you telling me Liverpool are going to have fucking Sarr running about on the pitch from that? Ain't happening.
Hey, Elijah was live earlier, and they were all like, "Oh, we're not getting Ezzy," and everyone. And I said, "Don't worry, guys. I just saw a video on Twitter. Pop Matasar's running around on a little mini pitch. He's training. He looks sweaty in the clip. We're good. We're back." In regards to Harvey Elliott, it depends on the hat I'm going to wear on the day, but I think in both instances, I'm fine with it. It doesn't, like Alex says, it doesn't excite me, but it doesn't have to. And if that makes sense, like I just think that it's one of those signings where he is better from what we've seen in the Premier League and in the domestic cup competitions that we're allegedly going to be
and he's got potential to go further as well. He's only 22 in that aspect, and he matches literally everything Spurs talk about doing.
Bringing on a winner too is never a bad thing. A guy who knows what it's like to play in finals and win.
He's won more than Spurs. You know.
Well, you know, and they've both won more than Arsenal. So how about that?
It's not hard.
Yeah, especially in Europe. I just think that, you know, for me, my disdain for the name Harvey Elliott, not the player or the human, or I guess a little bit of the human, was that that video he made when he was a kid taking the piss out of Harry Kane. It's the same reason I don't watch ESPN FC, I think is their show, because they thought they were off air once and they were making fun of Harry Kane's speech impediment. And I know he's a schnitzel merchant now and he eats off a dinner plate trophy, but he's still like a Tottenham legend in that respect. He's still the best striker I've ever seen at this club. And I don't know. I just don't like people making fun of people for something they really can't control in that sense. Like Harry Kane didn't decide to be born with a speech impediment. So for me, you know, I don't like that aspect of it. But if you're looking at it solely from a player, I don't like Bentancur racismo, ? I don't like some of the, you know, question marks we could raise around a lot of players, but as a player, I think he would start for us. And if that's kind of the barometer I'm operating off of, make signings, players who will start, that we can say easily starts for us.
I would say,
and I think that falls right in line with that.
The point I'll make with it, is at the end of the day, I don't care who you are, I don't care what you are. If you can put lipstick on a pig and it's still a fucking pig as far as I'm concerned. If I like you, I like you. If I don't, I don't. I couldn't care less about anything else and what you get up to in your public life or personal life, should I say, and anything. If you want to be
I wouldn't want Zuma here kicking cats. I wouldn't want Party over here allegedly being unnamed players.
And if I'm going to be honest, Jacob, I couldn't care less as long as they do what is right on the
pitch.
I
think that's relative for everyone, right? Like you don't care. Whereas me, I couldn't.
If someone wants to go be a unicorn, they can be a bloody unicorn. Yeah, as long as they score the goals or do their job.
Pride Month to anyone celebrating.
I couldn't care less, and that's all I really care about. But again, it's each their own. Some people take it that bit deeper, and I just don't see how a lot of us Spurs fans feel that we have the what's the right word for it, but almost feel like we have that Spurs privilege of going for players like Messi and that when it just ain't gonna happen. We should look at a player like Messi now, and he matches everything that Spurs do. Maybe not that we want them to do, but it is what it is. So don't we go for the better ones of the players that we're going to go for? And how anyone can turn down Harvey Elliott, I just haven't got a clue. But again, it's a personal.
I can see both ends of the candlestick, if that makes sense, because I can see where people like me, off of the name alone, I'm just like, it just doesn't sit well with me. You know, it's like João Pedro. I would love. I mean, I might be able to try and overlook that, but you know, they say the R in his last name is silent for a reason. And I just think that, you know, for me, it's hard to support them on the pitch if I know them in an extracurricular sense, which granted, a lot of people like, you know, like you don't care. If this was 75 years ago, I wouldn't know. He wouldn't have been tweeting some video of him acting like a dumbass on camera. Bro, I have videos of myself acting like a dumbass on camera.
And then Basuma wouldn't do pictures of him hanging out a bloody car geared out his head.
Hey, you know, after those last 3 European matches he played, he could have as many balloons as he wants. I don't give a damn anymore.
Fair
But I
enough.
was a little
Fair
Nancy Reagan on him in the preseason.
Fair
I was
point.
a little high. You know, I got called out for it for my Nancy Reagan propaganda, where I was like, "You're supposed to be a leader. You're supposed to be going into this leading type of role here. And the first thing before we even kick a ball in the Premier League is you on Snapchat inhaling balloons." And to me, it's just the silliest, lowest IQ folk that I grew up with were the ones who did balloons and continued to do balloons, even knowing what they do to your brain scientifically. But, you know, I'm not here to pass judgment. We won a European trophy off the back of them balloons. So have a party, I suppose.
What they get up to in their private life, I couldn't care less. I know some people do have different opinions on that. And again,
Would you take Thomas Partey?
Until he's proven guilty, yes. Because as far as I'm concerned, life is guilty.
Diddy ain't been convicted guilty, but you gonna invite him over? You going to a Diddy party?
Again,
I mean, he's in prison right now.
You're coming off to a different side now, Jacob. But my opinion in life is you're innocent until proven guilty, not guilty until proven innocent. Until someone proves man guilty, come and play fucking football for me.
The court of public opinion isn't always just. I agree.
Yeah, I know, but I don't really know the situation. I don't really think I need to.
It's not a situation we need to go into, Alex.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I just don't really want to get into that situation. Talk about that situation. My point is, like, respect to the justice system, by the way. But
you can try.
What? Why are you respect to the what?
Well,
either way, let him carry on.
Yeah, no. I mean, I was trying to be diplomatic, but anyway, moving on. Sorry, that came across wrong.
Should try and be a politician, mate.
I was trying to be diplomatic. But my point is, though, like if Partey is available, he does definitely improve our midfield, 110%. I mean, I can't even say whatever. I don't know what else to say, because I think it's really, for me, I mean, he's got the experience. He's a defensive. He's very defensive. He's defensive midfielder that we need. You know what I mean? I think the only thing you have to worry about is injuries. That's it, really, with him. You know what I mean? Because he's very injury prone.
He does get injured a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah, but I think if you try and this is what I hate about the game right now. Yeah, right. No one really adapts to other players to try and make them so they don't end up getting injured. You know what I mean? It's like they either fit in a certain system or they don't. You get what I'm saying? And I just sometimes think, well, can you just make a system that really can adapt to certain players? You get what I'm saying? Maybe we'll see that with Frank. I don't know. I don't want to get into that too much, because I think there's an inkling that
you don't want to get into Frank. Why not?
Well, no. I'm saying
topic.
I don't. No, I'm just saying I don't know. I don't really want to get into the whole thing about what he's going to play.
I don't gain anything off the Thomas Partey conversation.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not. I mean, Elijah, I'm not getting into that part of it. I don't want to get into.
Just leave that part out, Alex. Just forget about it.
I'm not getting into that. But the point I'm making is, right, it's just that I do think that, you know, a player like Partey would do very well in our midfield if we can adapt to him. But in saying that, though, if we've got the argument for Partey to adapt to him, why don't we adapt to Bentancur? Even though I want him gone, to be honest with you. I want him gone. I think they're better midfield out there than him, to be honest.
The last thing I'm going to ask, because I've got to go to bed, even though I'm still not going to fucking sleep tonight because I'm sweating off big time.
Why do you cannot believe in AC?
Look, Jacob, go and speak to our fucking Prime Minister then, because I agree with you in that. Yeah,
I don't want to make political question, but I'm just genuine. I see so many of y'all suffer when it's like 87 degrees.
£500 on the bloody fan, for God's sake, when it would probably be cheaper to get a bloody aircon put in here and that. But getting the aircon put in here and that would cost a lot of
Mister
money.
with a fan or something.
These places in England are built to keep
heat in,
not to throw heat out. And it's now getting to a point where, yeah, either way, let's get into another side. Right, where does anyone honestly think, this is last I'm going to ask, where does anyone honestly think, not what you want Spurs to go to, yeah? Because we all know we want a Messi, we want a this, and we want a that. Where do you think we're going to be by the end of the transfer window? Is it going to be anything significant that gets into that first team, or is it just going to be a load of bullshit again?
Bullshit.
Who go first? Whoever wants to go.
We've always had bullshit. It's Daniel Levy.
What's the reason to it though? There's got to be a reason.
Ever since I've watched this team, it's been nothing but bullshit, whether we're good or bad, when it comes to transfers. So
yeah.
That's it. Yeah, it's Levy.
I think we'll end up with like a Garnacho, and that'll be fun. We'll have a good time with that. I think we'll end up, because we're going to get a left-sided attacker, and he's running out of landing spots to go to. Just makes sense as soon as they get Mbuemo signed that we would get that one done too.
I'm just sort of hoping we can at least get 2 first-team players in there, and I think we've improved. They don't have to be world-class because that team ain't fucking world-class, yeah? But if we get 2 first-team players that walk into that...
Fairs.
The Heat just kicked him off.
He might have accidentally kicked himself off.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. What are you doing, Dan?
The drink's going and wavering.
Yeah.
Press the wrong bloody button there. If we get 2 first-team players in there,
You're more
surely
even the shades are wonky.
2 first-team players, surely we've improved as a team.
I don't think we're going to do that. I think we're going to get 1.
At least 3.
I think we're going to get 1.
I mean, Daniel Levy.
Well, we already got one. Matthias Tell's going to start as soon as we're done with the Korean tour, so we can sell Son.
I haven't seen nothing special off of Tell yet.
No.
No,
he's got aura.
When Frank gets his hands on him.
Well, if you're taking my answer there, E. When Tominho gets to touching up like Patrick Swayze in Ghost, you know what I'm talking about, where he comes up behind with them, saunters up shirtless, helps mold the clay into a vase. That's what we're gonna get, and I'm looking forward to it personally because there's like that whole song like "Touched by an Angel." It's gonna be touched by Tommy pretty soon, and it's gonna be a good time for everybody because Tel's gonna become the player. He's gonna be our very own Mbuemo, and then I think Solanke will be able to rival Holland as far as a striker. Or he'll start at least performing to Tony's level in the Premier League, which was top 3 in the scoring. So.
Are you just being sarcastic? Are you just being sarcastic?
No, I'm all aboard the train. I'm on the choo-choo. Everyone said get on the on the train. I'm on it.
Levy has Levy's laid out the blueprint for how he moves in his interviews over the years. So all you got to do is just listen to what he says.
We're going to win the Premier League and the Champions League once Tell becomes our very own French Neymar. It's going to be great. We're going to rival that. I think Odebert as well can become the French Pele, if you will. But maybe that's just a high ceiling I played for.
Better than Tell when I've seen them play. If I'm going to be honest,
the sad part is they're our best 2 players with the ball at their feet. That's a sad part of it all.
Have you seen review of his last game? Have you seen his review of his last game in the 21s? And you thinking he's going to do well at the moment?
I think he's going to do fantastic once Tommy gets to touching. Because right now we're seeing him pre-Tommy touch. Post-Tommy touch is what I'm looking forward to.
Safety pause this whole conversation.
They're all over 18.
What do you mean Tommy touch? Who are you talking about?
Because Tommy,
the golden touch in it. Was it King Midas?
He's got thank you. See, he knows what I'm talking about. He's got that golden goose or golden egg, whatever it is. He's got the touch.
You're just funny, Jacob.
Levy has basically put the whole blueprint out.
He's definitely going to improve the players. Just put it that way.
Yeah,
he will.
No, I know my crystal ball from Amazon told me that too. I was rubbing it and it said we're going to win the Premier League and we're going to win Champions League. Then Levy comes out with the quote. Then I listened to the 9-minute video that Frank did, and there's a lot of live, laugh, love. I think that the vibes are immaculate again.
I lasted 5 minutes on Levy's one. I couldn't see where their hands were, so I had to turn it off.
Mystery fingers.
It was a bit weird. It was a bit weird, but I just
weird is an understatement, Alex. Man, that was love life.
Yeah, I know.
Vinay's hair as well was crazy. He has like a little stripe, but everything else is bold. It's like I don't know what's going on with Vinay. He might be going through some crisis.
But it's like, listen, I can't say that he's going to improve. I don't know whether he's going to improve everyone. We have to see what happens, don't we? I mean,
He won't.
It's the tactics that are going to improve as well.
Well, everyone on Brentford improved. Now imagine at Tottenham, it's going to be exponentially that.
I'll be surprised if he improves more than 5 players.
Back, are they? The tactics and the setup is going to be brilliant for starters because he knows how to set a team up.
I think we'll improve in certain aspects, but I think it's going to be incremental. Maybe I just don't know at the moment because I think it's Champions League, and I don't think we're ready for the Champions League this season.
We're not.
And this is why I just think at the moment I can't.
No, I look at Frank's CV and I say that instills me with European confidence. I don't know who wouldn't look at that.
He's being sarcastic, bro. He's being sarcastic.
No, I'm being genuine. What you know, when you go to prom, you don't want to go with the girl who's already gone to prom. You want to go to prom the first time together.
No, do you know what, Jacob? I can understand where you're coming. You don't want to go there with someone who's already hit the fucking brick wall. You want to go with someone who's fresh. I understand what you're saying and that because
green behind the ears.
That brick wall can do serious damage, like we know. And yeah, some people elder like wine and some people elder like cheese. It just seems to be most Spurs supporters elder like a bit of fucking cheese. But at the end of it, last question.
So far, my hair's been holding up so far.
Yeah, well, I've got a 20-year-old daughter and half of mine's gone. With that aspect, where does anybody, last thing I'm going to ask, where does anybody think, just imagine the players that you think the possibility we can get and others are going to get, where does anybody honestly think Frank can take us by the end of next season? He hasn't got the Europa Cup to save his ass. He's in the fucking Champions League, which is no mug's game. I don't think we're ready for the Champions League. I think Brian did it perfect last year when I disagreed with him at first when he said he didn't want Champions League, he wanted Europa Cup. I didn't agree with him at first and then sat back and thought about it for a couple of days. I thought, do you know what? He's actually got a solid point, and it turned out to be solid. We won it. Where does anyone think in the next season that Frank can take us? I think he can get us top 8 and win a cup because I said Ange could win a cup, but he's going to get destroyed in the league. And when I say win a cup, I mean League Cup or pushing it on the FA Cup because anybody can win a cup on any day. And this season actually proved that. It was a very bunch of teams that don't usually win cups. So it did prove, even if it's a freak opportunity, that it can be done. I think he can get us at least. I think he can get us top 8 for the cup. Where does anyone else think he can get us when every transfer's made and everything else? We don't know who's coming in, but where does anyone think he can honestly do us our best?
It's true. Yeah, I agree with you there, Dan, because like the FA Cup and the League Cup, a lot of teams who are going for the bigger prizes, they play their weaker team. They do play a significantly weaker team. So we have got a chance in that respect. Even like towards the end of the competition, they tend to play more of their stronger team because they want to actually get it over the line, especially if they've been knocked out of the Champions League as well. I think he can win a cup. Which one? Be lovely to win the Champions League on Jacob's calling, because he's going in there fresh, right? And obviously you're saying we're not ready for it, but we've never really been ready for it when you look at the teams that we've had. The nearest we got was with Poch, right? And that team, that first 11, were good enough, in my opinion, to make that Champions League final because we had a tough run. We had to beat Man City. We had to beat Ajax, who were flying. They were battering everybody.
And they were a fucking good team at that time as well. They had some. They was a good team.
They were a brilliant team, right? And then we faced Liverpool, and unfortunately, it didn't go right for us from the first minute. So I just think we can win a cup and finish top 7. I'd say we're 7th rather than 8th.
The lowest he can finish for me without a trophy is 6th. That's the lowest. Any lower than that with no trophy, you should get sacked.
I think we're gonna get. I think in my prediction, I think it's 10th. I think we're gonna get 10th or top 8, 9th or something like that. I just don't think you can expect anything to happen when we finish 17th. I think we've got a lot to make up on.
It's a fair point.
You know what I mean? So that's just my thoughts anyway on it. You know what I mean? So I just don't think it's I hear you, Elijah, but I just think at the moment you know, you can. I think it's all right to go with that thought of you know we need to get sixth, but I just think at the moment I think we were so far away last season, and we've got a team with players that I think it's okay to not play well in the league and just go for the cups. That's the mentality we've had the last 6 months.
Yeah, but also, Alex,
So
Elijah's making a good point because no managers finished top 6 and won a trophy.
yeah, but that's just the mentality thing then.
Levy, not under
But that's
Levy.
just yeah, but that's just a mentality thing then.
No, it's
Because
just what happened. It's not mentality. It's what actually happened.
it's what's happened. But the thing is though, yeah, but it's a fact. Yeah, but the thing is though, it's also about mentality as well. Because when you see other teams like Chelsea, Arsenal, Man United, you know, they don't accept that. They want both. They have to get both. That's the mentality.
Of course.
You see what I'm saying? Now, I know people say that, well, they've been top teams for so long now, and that's why it's hard to challenge. But I think this is why I don't like these excuses. You know what I mean?
I'm saying history has to start somewhere.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And I
Very
think
true.
they draw on excuses. That's why I know it sounded like that me and Sean were agreeing, but I just didn't want to I just didn't like what I heard at that time. I just felt that no, if everyone in life sounded like saying, "Oh, everything's against me in life," right? We wouldn't go out the house.
Yeah, I get that.
We'd not go out the house because you'd just be worried because you might step on something, you might fall over, you might drop somewhere, you might do something or whatever. You know what I mean? Because there's so many people it's so many things that are unfair in life. But unfortunately, like I said, it's going back to what I said. People hustle and find a way. They find a way. You know what I mean? We found a way to win the Europa League last season.
Yeah, we did. That's why I said I'm never going to rubbish what Ange Postecoglou achieved because
No, fair play to him for what he done.
A lot of people
Fair
are calling
play.
him all sorts of names, really, really vile names, really bad.
Sure.
He's just a football manager. He doesn't deserve that. Right? If you disagree with his tactics, talk about his tactics. If you disagree that he didn't play this player or that player or he didn't rotate, comment on that. But don't call him all sorts of vile names. It's disgraceful.
I agree with what you're saying. Whether the bloke's fat or skinny, I couldn't care less. Whether he wants to be a lamppost or a fucking unicorn, I don't care. He done his job when it came to the cup.
Yeah.
He listened to how he done it. I don't like it. I personally believe he listened to the players and done it. But at the end of the day, he done the job and won the cup. I was just scared that he would get us relegated the following season. I know others don't see it like that, but again, it's all opinion. No one can tell me he wouldn't have got us relegated. I can't tell no one for a fact he would have got us relegated. So I'm going to leave it at that because I'm half cut here and I still got to go have a bloody shower and everything and that because otherwise I'm going to stick to my
You didn't want to hear my prediction?
Go on. Sorry. I thought you'd already made it. Go for it, Jacob. Sorry, mate.
I was saving myself for last because, number one, my son was getting his teeth brushed and he doesn't like it, so he's screaming. But
I don't think many kids do like that.
Yeah.
My daughter never liked it.
It's weird, until they start falling out. Then you're like, shit, I better brush these things every time.
Yeah, but since when do kids ever fucking listen to you? They usually listen to the next door neighbor. Anyway, go on.
Yeah. No, I got kind of distracted listening to y'all talk about Old Yeller, but I'm just going to say this. Everyone needs to move on. We already shot the dog. The dog's dead. All right? Old Yeller, we can rewind the tape and live the moments back, but that's all it will be because the dog is no more. And I feel like people, with my immediate criticisms of Frank, they felt like, oh, it's because of Ange. I saw a comment that said something, it's because Ange couldn't hold a job, blah, blah, blah. It's like, really, it's not. I know Elijah likes to push the narrative that it is, but it really isn't. It's just that I saw a manager compete on 2 out of 4 fronts that were possible to compete for, and that wasn't good enough. So if that's what I'm operating off of, there's six cups that Frank can win with Tottenham next year. So
I do get where you're coming
let's
from.
see how that goes.
I do get where you're coming from. It's just I just do not think he was good enough for the Premier League. That is my sole point with it. But
maybe over a 38 game
people's
stretch and
point.
one thing, maybe that might be true. But I mean, in his first season, he also got 5th. So it's like I saw one season that was acceptable in the Premier League and one season that was not acceptable in the Premier League. Then I also saw something that I've never seen before, and that's all it was.
You've got a solid point there, and I don't deny that. Yeah, I do see where people come from on that. But a lot of this, at the end of the day, it does come down to opinionated. And I think some people just need to fucking understand that other people are going to have different opinions to others. I've done shows with everybody on here. I mean, when me and you done the show, Jacob, there was a lot of disagreements on there, but there was times where we had to sit back and we actually had to agree with each other as well.
Yeah,
even though it is more fun to have an argument.
Like Sava and I have a lot of off-camera, off-stream conversations where we agree on a lot of different things. It's just there's a few that we don't, and it appears that somehow there's a new gender that I'm attracted to. So like people got really offended when I started calling them Frank-sexuals or Francophiles, and then Tommy sexuals is what the other one was. And then I had all kinds of fun little pet names for Tommy that just having fun, and people get really, really upset. So I'll just say, if you're upset by it, good.
Deal with it.
Because that was the idea. But also, it's like words mean nothing. Mia was on here earlier. I was hoping I could get home quick enough to at least chat to Mia and say words don't mean anything, because we have a chairman saying we want to win the Premier League and the Champions League. And that's like me saying I'm going to lose weight in a month. I'll be less weight than I am now. But every day since I said that, all I've done is eaten Ho-Hos and Oreos and sat on my fat ass. Does that sound like I'm working towards it? Not yet, but very soon I will be, So I'm just, I see it as, just excuses. The club's full of excuses, like they've always been. Like Elijah said, since I've been watching the club, it's always been, oh, well, there's this and there's that. And it's like, I don't want the club to mirror how I am with the household chores. I want them to be proactive like my wife wants me to be. I want them to clean the damn sink before it gets dirty kind of business. But we're not there, and we're like at a very, I don't know. I thought we were at a pivotal moment there where it's like, okay, sack Ange, but go get better. And it just seems like we did not do that. We got a guy who hasn't managed 4 competitions since he was doing the damn Papa John's trophy in the championship. And we're now taking him to the biggest dance possible. If it was Europa, maybe there's an argument there, Frank, that more might be his level on an assumption by me. But on a pure factual standpoint, there's nothing to suggest that Frank's going to win anything this year or the next, because in 30-some years, he hasn't won anything. So it's like, basing off of facts, I would say top 10 finish, and that's it. Maybe 8 if we're doing something nice. Tell starts getting touched right by Tominho, we might be cooking. And we'll get up to 8. But I really see like realistically a top 10, but from a fan standpoint, I'm going to say 6 trophies. We're going for them all. We're doing the 6 tuplet.
Well, I suppose every trophy you've got to go in, you've got to go for, basically, is the way I see it. And at the end of the day, whatever we win at Spurs, we haven't really got the privilege to turn around and turn it down. But the question I do ask, would so many people have backed Ange up if he'd have finished 17th and won the League Cup? That is the question. That is my opinion on the end of it. So
probably not as much as the European trophy, for sure.
Exactly, because it got us in the Champions League. But I can also, again, get why people had that opinion. I don't have to agree with it, but I at least try and get it or understand it. So, Ellie,
that's why I felt like I tried to meet, and sorry, just my last point here. I did try to meet that mindset and on a similar stance, right? Which was, okay, if 17th and a European trophy is not enough, then what are we doing to be better? And it's like, it just seems like the balance is never right here. It's like, okay, well, we won the trophy. We got the 17-year metaphorical chip off our shoulder. However, 17th in the league, in the 17th, there's just too many damn coincidences. I think this club is cursed, so that's why I'm on the train. I'm not trying to drive the train. I'm on it. And if we crash, we crash. And we've been there. It wouldn't be the first train wreck I've been a part of. It's literally every year But for me, last year was acceptable because at the end of the train crash was a beautiful nurse doing CPR mouth to
At
mouth.
least
like
you had
Sandlot.
something to show at the end of it. I do.
Yeah, and it's right
understand
here. Yeah, it's not this
But then-
Australian hat because this also pisses everyone off.
And then I
So let
wanted
me
to
just
see.
put that on for
I
you real
wanted
quick.
to see progress, and for me, things had to change. So, Ellie, I know we're going to see you on here again sooner or later. Hopefully, sooner than later, which I'm sure we will.
The
Alex,
sextuplet's on.
where, when, and next?
Hopefully tomorrow or Monday or during the week. I'm trying to do it regular. I did a show yesterday, and yeah, because there's a few transfer rumors out there and stuff, and so yeah, that's it really. So yeah, that's it really. One thing I will say,
Go for
just
it.
because you're a little bit passionate and I am a bit defensive, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I think some people have arguments. They have arguments of disagreements
Nothing wrong with
about
that.
football, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Alex, that's half the fun of it, mate, as far
That's
as
the
I'm
whole
concerned.
point. You know
And
what
what
I mean?
happens
It's
on the
just
pitch stays on the fucking pitch.
stays in the pitch. I'm just getting a bit tired of but I know it's going to continue anyway. I'm just getting a bit tired of people saying you can't have a good debate with somebody. If I don't agree with somebody, I'm going to say it how it is. I'm going to be direct to the point. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Sorry. That's the way I'm going to be on YouTube. That's the way I am. Mr. Box Office has been for a long time. So if you haven't got used to it now, I mean,
You
I'm
don't get to
sorry,
know.
you haven't got to know already. You know what I mean? I've done this how long now? So stop worrying, stop moaning. You love it. You all love it, right? Because you watch Sabbers, you watch Sean's, and you see it all on their channel. So I don't know what you're moaning about in the chat about
No pause
us
for
being
him.
debated.
E.
You know what I mean? And the
There's no
last thing I'll
pause there?
say,
No.
and last
You're
thing I'll say,
moaning and you love it. I mean, that's
and
I
Come
have you
on.
here to do that.
and the
That's
last
why
thing,
I ain't saying that.
and last couple of things I'll say, last couple of things because Dan needs to end it as well. It's good to see you, Ellie. It's good to see you, Ellie, the Queen, Ellie. Right,
Obviously.
Elijah. I need to see more videos from you, and you know why I'm saying that from you.
I've been editing
right?
while we are live,
Big,
so
big
yeah.
up, big
don't
up to
worry.
have you on the screen again, Jacob.
Yeah,
even
but
though you-
Elia, Alex don't play Red Dead Redemption.
yeah, I know.
Hey, that's a stream, not a video. I got videos coming
And
out. Don't worry.
well done for Dan for the stream as well. And you know what I mean. And I'm hoping that I haven't offended Sean. I don't think I've offended Sean.
Oh, I very
yeah.
much doubt you have, Alex. He can fucking
Exactly.
hold his ground
Because
as
if,
well.
let's be honest here. Let's
He
be
ain't a
honest here.
kid.
You know what I mean? It's
He
man.
can give as good as he takes.
We can give as good as he takes. You know what I
Same
mean?
as most of us lot can,
You know
yeah?
what I
At
mean?
the
But
end
big
of
up
the
to
day.
me as well. Big up to me as well, by the way. And Saba, obviously. That's
Right.
what I've
And
got to say.
I
Elia,
don't know about y'all, but I don't take nothing.
I don't take nothing. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't take
yeah,
nothing
I don't
now.
take it, only give it. Elia, where, when, next?
I'm live every day, fam. Every evening I'm live, so hey, just check me out too much of you, fam. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be live doing something.
And Jacob, where, when, next?
Over at the channel, Jacob Warraven Uncensored. Next could be tonight. It could be later tonight. It could be
I mean,
tomorrow.
how many hours are you behind us?
7.
Yeah.
7. Yeah, so you got plenty of time. I need to go have a fucking shower because otherwise I'm going to stick to that bed and hopefully I can.
Dude,
get
I
some
can't sleep when it's remotely hot. I can't sleep at all.
Yeah, but over here you can't even fucking breathe. That is half the problem.
Don't they have locks on your windows? I saw someone on Twitter post like a thing that the government wasn't letting people open their
these
windows.
days. I mean, the problem I've got, Jacob, is I live in a bungalow. Yeah, so if I leave my window open, I need more than a baseball bat next to my bed. If you get where I'm coming from, it's the way it works in London. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we're not.
Got
But
the
we're
blame
not allowed.
blame.
But we're not allowed sawn-offs over here. If I could, I would. You know. But I ain't gonna be
Hey, those
lucky.
come in handy now. Quick draw McGraw.
Of course they do. They're not as long and they give a better, width on them. But anyway, everyone who came on, thanks a lot. Much appreciate. I ain't going to go through the names because I forget someone. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I'm going to go on holiday on Monday, just down to Blackpool, but just to get out this fucking area so I can breathe and whatever and that. But we'll be doing on a couple of shows and whatever. Sure, I'll see everyone else. Thanks for everyone for watching. Thanks for everyone coming on. Now go have a shower and go the fuck to bed because it is bedtime. Everyone, see you later. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves. See you later.
I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down.